2025 was a great year for me, and I shared a total of 316 videos. Yeah, it would have been 365 if I had uploaded every day, but anyway. If you didn't watch all my videos from 2025, don't worry, because I made a 4-hour compilation of all of them. Yes, this took me exactly 9 hours to make. Prepare some popcorn for yourself and grab a drink. If you watch until the end of the video, you'll win a diamond block from me. Good luck. What would you say if I told you that you can beat Minecraft in 0 seconds? Yes, it's actually possible to beat the game without doing anything. First, you need to know this. In Minecraft, if you walk through any end portal while you're in the end dimension, the game sends you to the end credits, meaning you've technically beaten the game, and all we have to do is use this command. This command opens an end portal right at your coordinates. As soon as we enter the world, we type this command, and we're instantly teleported to the end. When we run the same command again, another portal opens, and since we enter the end portal, the game considers it as beating the game. If you're fast enough, it's possible to beat the game in about 0.6 seconds. Imagine a Minecraft world that is 100 times bigger than normal. A YouTuber named Nuba built a version of the normal Minecraft world scaled up by 100 times. In this world, a single block from the normal world is equivalent to exactly 4,096 blocks. So when you completely destroy a tree, you end up with exactly 16,384 oak logs. In this world, not only the blocks, but all mobs are also scaled up and strengthened. And from these strengthened mobs, you can obtain far more items than normal. Moreover, in this world, both the Nether portal and the End portal are exactly 100 times bigger. And as you can imagine, the Nether and the End dimensions are also much larger than usual. To place a single eye into the End portal, you need 10 Eye of Ender. After placing all the eyes and activating the portal, when you go to the End, you'll be greeted by something interesting. Destroying the End crystals here is quite difficult, and the dragon is also 10 times stronger than normal. Beating the game on this map is not as easy as you might think. As you can see, I just fell from a bridge about 150 blocks high. If I don't do something immediately, I'll lose my 59-year-old Minecraft hardcore world forever. Bruh. So I quickly looked through my inventory for any items that could help me. There was a water bucket, hay bales, a slow falling potion, a totem of undying and end crystals. I had to choose the best one of these because I had no chance to make any mistakes. Of course, I chose the most logical one, the end crystal. If you time it perfectly, you can blow up the end crystal before hitting the ground and avoid taking fall damage. I immediately calculated the gravitational constant of our planet in the galaxy and multiplied it by the height I fell from to figure out all possible outcomes. By choosing the best possibility among them, I could know how many seconds later to place and detonate the end crystal, and I could find the perfect time to detonate it. Information about fireworks in Minecraft. You can craft a firework star using gunpowder and dye. If you then combine it with gunpowder and paper, you'll create a firework rocket. If you also add a fire charge along with gunpowder and dye, you can create fireworks with bigger explosions. If you use any mob head, you can make the firework explode in the shape of a creeper. As cool as these fireworks are, don't use them while flying with an elytra, because unlike normal ones, these fireworks explode right inside you while you're in the air and deal damage. Now that I've taught you this info, I think I've earned a like. If there's one good thing Mojang has done, it's not adding AI to Minecraft so far. Because what you're seeing right now is a Minecraft game made entirely with AI. What we're seeing on the screen isn't lines of code, but something that forms when you combine millions of Minecraft videos and the annual energy consumption of a medium-sized country. When I first tried to play the game, I noticed that the camera movements were really slow. After getting used to the controls, I tried to break a dirt block. Unfortunately, the moment I broke the dirt block, the AI must have gotten mad at me because it destroyed the house next to me. While walking, I came across a cave and decided to do some mining. The moment I jumped inside, the mine disappeared too. I became really curious about the big mountain ahead and set off towards it. And guess what happened? Yes, the huge mountain suddenly disappeared. I remembered that when I was 11, after playing Minecraft all day and going to sleep, I had a nightmare similar to this. So even though it somewhat reminded me of Minecraft, my final score for AI-generated Minecraft is 0 out of 10. I hope it never happens again. When you first start playing Minecraft, you usually look for a nice place to build your house. And there are a lot of biomes in this game. To find many of the biomes, you need to travel a long distance. What if I told you there's a place where all the biomes are together? If you enter the game with this seed, you'll spawn on a mushroom island. And the land masses surrounding this island are basically a combination of every different biome. Plains, forest, taiga, extreme hills, mega taiga, jungle, swamp, dark forest, desert, savanna, mesa, ice plains, and finally ice spikes. And if we also count the place you spawn Mushroom Island, this seed truly contains every biome in one place. Quite an interesting yet beautiful seed. As you know, there are several different categories in the creative menu. For example, building blocks, colored blocks, and so on. And there is even a speed run category about collecting the icons in this menu. So you need to collect bricks, cyan wool, grass block, sign, redstone, bookshelf, compass, diamond pickaxe, netherite sword, golden apple, iron ingot, and a chest. Since you can't obtain any spawn eggs in survival mode, this icon is considered an exception. A player named Macaron takes items from a ruined portal when he starts the game and immediately goes to loot the blacksmith in front of him. Using the diamonds from the blacksmith, he crafts a diamond sword. He obtains the sign and bricks before leaving the village. By trading with the emerald he gets from the village, he obtains redstone very easily. He quickly builds a portal and goes to the nether. From the ruined portal chest in the nether, he gets a silk touch enchanted golden pickaxe and a golden apple. He returns to the overworld to get a grass block, then goes back to the nether. He finds a diamond pickaxe in the bastion right in front of him. He also finds a netherite ingot in the bastion and starts crafting. He crafts cyan wool and a compass. He crafts a bookshelf, then finally crafts the netherite sword and completes the speed run in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. In this video, I'll show you all the F3 key combinations. As you know, F3A reloads the chunks. F3B makes hitboxes visible. While it even works on fish, it can be especially useful when fighting the Ender Dragon. If you want to clear the chat, you can press F3D to clean it up. The one I find the strangest is F3C. Unlike the others, you have to hold down F3C. After 10 seconds, the game crashes. The reason for this is to view the crash report and diagnose issues in the game. As you know, F3G shows the chunks in the game. F3H shows the item names and their durability in the game. F3N allows you to switch to spectator mode while in creative mode. It would be strange to use this while F3F4 exists. If you want the game to pause when you Alt-Tab, just press F3P. F3T reloads all resource packs. Before I tell you how I learned all this, you need to like the video because I worked really hard on it. You can see all these combinations by pressing F3Q and checking the chat. Actually, you don't need to memorize all of these, just remember the F3Q combination. There are a total of 16 different colors of wool in Minecraft. You can get some of these wools directly from sheep, but for others, you need to dye them using the dyes you get from flowers. So, how many minutes would it take to gather all this wool as fast as possible? A player named Boosfer was extremely lucky when he started the game, because he spawned in a seed where all the dyes could be found easily. He first collected the cacti and quickly started smelting them. Using the iron he got from the blacksmith, he crafted a shears. He collected the hay bales, turned them into wheat, and used them to get bone meal. He turned the bone meal into white dye. He collected the flowers along the way and crafted dye. He got the brown and gray wool directly from the sheep. Once he gathered all the materials, he quickly started crafting and managed to collect all the wools in 2 minutes and 11 seconds. The most powerful command in Minecraft is /kill. By using this command, you can instantly kill any player or mob, but even though this command is written, there is a way to survive. In the newer versions of the game, the /kill command directly kills the specified entity. But if we look at the earlier versions of the game, this command would only deal damage instead of killing. So if you had enough protection, you could technically survive. The damage dealt by this command is exactly 3.4 times 10 to the power of 38. So that's 17 undecillion hearts. That's a pretty huge number. It's impossible for us to withstand that much damage. But if we go a bit further back, we can see that this command only dealt 1,000 damage, or 500 hearts of damage. In this old version, if you give yourself the resistance 5 effect and use the /kill command, you could survive. If you've ever joined a Minecraft server before, you've probably seen these kinds of small blocks used for decoration. So how are these blocks made? To get these, you need to give yourself a custom player head using this command. But there's a big problem here. If you turn your own skin into a TNT block, then when you want to switch back to your old skin, the TNT will change too. That's why Mark, one of Mojang's developers, created these accounts starting with MHF, short for Mark's Head format, to make things easier for builders, and made them available for everyone to use. And since these skins will never be changed, you can safely use player heads with these names to add detail to your builds. Thanks to Mark for creating hundreds of different accounts just for us. It is impossible to beat Minecraft in peaceful mode. It may seem easy at first, but since hostile mobs do not spawn in peaceful mode, you cannot find or kill blazes in the nether. Likewise, you cannot find endermen either. In this case, since you don't have blaze powder and ender pearls, you cannot craft the Eye of Ender and open the end portal. You can obtain ender pearls by trading with piglins, but since piglins do not spawn, you can obtain them by trading with villagers, but there is no way to find blaze powder. In this mode, you have only one option to complete the game. Strongholds have 12 slots around the portal, and some of these sockets contain Eye of Ender. All of these sockets could be filled with Eye of Ender, but the chance of that happening is very low. With a simple estimate, the probability of finding an end portal with all 12 eyes placed is approximately 0.008%. That's exactly a 1 in a million chance. If you are lucky enough, you can find an open portal and go to the end, but since we are in peaceful mode, the Ender Dragon won't spawn, right? That's exactly why. A few years ago, Mojang released a book series for Minecraft consisting of 4 books. According to the book, as soon as we start the game, we need to build a dirt tower and look around. Next, we need to gather 20 wood blocks using our fist. Then we craft a crafting table and make a wooden pickaxe, axe, sword, and shovel. After that, we collect stone and craft a stone pickaxe, axe, sword, and shovel. We build a shelter and start mining iron. According to the book, before going to the Nether, we need to make a full enchanted diamond armor. We gather 14 obsidian and create a Nether portal. Snowballs that deal 3 damage per hit are indispensable in blaze fights, so we gather snowballs before going. According to the book, as soon as we enter the Nether, we should build a shelter around the portal because ghasts can blow up the portal. Then, we need to find a fortress and kill the blazes with snowballs. This is really ridiculous. Since the shield provides protection against some of the dragon's attacks, the book advises us to craft a shield. Normally, the shield we make at the beginning of the game is crafted almost at the end. The book says we should craft a chest before entering the end and put our spare armor inside it. We should climb a tower, build a platform there, and destroy the crystal that way. Then we kill the dragon. That's all there is to it. Is it possible to beat Minecraft without getting any achievements? In Minecraft, besides the regular achievements, there are also hidden ones that don't appear in chat, and one of them is crafting a crafting table. Therefore, you can only use the crafting tables found in villages. Since using stone tools gives an advancement, you can only use wooden tools. Since you can't sleep at night, you have to spend the entire night waiting. You can't kill any mobs. You must not sprint at all because eating food is actually an advancement. You need to build a portal to go to the Nether. Since picking up obsidian gives you an advancement, you can't build the portal yourself. You have to build the portal using a bucket, but there's a problem. A bucket is made with 3 iron ingots, but picking up iron into your inventory is an achievement. But if you convert iron nuggets into iron without picking it up into your inventory, you won't get the achievement. You need to convert a total of 27 iron nuggets into iron, then craft the bucket without ever putting the iron into your inventory. This way you'll get a bucket without earning any achievement. But if you pick up the lava while building the portal, you'll still earn an achievement. To build the portal, you need to shape the lava into the form of a portal. Unfortunately, when you enter the Nether, you earn an advancement, and there's no way to avoid it. You need to find a blaze spawner in the Nether without entering a fortress in any way. Then, you need to create a hole beneath the spawner and patiently wait for the blazes to come to you. Blazes only drop blaze rods if they are killed by the player or a tamed wolf. We can't use tamed wolves, but here we have a brilliant tactic. Snow golems can survive just short enough in the Nether to throw a single snowball. First, you need to punch the blaze exactly 19 times. Then, you need to throw an egg and have the snow golem kill the blaze. This way, you get the blaze rod without earning the Monster Hunter achievement. But when you get the blaze rod, you also earn an achievement, just like the Nether achievement that you can't avoid. To get ender pearls, you first need to put enderman in a boat, then stuck and kill the enderman using sand. When you enter the stronghold, you earn an achievement. Therefore, you need to find the portal room without entering the stronghold. Then, without entering the portal room, you need to fill the portal frames and jump onto the portal. The end achievement is also unavoidable, just like the 2 achievements we got earlier. Since killing the dragon is also an achievement, you need to kill it with beds without hitting it. To get back to our question, it is not possible to beat Minecraft without earning any achievements. But if you push all your limits, you can beat the game with only 3 achievements. You've all played Minecraft in Superflat before, but have you ever tried beating the game in Superflat? First of all, finding a village in a Superflat world is much easier than normal. You can collect iron from the iron golems and blacksmiths in villages. You won't have any shortage of food or wood here. If you're lucky enough to find the stronghold right away, you can use the lava in the portal room to build a Nether portal. But if you can't find it, you'll need to get obsidian from the chests in blacksmiths or collect the 2-block lava pools found here. Once you make it to the Nether, beating the game becomes much easier. You should farm blaze rods and ender pearls and quickly head to the end dimension. Then you can kill the dragon and beat the game. A fun challenge. Is it possible to beat Minecraft with only 1 inventory slot? Actually, yes. You can use shulker boxes. This is the first thing that comes to everyone's mind. But to get a shulker box, you first need to go to the end, then find an end city, and then kill a shulker to collect shulker shells. But since we only have 1 inventory slot, doing all that is nearly impossible. The first thing you need to do is find as many chests as you can and look for a saddle. Once you find a saddle, everything will actually become easier for you. After finding a saddle, you should find a donkey. We tame the donkey and put the saddle on it. Then when we craft a chest and attach it to the donkey, we effectively get an inventory that we can carry with us. Every time you ride the donkey, you can access your inventory. Although this is quite challenging, you need to go to the Nether with the donkey and collect blaze rod and ender pearl. Once you reach the end, you no longer need the donkey because it really loves the dragon's breath. You can easily climb towers using water and beat the game. Pretty easy. Is it possible to beat Minecraft without taking any damage? It might sound difficult, but it's actually very easy. Since even the slightest damage will kill you, you won't need any armor at all. As soon as you start the game, you need to find iron and craft yourself a shield. Because with a shield, you can avoid almost all types of damage. When you get to the end, you need to destroy the towers from a distance. You can use a bow and arrows, snowballs, or climb the towers and blow them up with TNT. When the Ender Dragon perches, you can time it perfectly and get underneath to hit it. Or you can avoid all the risk and easily kill the dragon using just a bow and arrows. It's really easy. You've probably seen the impossible seed found by a YouTuber named DylanDC14 before. This seed has been very popular over the past few weeks. When you enter the game, lava pours on you and you die. When you respawn, you spawn on a single block with nothing around you. This seed is truly one of the hardest seeds ever found in Minecraft history. But there are actually a few different ways to escape from here. Our first method is to repeatedly use the F3L combination to create lag in the game and escape from here. When you create lag in the game, you take less damage than you normally would and can swim through the lava to escape from here. But I guess that's kind of like cheating. If you enable the bonus chest when creating the world, you can get blocks from it depending on your luck and escape from here. And this isn't actually cheating. But if you see that as cheating too, the tactic I'm about to show really doesn't involve any cheats at all. First, as soon as you enter the game, you need to collect 3 pieces of gravel from around you. Then you go into the lava and place them next to the spot where you spawned. You need to break one of the 3 gravel blocks while inside the lava and instantly place it again. If you pull this off, you'll have a base that looks exactly like this. Then, you need to keep changing the difficulty level and wait for an Enderman to spawn nearby. When you see an Enderman, you need to look into its eyes and lure it into your base. Then all you need to do is punch the Enderman to make it move back and forth between the blocks. You need to make sure the Enderman doesn't fall into the lava. You have to kill the Enderman somehow, even if it's difficult, and get an Ender Pearl to escape from here. Awesome automatic farms you can add to your Minecraft world. This Hoglin farm you're seeing will give you 40,000 items per hour. And those items are only leather and cooked pork chops. Thanks to this farm, you'll never have to worry about food again. If you're like me and hate chopping wood, here's an automatic wood farm for you. And this farm is completely automatic. If you leave the game running AFK, you'll get unlimited bamboo. You can easily turn this bamboo into planks, giving you tons of planks with no effort at all. This Enderman farm you're seeing is actually super easy to build and incredibly profitable. You can get unlimited XP and Ender Pearls just by swinging your sword. Which automatic farm do you think is the best? I had been searching for a good survival seed in the Minecraft Bedrock edition for a long time, and I couldn't believe my eyes when I found this seed. To start off, the place where you spawn has an absolutely stunning view. You spawn right next to a village. There is also a blacksmith in the village. Right above the village, there's a ruined portal, and strangely, every item in the portal chest is enchanted. When we complete the portal and go to the Nether, we come across a bastion. And as if that wasn't enough, when you go a little further, there's even a fortress. And the real bomb starts right underneath the place where we spawn in the overworld. Right beneath the spawn point, there's a mine shaft. A bit further ahead, there's a large trial chamber. Under the mine shaft, there's a stronghold, and you won't believe this, but underneath the stronghold, there's also an ancient city. Everything you need is all in one place in this seed. The best bedrock seed I've ever found. Can't find any diamonds while playing Minecraft? Or is your rich friend on the server showing off with their diamond house? Then you're in the right place, because with this video, you'll become the richest player on the server. You might have seen someone find diamonds before using the lapis lazuli trick, but if you're playing on a newer version or on Bedrock Edition, this trick won't help you at all. So the easiest way to find diamonds is actually really simple. Do you see any mines around? Then go into the mine and look for diamonds below Y level -16. Don't you see any mines around you? Then you should dig down to Y53 and keep mining until you find some diamonds. Even though diamonds are less frequent in mines, they are still much better than strip mining because you can see an incredible amount of area in one go. Also, don't forget to check under the water in the mines and use trapdoors while strip mining. Today I'm going to teach you a few keyboard shortcuts in Minecraft that are not well known but incredibly useful. If you want to transfer items from a chest to your inventory as fast as speedrunners do, all you need to do is pick up an item and double left click while holding down the shift key. This way you can transfer all the items to your inventory. You can also use this shortcut when you want to put the items back into the chest. If you're in creative mode and hold down the scroll wheel while holding an item, you can easily fill chests and your inventory with it. If you press F3 and C at the same time, you can easily copy your current coordinates. If you want to copy a chest along with its contents, look at the chest and click the scroll wheel while holding down the control key. This will copy the chest with everything inside it. The best part is, this doesn't just work for chests. This feature also works for furnaces, signs, and many other blocks I can't even think of right now. Looks like Mojang might have forgotten this block even exists. When the village update came to Minecraft 6 years ago, a bunch of new blocks were added for different types of villager jobs. At first, these blocks were only used to assign jobs to villagers, but over time, each of them was given a function. Smithing tables are now used for netherite and armor patterns. We can make banners with the loom, cartography table is used to copy maps and change their scale. But among all these villager workstations, the fletching table has remained completely useless for 6 years. Villagers can still take on the fletcher job and offer emeralds at pretty cheap rates. That's why we use this block from time to time. But no function has been added to this block in 6 years. There are a bunch of different enchanted arrows in the game. Please, Mojang, bring a menu to craft these. Alright, the Bedrock Edition might actually be better in this regard. If you've ever crafted an armor stand before, you've probably noticed that they work great as decoration, but armor stands in the Java Edition look a bit boring. If we switch to the Bedrock Edition, we can equip armor stands not only with armor, but also with weapons. That's a nice feature on its own. But on top of that, you can also right-click the armor stand to make it pose in 13 different ways. So we can really use them like statues. Even better, since armor stands count as entities in Bedrock, you can flip them upside down with a name tag and even apply potion effects like invisibility. Even though you can do the same things in Java using commands, I think Bedrock is one step ahead in this regard. Can you escape from this Bedrock box using only 2 oak wood? This is actually not as easy as you think. You might have thought about escaping using a trapdoor or a boat. But to craft either of them, you first need to make a crafting table. If you use the wood to make a crafting table, you'll realize that you don't have enough plank left to craft a boat or a trapdoor. Then, what is the way to escape from this box? After crafting a crafting table, you see all the items you can craft. First, you need to use half of the wood to craft 4 sticks. After using all the sticks and wood you have, you'll be able to craft a fence gate. In Minecraft, if you're stuck inside a block, no matter how much you move, the game won't let you exit crawl mode. By using the fence gate like this, when you go under the crafting table, you get stuck in crawling mode by closing the fence gate on top of you. Finally, you can simply jump to escape from here. My friend sent me this prison and told me I had only 1 minute to escape. When I entered the game, I found myself inside a bedrock box and the floor was blocked with barriers. I immediately looked to see if there was a gap in the barriers, but it seemed that everything was closed off. At this time, I noticed there was a glass block in the middle of the room and one on the wall. The glass on the wall was blocking the flow of water, and when I looked closely at the water, I saw that there was an item inside. I quickly broke the glass and allowed the water to flow. This way, I found out that the item inside the glass was a boat. The walls were too high for me to place a boat on, but maybe I could exploit the glitch to pass through the wall with the boat. I instantly tried to escape from the corner of the wall using the boat, but the wall was too thick for that. That's why there was only one way left to escape. I had to pass through the barrier beneath me. If I dropped the boat from above where the water ends, I could get in the boat at the last moment and pass through the blocks. I immediately placed the boat on top of the glass, broke the glass, and at the last moment got in the boat and managed to escape. My friend sent me this prison and said he'd give me $1,000 if I could escape from it. Yeah, my friend is a bit rich. When I entered the prison, I was inside a 4x4 bedrock box. There was a chest inside the prison, and it had only 1 sand in it. There was a small 2-block hole in the prison. I think I needed to go into crawl mode to escape from this prison. I immediately placed the sand on top of myself and tried to enter crawl mode. But since they've fixed most of the bugs in the game, I just couldn't manage to do it. The sand was pushing me sideways instead of putting me into crawl mode. I looked for another way to escape, but I just couldn't find one. Just as I was about to give up, I found a hidden item in my inventory, light gray stained glass pane. If you're playing with the default texture pack, it's almost impossible to spot this block in your inventory. Since my friend knew I was playing with the default texture pack, he set this trap for me. I immediately placed the glass pane next to the hole. I placed the sand so that it landed on top of the glass pane, and thanks to a game glitch, I was able to enter crawl mode. This way, I escaped from the prison. So, technically, I escaped from the prison. Can you escape this bedrock box with only 12 wood? When you enter the game, you will find yourself inside a 34-block-long prison. And to escape from here, you only have a chest and 12 pieces of wood. If you think you can escape by turning the wood into slabs, you're wrong. Because after crafting a crafting table, the remaining wood turned into slabs won't even get you halfway up the prison. Even if you fall from this height and die, you will see that you respawn inside the box again. So, what's the way to escape from here? First, you need to craft a crafting table, a boat, and use the remaining wood to craft slabs. Then you must use what you have to climb 5.5 blocks up and place the boat at the top. Since this is the maximum distance you can reach with the boat, after collecting the blocks below you, you can go up again with the boat. When you repeat this until you reach the top, you'll have escaped from here. With only unlimited fish in your inventory, can you find a way to escape this bedrock box? When you enter the game, you will see a cute cat, a crafting table, and a bed inside the box with you. Normally, you could easily escape using 2 blocks, but you can't do that here because the bed is shorter than a normal block block, no matter how you place the crafting table and the bed, you won't be able to reach a height of 2 blocks. Jumping continuously on the bed to gain momentum won't change the situation either. So, does that mean escaping from here is impossible? Actually, to escape from here, you need to use the cat beside you. First, you need to tame the cat using the fish in your inventory. Then, wait for it to become night, and when you sleep, your cat will come to sleep with you. Each time you sleep like this, your cat has a chance to gift you one of the items from this list randomly. After a little effort, once you've gathered enough string, you can craft wool and escape from here. Can you escape from this bedrock box when all you have is unlimited salmon fish? When you enter the game, you will see that there is a crafting table and a command block that spawns salmon when activated inside this box with you. When you place these blocks in the shape of a stair, you will notice that one step is missing. So the real question is, how can you create one more block using these fish? At first look, these fish may seem completely useless, but in the Java version, the fish have an unknown feature. In this version, when you kill the fish, they can drop bone meal in addition to food and XP. So if you spawn a lot of fish and wait for them all to die, you can get as much bone meal as you want. And when you have 9 bone meal, you can craft a bone block from the crafting table and easily escape from here. But it's better if you don't jump like me. 3 years ago, a YouTuber named Samuri built a working version of Minecraft inside Minecraft, and it made an incredible impact because it was built entirely using only redstone components in Minecraft without any mods or data packs. The same YouTuber recently shared another one of his projects. This time, he built a working ChatGPT inside Minecraft. Yes, you heard that right. He built an AI inside Minecraft that you can ask anything you want. Here's how the system works. You use the keyboard in front of the screen to type any question you want. This question is sent to ChatGPT's TinyChat API, and command blocks start spawning in your world according to the response. Even though it works extremely slowly, this system actually works. You can go to Samuri's YouTube channel to learn more details about the project. The funny thing is, I still can't even make a simple piston system. My friend trapped me in this prison and said if I manage to escape, he'll subscribe to my channel. Inside the prison, there was only 1 chicken, 1 dispenser, and 1 target block, and I had to escape this parkour using only these. This parkour was too big for me to jump across. While I was thinking, I saw the chicken lay an egg. I quickly grabbed the egg and threw it at the target block on the ceiling. A lever fell from above. Then I tried using the lever to find a hidden redstone system or a door. I looked around for about 10 minutes, but I couldn't find anything. Then the chicken laid another egg, and I picked it up again. I wondered if there might be another item above, so I threw the egg at the target block again. This time, a slow-falling arrow fell from above. I immediately put the arrow into the dispenser and activated the dispenser by using the lever. Thanks to this, I got the slow-falling effect and easily escaped the parkour. Since my friend subscribed to my channel, now it's your turn. Most people believe that the rarest ore in the mines is deep slate emerald ore. Emerald is already a very rare ore, especially its deep slate variant. And there's even a speedrun category based on obtaining this block. As you know, to obtain ores in their ore form, you need a pickaxe with the Silk Touch enchantment. If you load into this seed, there's a ruined portal right where you spawn. And the best part of this seed is that there's a deep slate emerald right nearby. And even better, once you complete the ruined portal and enter the nether, you spawn inside a bastion. And in a chest right ahead, there's a pickaxe with Silk Touch. Honestly, the person who found this seed deserves some praise because it's absolutely perfect for speedrunning. A player named Unsortiertes loads into this seed and gets to the nether insanely fast. As soon as he enters the nether, he grabs the pickaxe from the chest. At this point, most people would go back through the portal and return to the overworld, but Unsortiertes chooses to die instead. Right before he dies, he throws the pickaxe toward the portal. This is called a portal animation skip, and it's one of the smartest tricks I've ever seen. And trust me, this is not easy at all, because the piglin needs to land a critical hit on you. Everything lines up perfectly, allowing him to finish the speedrun in just 17 seconds. My friend trapped me in this bedrock box and said it was impossible to escape. When I entered the game, I found myself in a prison, floating right above the void. There was a sign at the end of the room telling me to press the button to escape, but the problem was that the blocks in the middle and at the end of the room were too far apart for me to jump. I would need to find another way to escape from here. When I first entered the room, I noticed that there was a chicken with me. I opened the hopper next to the chicken and found a fence, a lead, and a boat inside. First, I placed the fence in the hidden compartment in the ceiling and used the lead to tie the chicken to the fence. Then, I dragged the boat into the void so that it would be positioned over the chicken. I had completed the first step. When I got to the second part, I noticed a hidden hopper in the wall. Inside the hopper, there was only a piece of sand. I could have crossed to the other side using the sand, but I would only have one chance. I jumped and with perfect timing placed the sand beneath me, then crossed to the other side. And that's how I escaped from here. Did you know these? If you throw a trident with the channeling enchantment at a villager during rainy weather, the villager will turn into a witch. If you try the same thing on a mushroom cow, it will turn into a moo bloom. If you try the same thing on a creeper, it will turn into the strongest mob version in the game, the charged creeper, and its explosion power increases tremendously. If you try the same thing on a pig, it will turn into a zombified piglin. If you leave a zombie underwater, it will turn into a drowned, and drowned have a 6.25% chance to spawn with a trident. This rate is 15% in Bedrock Edition. If you put husks, a type of zombie that spawns in deserts, in water, they will turn into a normal zombie. If you leave a skeleton in powder snow, after a while it will freeze and turn into a stray. You can turn a mushroom into a regular cow using shears. If you give a name tag the name Jeb_, and use it on a sheep, the sheep will constantly change colors and have a fun appearance. If you do the same thing this time with the name Dinnerbone, it will turn the mob you use it on upside down forever. If you leave a piglin under the sun for a while, it will turn into a zombified piglin. Similarly, if you leave a hoglin under the sun, it will turn into a zoglin. If you subscribe to my channel right now, I will become very happy. Dolphins are the dumbest mobs in Minecraft. If you didn't know, it's possible to create the fastest transportation routes in the game using the Dolphin's Grace effect, but I'm sure you've never seen anyone do this before, and there's a good reason for that. If you've ever tried making an aquarium and putting a dolphin inside, you might have been disappointed, because if you leave your house for just 2 minutes and come back, the dolphin you barely managed to get will be dead. The reason for this is that dolphins are coded in a very strange way. Since dolphins are mammals, they need both water and oxygen to survive. So if they stay above water for a while, they die, but if they stay underwater for too long, they die by drowning. You might think, I'll just leave some space above the aquarium and solve the problem. But there's such a stupid thing that happens. As soon as you move a little bit away, the dolphins stop moving and end up staying underwater, drowning again. If you don't subscribe, I'll stay underwater and die like dolphins. When version 1.9 was released, the end dimension was newly added to the game, so strange glitches could occur. Normally, if there's an item next to the dragon that doesn't belong to the end dimension, it disappears. However, in the early days of version 1.9, this feature hadn't been added to the game yet, so if you wanted to, you could actually make the dragon sit in a boat. There's even a speedrun category about this. When you started the game in Beta 1.9 pre-release 3, the game gave you some items so that players could experience the end dimension. For example, when you placed a stone pressure plate, an end portal would open. As soon as the player doing the speedrun enters the game, they open the end portal next to the tree and quickly start breaking wood. Then they craft a crafting table and a boat and go to the end. They place the boat in the dragon's nest and finish the speedrun in 38 seconds. Can you escape this platform 32 blocks above the ground with only an empty bucket? When you create the world, you will find yourself on a tiny obsidian platform. Right next to you, you will see that there is a crafting table and a furnace with a sponge inside. Since you don't have any armor, it's impossible to survive if you jump down. And since the bucket in your hand is empty, you can't get away using MLG. Maybe you thought you could escape from here by performing the Shift MLG, which is known by only a few people. But to do that, you have to be at least 35 blocks above the ground, and the longest height you can jump is only 34 blocks. To escape from here, you should first break the crafting table and add it to your inventory, because the sponge you saw in the furnace was actually not a normal sponge. If you use the crafting table as fuel and heat the wet sponge, it will turn into a normal sponge. And if you place your bucket in the furnace during this process, you can collect the water from the sponge into the bucket. Now you can easily escape from here using your bucket. This is the Minecraft Beacon Prison. When I entered the prison, I saw a 3x3 emerald block platform and 2 different holes above. Since this is a beacon prison, that platform was actually meant for a beacon. I had 4 slabs, 1 beacon, and a gold ingot in my inventory. When I placed the beacon on the platform, I saw that I could activate it at the 2nd tier. That means I could get jump boost. I immediately used the gold ingot to get jump boost. I had to reach the hole above using the slabs I had. Thanks to the jump boost, I jumped higher than normal and used the slabs in the best way, but I couldn't get out through the hole. I needed 1 more block. After thinking for a bit, an idea came to me. If I could use the beacon as the last block, I could easily escape from here. This is a risky move because when I break the beacon, I'll only have jump boost for 12 seconds, and since I don't have any other gold ingots, I won't be able to activate the beacon again. I took the risk and broke the beacon, then immediately started placing the slabs. I climbed to the top and used the beacon as the last block, escaping easily from this prison. This is the Minecraft crafting table prison. When I entered the prison, the first thing that caught my attention was the redstones on the ground. First, I collected the redstones and noticed a small hole in the corner. The hole led to a hidden passage, and it was covered with a big drip leaf. I broke took the drip leaf and the grass block beneath it and went inside. When I got inside, there was a chest, a crafting table, 2 pieces of redstone, and 1 ladder. First, I picked up the redstones and the ladder. Then, when I looked inside the chest, I found 9 wheat, 3 iron, and 7 sticks. Since this was a crafting table prison, I figured I had to craft something. I gathered everything here and climbed back up using the ladder I found. While looking around, I noticed a small hole near the top of the wall. To reach it, I had to craft as many blocks as I could. I turned the redstones into redstone block. I crafted the wheats into hay bale. I crafted ladders using the sticks. According to my calculations, I didn't have enough blocks to reach the hole here, and I only had 3 iron left. After thinking for a bit, I used one of the irons to make iron nuggets. Then, thanks to these nuggets, I crafted 2 chains. Thanks to these blocks, I could reach that hole, and it happened exactly as I said it would. I reached the hole, but somehow I had to switch to crawl mode. With my last remaining item, the big drip leaf, I easily switched to crawl mode and managed to escape from this prison. This is the Minecraft TNT prison. If you don't escape within a minute, the prison will explode and our hardcore world will be erased forever. When you look around, you'll only see sponge and ice, but if you break the ice now, no water will come out because there are no blocks underneath it. Also, if you crouch and look up, you'll find a glass pane inside a hidden barrel. By placing the glass here and breaking the ice, it will turn into water, giving you time to escape before the sponge absorbs the water. After that, you'll take sponge, barrel, and mushrooms inside the room, then build a tower with blocks to reach the platform with lava. In the lava, there is a hidden crafting table and a hopper containing a bowl, a flour, and 3 pieces of iron. By using these items to craft a bucket and suspicious stew for fire resistance, you'll be able to climb out of the lava. Above, on the ice, there are candles and a hidden snowball. When you throw the snowball from the lava, the candle will light, causing the ice to melt. When the ice melts, you can use the bucket to collect water and escape. You can collect water again and do an MLG to escape before the TNT explodes. But don't be as clumsy as me. Everyone gets this wrong. When we think of the hardest block to break in Minecraft, bedrock or obsidian usually comes to mind. But that's completely wrong, because bedrock can't be broken naturally, and obsidian takes 8.5 seconds to break. With a netherite pickaxe, no effects on us, and no enchantments on the pickaxe, a respawn anchor takes exactly 9 seconds to break. Although this may seem like a long time, it's not even close to the longest. A netherite block breaks in 8.5 seconds, just like obsidian. Many of you might think of items like ancient debris, beacon, or ender chests, but all of these are blocks that break quite quickly in about 5 seconds. And among all these blocks, the hardest to break is the one with a breaking time of 82.5 seconds, reinforced deep slate. If you just learned this, don't forget to subscribe. My entire Minecraft journey was a lie. When I sat at the computer to record a video, I realized that the Minecraft crosshair, which was supposed to be right in the center of the screen, didn't seem like it was exactly in the center. So either I found the dumbest bug in the world, or I've started to go insane from drinking 52 cans of Red Bull a day. When I looked it up online, I realized that there were actually other people who thought the same as me. I took a random screenshot from the game and started analyzing it in Photoshop. For reference, I placed an image of a ruler to the left of the screenshot and resized it until it exactly aligned with the vertical part of the crosshair. Then, without changing the ruler at all, I placed it on the right side and saw that it was exactly 2 pixels off from the center. So the Minecraft crosshair was exactly 1 pixel to the left of where it should be. There is more than 1 end portal in Minecraft, so how long would it take to fill all the portals in the game? Since there were only 3 end portals in the game before version 1.9, some players managed to do this in under an hour. But with version 1.9, the number of end portals in the game increased to 128, and the portals started spawning much farther away. Still, a player named Kanao managed to fill all the portals and defeat the dragon in just 7 hours and 29 minutes. This speedrun starts off in a normal way, and Kanao kills the dragon for the first time at minute 20. Then he goes to the end cities to gather diamond gear and shulker boxes he'll use throughout the game. Here's where the real progress begins. To go 8 times faster in the nether, obsidian, and collecting blaze sticks for the Eye of Ender. Later in the middle of the speedrun, he creates an Enderman farm to gather the necessary Ender pearls. After that, he flies to the approximate coordinates of each stronghold in the game by traveling on the nether roof. He places a bed next to the portal and sleeps in the world. Then he finds the exact location of the end portal and fills it. And since he already defeated the dragon, he goes through the portal and returns to his bed. After returning to the nether and repeating this 127 times, he completes the all portals category. As you know, there's a barrier block in Minecraft. You can only get this block using commands and it's invisible. You can see it only if you hold it in your hand while in creative mode. But what if I told you that in one seed, a barrier can naturally generate in the world? Maybe it's something that happens in many seeds, but it's almost impossible to notice because we can't see it. If you enter the game in this version and this seed, all you have to do to find the barrier block is go to the nether. In the bastion, in the nether, if you break the blocks at these coordinates, you can find the barrier block. When you open the F3 menu, there's an information panel that tells you what block you're looking at. When we look exactly at this spot, we find the barrier block. Which was the first item recipe added to Minecraft? If you think it was one of the simplest items in the game, like a pickaxe, sword, stick, or a crafting table, you're wrong. Because when the first item recipe was added to Minecraft, the crafting table hadn't even been added to the game yet. But in the in-dev version, where the crafting system was added, you could open the crafting menu by pressing the B key. When you place the apple, one of Minecraft's creator Notch's favorite items, in the top left corner of this menu, it would give you one of the oldest items in the game, the arrow. This recipe was added to the game to ensure the crafting system was working, and it was removed from the game shortly afterward. If you're incredibly lucky in Minecraft, you can find a naturally generated end portal. But is it possible to find a naturally generated nether portal in your world? Each end portal frame block has a 10% chance of containing an Eye of Ender. So while the chance of finding a fully filled portal is very low, it's not impossible. But unlike that, it's impossible for nether portals to generate on their own. Even if you find a ruined portal in your world, you still need to complete the obsidians and light the portal yourself. But in version 1.16, if you head to these coordinates in this seed, you'll come across a mansion. And because the obsidian room in this mansion connects with the ruined portal right beneath it, they form a complete nether portal together. The lava in the obsidian room also sets the mansion's wood on fire and forms a nether portal on its own. There are many speedrun categories about completely filling up your inventory in the game. One of them is filling your entire inventory with crafting tables. At first glance, this might look like a very easy speedrun, but to fill your entire inventory, you need a total of 2,368 logs, because every single log is equivalent to one crafting table. When the speedrun begins, a streamer named Feinberg spawns in a desert biome. This is actually great news because Feinberg's plan is to loot as many desert temples as possible. He collects the TNT and the gunpowder from the temple. Since he got a saddle from the first temple, he immediately finds a horse and starts searching the desert for more temples. After looting a total of 4 temples, he ends up with 47 TNT. Of course, blowing up the trees with TNT is much faster than chopping them one by one. He finds a forest biome and starts detonating the TNT. And thanks to the bone meal he got from the temples, he grows more trees while waiting for the TNT to explode. After filling his entire inventory with logs, he starts crafting and finishes the speedrun in 16 minutes and 59 seconds. I mentioned that there are speedruns about filling the entire inventory in Minecraft. The goal of this speedrun is to fill your entire inventory with furnaces. This speedrun might seem easy at first, but you need a total of 2,368 furnaces. For this, you need to collect exactly 18,944 cobblestone. One of the few people who managed to successfully complete this speedrun in under 1 hour is Feinberg. First of all, it starts like a normal speedrun. After Feinberg collects enough materials for the nether and the end, he goes to the nether. After trading with piglins in the nether and looting a bastion a bit, he collects blaze rods and goes to the stronghold. In fact, 30 minutes pass before he goes to the end dimension, and he still doesn't have a single piece of cobblestone in his inventory. But at this point, he builds a mechanism on top of the end portal. The purpose of this mechanism is to spam items into the portal. If you didn't know, when you send items into the end portal, all the blocks on the obsidian platform where you spawn in the end get broken. But when you go to the end dimension, your redstone systems in the overworld do not work. For the system to keep working, the chunk where the system is located must be constantly refreshing. And for this, an ender pearl needs to stay suspended in the air continuously. After building the entire system, he builds a cobblestone generator on top of the platform in the end dimension. This system continuously generates stone on top of the platform. Thanks to these 2 redstone systems he set up, he is able to obtain unlimited cobblestone without ever needing to pickaxe. He spends about 10 minutes continuously crafting furnaces and completes the speedrun in 47 minutes and 13 seconds. A player named Mixray accidentally broke the world record. First, I need to tell you about speedrun players. These players constantly create new worlds and try to speedrun in the ones that catch their eye. Mixray noticed that a ruined portal and a village had spawned inside each other in the world he entered. When Mixray saw that there was a golden axe and a golden pickaxe inside the chest, he got an idea and started mining different blocks. The reason I say accidentally is this. While the speedrun was ongoing, Mixray paused the game and enabled the full inventory option in speedrun mod. So Mixray's intention wasn't actually to do this speedrun category, since a golden axe and a golden pickaxe are an absolute blessing for this speedrun. He suddenly changed his route. He quickly started breaking different blocks and filling up his inventory as fast as possible. He was actually inexperienced in this speedrun because he wasted a lot of time breaking 2 different cauldrons. Despite that, he managed to take first place in the world with an 8-second lead. There is a strange speedrun category in Minecraft called getting full iron armor in 15 levels. As you can guess, the goal of the speedrun is to craft full iron armor and reach level 15 as fast as possible. Crafting iron armor quickly isn't very hard, but reaching level 15 quickly isn't that easy. Many people might think of the advancements in the Nether. As you know, if you can visit 5 different biomes in the Nether, you can complete the Hot Tourist Destinations advancement, which gives you 19 levels. But there is a way to reach level 15 thanks to a method that is much shorter than you might think. As you collect the sculk blocks found in ancient cities, you can gain experience experience points. Additionally, you can collect them incredibly fast using a hoe. A player named Etherina collects some iron ore and coal as soon as the game starts. The player's real luck is that there is an ancient city very close to where they spawn. He goes down to the ancient city and starts smelting the iron ores. Meanwhile, using a hoe, he quickly reaches level 15. He crafts everything very quickly and completes the speedrun in 3 minutes and 43 seconds. You all know the full netherite armor speedrun. Normally, the world record for the speedrun is 33 seconds, but one player claims he did it in 7 seconds. First, I slowed the video down because you can't understand anything when you watch it at normal speed. As soon as the player enters the world, he grabs the items in the chest and opens the nether portal incredibly fast, but there is only one obsidian in the chest. So the player duplicates the obsidian by using a glitch. He spawns inside a bastion in the nether and crafts items incredibly fast. He instantly gets a full netherite set. Now I'm going to show you the video without slowing it down. Yes, if you're wondering how this happened, it's very simple with cheats. The player is actually using an item duplication cheat and having the computer do all of these actions. So basically, he isn't doing anything himself. The bot he uses completes the speedrun for him. He also mentioned that this isn't considered a real speedrun and that he's doing it just for fun, but still 7 seconds is an incredible time because just entering the nether already takes 4 seconds. This is amazing. With this command, you can freeze everything in the game instantly. With this command, you can get an item that works just like a totem of undying. This is really fun. With this command, you can spawn lightning just like you spawn mobs. With this command, you can make yourself giant. If you set the value to 0.1, you'll become tiny this time. With this command, you can give yourself an item that you can eat. And interestingly, you can eat all the items. And with this command, you can unfreeze everything you froze in the game. Are you tired of this boring ceiling view like I am? Especially if, like me, you've been using the same roof design for years, it's totally normal to get tired of this look. If you want to create a sky view on your ceiling, first you need to build an area like this. You can build an area like this using black and white wools. Since you need to build a 140 by 140 area, you'll need at least 20,000 wool. After completing the area, we take a map of it using an empty map. Then, we cover our ceiling with item frames. We place the map we obtained into the item frames. This way, you can create a galaxy view on your ceiling. A great gift idea in Minecraft for your girlfriend. First, craft a loom. First of all, place a black banner. Use red dye to paint it first with a cross pattern, then with a lozenge pattern. Then, using black dye, paint it in order with the sawtooth pattern, the diagonal stripe pattern, and the dot pattern. But it's still not finished yet. For the final time, we paint it with black dye using the straight line pattern. And there you go, your heart pattern is ready. You can give this to your girlfriend as a gift. But there's one problem. I don't have a girlfriend. A few days ago, a player shared this screenshot and claimed that he had found Herobrine's house. Looking at the screenshot, you can see a villager house that is generated in the lower parts of a cave. We know that Herobrine looks a lot like Steve and is a copy of him, but we also know that unlike Steve, he isn't friendly at all. He's a complete enemy. In this case, it actually seems likely that Herobrine wouldn't live on the surface with villagers, but rather in a hidden place together with hostile mobs. According to a rumor, Herobrine, who was once friends with the villagers, was betrayed by them one day and devoted himself to killing everyone. And this photo isn't fake, it's completely real and exists within the game. If you enter the game with this seed and go to these coordinates, you'll come across a village. There's a cave beneath the village, and that's where Herobrine's house is. The idea that he fought with the villagers and built his own house in the cave beneath the village actually fits perfectly with the story. Yeah, this is way better like this. The story is actually this. There's a village here, and since the entrance of the cave lines up with part of the village, one of the village houses spawned inside the cave due to a game glitch. In short, this isn't Herobrine's house. It was generated here due to a game glitch. But still, if you enter the game with this seed and find this house, be careful, because this is something that has never been seen in Minecraft before. You all probably know zombie villagers. If you give this zombie villager a potion of weakness first and then a golden apple, it will turn back into a normal villager after 3 to 5 minutes. If you do this, the villager will really like you and give you very nice discounts when trading. But there's actually a hidden feature that most people don't know. If you set free the villager whose life you saved, he will go to another nearby villager and tell him about the good deed you did. And this is a feature that will be very useful for you. Villagers have a gossip algorithm. The cured villager will inform all the other villagers, and this way, you'll be able to buy items at a discount from all of them. I'm going to talk about a feature in Minecraft that has gone unnoticed for years. No matter what angle you look at this flower from, it will always appear tilted to the left. Actually, this is something that happens with all flowers in Minecraft, but with this one, it's the most noticeable because of its shape. For example, let's try this with a red tulip. If you look closely, the left green leaf is bigger and the right green leaf is smaller. When we look from the right side, it's still the same. When we look at it from directly behind, it still looks the same, and this goes against geometry. It's the same case for most plants in the game. This actually has to do with Minecraft's billboard system. Small decorative blocks in the game, like flowers, grass, and mushrooms, are not designed as 3D models. The model of these blocks actually consists of two flat 2D surfaces stacked on top of each other and intersecting. So no matter which angle you look at the flower model from, it always looks the same because the surfaces show the same texture from every side. There are a lot of blocks in the game that work with this kind of sprite logic. There are a few logical reasons why Mojang chose this technique. Minecraft has to load and process very large worlds. If every flower, grass, and sapling were fully 3D modeled, millions of tiny polygons would have to be processed on the screen. This would make the game very demanding on almost every computer. Thanks to the billboard technique, visual variety is achieved at a very low cost using just a single flat surface. If you haven't heard about this feature before, like this video. Minecraft features you probably didn't know about. Snowfall can't be seen through stained glass. Strangely enough, anvils can't break turtle eggs. Phantoms, just like creepers, are afraid of cats and won't go near them. Zombies can't attack you while you're near riding a camel. You can't spawn the wither in a snow biome. Piglin heads and ender dragon heads have special animations. By naming a banner, you can see that name on the map. Which ones didn't you know? Write them in the comments. Have you ever wondered how many blocks there are in a Minecraft world? In Minecraft, you need to travel exactly 30 million blocks from the 00 coordinates to reach the world border. Of course, that's 30 million in every direction. So if we think about the world only horizontally, there are about 60 million by 60 million blocks. That means there are 3.6 quadrillion blocks. But there are two different things we didn't include in the calculation. The first one is the blocks underground. In Minecraft, the lowest level you can reach underground is y-64. The second thing you need to take into account is the blocks on the surface. Everything that looks like empty space in Minecraft is actually a block, and the name of this block is air. So in reality, there is no empty space in the world. You could say the entire world is made up of blocks. On the surface, we can place blocks up to a maximum height of y level 320. Between y-64 and y320, there are 384 layers. This means that if we multiply 3.6 quadrillion by 384, there are exactly 1 quintillion, 382 quadrillion, 400 trillion blocks in a Minecraft world. What's the maximum weight you can carry in Minecraft? Logically, the heaviest block in Minecraft is considered to be the netherite block. If you fill your entire inventory with shulker boxes and then fill those shulker boxes with netherite blocks, you will be carrying a lot of weight. But contrary to popular belief, the netherite block is actually not the heaviest block in the game, because the ice block is 90 million times heavier than the netherite block. If we break the ice at build height and let it flow down to bedrock as a perfect water pyramid, we can measure the weight of a single ice block as 1.8 trillion. Even with just this, if you fill your entire inventory with shulker boxes full of ice, you can carry around 80 quadrillion kilograms. But we can craft 9 pieces of ice into packed ice and then combine 9 packed ice blocks to make blue ice. So 1 piece of blue ice is actually made up of 81 normal ice blocks. This means that if you fill your inventory with blue ice-filled shulkers, you could carry 91 quintillion kilograms in your inventory at once. That's the performance my physics teacher expects from me. How old are iron golems in Minecraft? Iron golems were added to the game in version 1.2, which was released in March 2012. That's why you might think the golems are 13 years old. But the math behind it isn't that simple. Minecraft version 1.2 was released by Notch on March 1, 2012. And as of today, a total of 4,821 days have passed since then. Since there are 1,440 minutes in a day, if we multiply 1,440 by 4,821, we get 6,942,240 minutes. If we also take into account that one full day in Minecraft lasts 20 minutes, that means 6,942,240 divided by 20 is 347,112 Minecraft days. And if we divide that by 365, the number of days in a year, golems are exactly 950 years old. In just 50 more Minecraft years, they'll turn 1,000 years old. So the main character of the game, Steve, how old is he? If you get stuck on the nether roof, what should you do? Don't worry, because if you don't have obsidian and a flint and steel, there are 3 more ways to get out of here. The first way is to build a tower with all the blocks you have and jump down. But if you're in hardcore mode, this might not be your best option. The other option is to open a LAN world, enable cheats, and switch to creative mode. But if you have strict rules like me, this isn't a very logical method either. That's why the most logical solution you can use is this. You need to press F3 and find a nether wastes biome. Then, build a platform with all the blocks you have and move away a bit to let pigmen and piglins spawn. When you kill the spawned pigmen, you have a small chance of getting gold. Since this will take a while, you can eat rotten flesh to avoid dying from hunger. Once you've collected enough gold, you can trade with the piglins that spawn on the platform. With a low chance, you might get obsidian and use the fire charges they drop to light your new portal and escape from here. Nether fortresses are one of the most important structures in Minecraft, but most people have trouble finding this place, so today I'm going to show you how you can easily find this place. First, you need to press Shift, F3, and 1 at the same time and look at this circle. In this circle, we click on tick, then level, and finally block entities in that order. This circle shows all the blocks within your render distance. This way, you can tell whether the fortress is nearby or far away by changing your render distance. You need to find the word spawner inside this circle. The only possible issue with this trick is that bastions also have spawners, so you might accidentally head there instead. But on the bright side, at least, you'll find a bastion. If you're confused, there's a simpler trick you can try. You need to take a dirt block and a sunflower with you. When you place the dirt block and the sunflower, if you move in the direction the sunflower is facing, you will definitely find a fortress. You've all probably seen a pixel art video before. So, how do the people who make these videos manage to draw 20 pixel arts in a single day? Yes, just as you guessed, they don't spend the whole day placing blocks. Or they don't have any special talent either. There's a simple application that does this. Today, I'm going to show you the easiest way to do this. First, you choose an image for yourself. Then, you need to search for Minecraft Pixel Art Maker on Google. You go to any site that appears. After uploading your image and entering its pixels, there is an option to copy the image as a schematic file or a command block. Once you paste this command into a command block, an anime girl will appear in your world. Minecraft's most iconic creature, the creeper. What kind of being is it exactly? Most mobs in the game are either real-life animals or based on classic concepts like zombies, but the creeper doesn't quite fit into any of these categories. So, is the creeper a green alien, or does it have a different story behind it? To find out, we need to look at the story behind how the creeper was made. 15 years ago, when Notch was adding pigs to the game, he mixed up the length and width dimensions, and that's how the first version of the creeper came to be. Notch, who really liked this shape, added a creepy face to the leaf texture, which was much greener back then to create a camouflaged creature. And that's where its name comes from too. The word creeper has different meanings, such as reptile, scary, or disgusting. So the creeper is actually an imaginary creature that hides around and has a dry leaf-like texture. We all know Minecraft speedruns. A challenge to do something as fast as possible. I wanted to do one of these speedruns myself, but we have a problem. I'm really bad at it. But there's a speedrun category even I can do. Breaking a bee nest. In this category, all you have to do is break a bee nest. And as you can see, almost everyone in the world has completed this challenge in 450 milliseconds. There's no way to do this record any faster because breaking this block takes exactly 450 milliseconds. First, I found the seed and entered the game. Every time you create a new world, it spawns you in slightly different spots within a small area. After a few tries, I managed to spawn in the right spot. In speedruns, the timer doesn't start as long as you don't move after generating the world. Since all I had to do was break the block in front of me, it wasn't too difficult, and this way I became one of the co-holders of the world record. I think my friend got a bit mad at me, and this time sent me a prison that's impossible to escape from. This prison was really small and completely sealed with bedrock. Escaping from this prison might be really difficult. There was a chest in the room. Inside the chest were 9 oak planks, 1 stick, and 11 iron. I actually understood what I needed to do, but it was a bit risky, because if I couldn't escape with the things I was going to craft, I'd be stuck here forever. But I guess I didn't have any other choice. I crafted a crafting table using the planks. I crafted a minecart using 5 iron. I crafted rails with the remaining 6 iron and 1 stick. And finally, I crafted a boat. I was now ready to escape from here. Since rails can't be placed on chests, I used the crafting table as a block and placed the rails so they would hit the wall. I placed the minecart at the very top of the rails. I placed the boat right in the middle of the rails and pushed the minecart onto the boat. This way, the boat actually ended up riding on top of the minecart. I broke the minecart, and due to a game glitch, the boat's hitbox ended up inside the wall. This way, I got on the boat and passed through the wall, escaping from this prison. My friend sent me this prison and said that if I can escape from it, we'll go to the Minecraft movie together and he'll buy me the new Minecraft meal at McDonald's. When I enter the game, I find myself inside a bedrock box that's 25 blocks high. Inside the box, there was only a crafting table, a dispenser, and a chest. The chest contained 2 redstone, 3 copper, and 5 oak planks. I knew I couldn't go up 25 blocks with these materials. I knew how to escape, but it was going to take some time. Fortunately, Fortunately, since I love free hamburgers so much, I could wait. First, I crafted a boat with the wood, then crafted a lightning rod using the copper and placed the boat inside the dispenser. I placed the lightning rod 2 blocks away to prevent the boat from being struck by lightning and set up a simple mechanism with redstone. I waited for the rain. When the rain finally started and lightning struck, the dispenser was activated, and due to a game glitch, the boat spawned inside the wall. This way, I was able to easily escape from here. My friend threw me into this prison you see and said, "It's impossible to escape from here." First of all, there was only one hole inside the prison and it looked like a waterway. I got curious and tried to escape through the waterway, but it was so long that I couldn't make it. I tried over and over, but I just couldn't escape. There was a chest inside the prison. Inside the chest were 2 blaze rods, 3 sticks, 2 strings, 3 cobblestones, 1 nether wart, 1 crafting table, and 1 glass bottle. I think I figured out what I needed to do to escape this prison. First, I crafted a brewing stand using the crafting table. Then, I turned the remaining blaze rod into blaze powder and put it inside the brewing stand. I filled the glass bottle with water and placed it along with the nether wart inside the brewing stand. This way, I obtained an awkward potion. Now, all I have to do is combine the sticks and strings to make a fishing rod. With this fishing rod, I started fishing even though it was difficult. The only thing I needed was to catch a puffer fish. According to this chart, I have a 13% chance. Luckily, I got lucky and managed to catch the fish on the first try. I combined the puffer fish I caught with the potion I brewed and obtained a water-breathing potion. Thanks to this potion, I was able to breathe underwater and escape from this prison. My friend sent me this prison and said that I needed to use a game glitch that no one knows about to escape. When I entered the game, I saw a 1-block gap in the wall in front of me that led outside. Also, the top of the prison was completely open. Then I opened the hopper in the room and found 1 fence and 2 dirt blocks inside. The first idea that came to my mind was to use the blocks I had to climb up. This seemed impossible, but I wanted to give it a try. I tried to climb as high as possible using the hopper as well, but as you might expect, I failed. I guess the only way to escape was to use this hole you see. After thinking for a long time, I think I finally figured out what I had to do. I had to use the game glitch that no one knows my friend mentioned. First, I placed the fence on top of the hole in the wall. Then I placed one of the dirt blocks underneath me, and I was now ready to use the game glitch. If you lean your back completely against the fence jump while placing the dirt block underneath you, and then move backward toward the fence, the game puts you into crawl mode because of the fence's weird hitbox, allowing you to pass through the block. By using this game glitch, I was able to escape this prison. Can you escape this prison with only a dragon egg in your inventory? When you enter the game, you'll find yourself inside a bedrock box. You will see a 1-block hole under the walls around you and a differently colored glass pane in each corner. Actually, this may seem like a prison that's very easy to escape from, but since you only have a dragon egg, it's not that easy. But this doesn't stop you from escaping, because the dragon egg has 2 important unique properties. The first is that it is affected by gravity, like sand or gravel. The second is that when you click on it, it teleports to a random location. And to escape from here, you only need to use one of these 2 properties. Because if you stand on any of the colored glass and place the dragon egg on top of you, you'll see the egg fall onto you and stay on the same block as you. After this, when you break the glass below you, the egg will briefly put you into crawl mode, and if you manage to enter the hole during this time, you will have escaped. My friend pushed me into this trap you see and poured lava on me, so now I was racing against time to escape. I had to find a way to squeeze through the 1-block hole in the wall. When I looked inside the hopper in the room, I saw a trident and a target block. If I could transmit a redstone signal from the target block to the trap door, I could enter crawl mode to fit through the gap. But no matter how much I tried, the door opened before I even got underneath it. Even when I stood under the door while throwing the trident, it didn't work. My time was running out fast, and if I didn't do something soon, I'd turn into a barbecue. Right at that moment, an idea came to my mind. If I could delay the time it takes for the trident to hit the target block even just a little, I could create enough time to get under the door. So I threw the trident in a way that it would align right under the hopper, and knowing I only had one chance, I started breaking it. As the hopper broke, the trident hit the target block with a slight delay, and I managed to escape. I spent my whole life believing that Java was the best version of Minecraft, but I guess I was wrong, because one of the most powerful tools in Minecraft is way better in the Bedrock edition than in Java. As you know, to make armor for your dog, you need Armadillo Scooty, and to get that, you have to use a brush. Well, in Java, brushes only have 4 durability, while in Bedrock they have 5, so brushes have 25% more durability in Bedrock. So if you want to make armor for 4 dogs, you'd need 6 brushes in Java, but only 5 if you're playing Bedrock. So when you make armor for 4 dogs if you're on Bedrock, you'll save exactly 1 feather, 1 copper, and 1 stick. Yeah, Bedrock is better. I think this time I've found the hardest seed in the world. If you enter the game on this seed, you can never beat the game, because in this seed, it's impossible to beat the game. At first, nothing seems different when you spawn. On top of that, there's a mine shaft right beneath your spawn point. This mine shaft has more than 3 spawners and over 7 chests. You can make an amazing start to the game. There are 2 different villages nearby. You might not have seen any problems so far. The real challenge in this seed begins when you enter the end dimension. dimension. There is no end stone in the end dimension. Only you, obsidian pillars, and the ender dragon are there. Killing the dragon like this is really difficult. Let's say you somehow manage to kill it. You still can't finish the game because the end portal that appears when you kill the dragon doesn't generate due to the dimension's very low Y level. In this case, you can never finish the game. Rail and minecart. These two are a perfect duo for traveling in Minecraft. But here's the problem. If you want to travel to faraway lands, you need to spend a lot of resources, because just to make 16 rails, you need 6 iron ingots and 1 stick. Also, since your speed will slow down after a while, you'll need to use powered rails and redstone torches as well. So what if I told you that you could travel infinite blocks with just 3 minecarts? All you have to do is place 3 minecarts on top of each other in the same spot. When you launch the minecarts using a button, they'll keep moving forever due to a game glitch. This way, you can travel endlessly with almost no cost at all. How long will it take to break bedrock? You know that's impossible. After all, everyone has tried and failed to break the bedrock. But what if not? Even with unlimited haste effect and efficiency enchant, you cannot break bedrock with a pickaxe. What if we blow it up with TNT instead of mining? For this, we need to look for another block that cannot be exploded. Obsidian. Like any other block in the game, obsidian has a blast resistance. This resistance is 1,200. 1 TNT has 4 blast power. So you need 300 TNT damage to break obsidian. With a command, you can create an explosion strong enough to break obsidian. And bedrock? Bedrock's blast resistance is exactly 3,600,000. So you need 900,000 TNT damage to explode bedrock. And the great thing is that we can create such a huge explosion with commands. But the problem is that I just got my computer, so I don't want to blow it up. Did you know that you can go to prison for playing Minecraft? When the year was 2020, 16-year-old Nikita Uvarov was arrested in Russia for distributing posters supporting an anarchist activist along with 2 of his friends. Up until this point, there's nothing related to the game. But the authorities decided to examine the children's phones. When the police examined the phones, they uncovered plans to build and blow up a virtual FSB building from Russia's secret service in Minecraft. For Russian authorities, this was a serious threat. Nikita's friends cooperated with the authorities and received lighter sentences. But Nikita did not accept the charges. He stated that he was innocent and that he was just playing a game. But the judge thought differently. Nikita was sentenced to 5 years in prison on the charge of preparation for a terrorist act. Nikita is still in prison. This incident shows how serious the consequences of our actions in the digital world can be. Minecraft is an endless world, but sometimes the rules of the real world also apply in the virtual world. Be careful with what you do, because a small mistake can change your life. The strongest boss in Minecraft, the Ender Dragon. Can you kill it with just a 1 arrow? It might sound impossible, but a player named Fallen Breath managed to do it. He built a mechanism that allows you to kill the Ender Dragon with just 1 arrow. Inside this machine, there are TNT duplication mechanisms. So it duplicates existing TNTs without using any materials at all. This contraption fires a total of 250 TNTs per second. These TNTs strengthen an arrow to make it travel faster when shot. Firstly, thanks to a game glitch, you need to place 4 end crystals without respawning the dragon. Then you need to place the 5th end crystal in the machine and start the cycle. And then all you need to do is shoot an arrow to trigger the system. All 250 TNT are fired and come near the arrow, and the Ender Dragon is killed with just 1 arrow. What is the biggest netherite vein? First of all, ancient debris works a little bit differently from other ores. At most, 2 separate veins can generate in a single chunk. The first vein generates between Y8 and 24 and can contain up to 3 blocks. The second vein generates between Y6 and 119 and can contain up to 2 blocks. So mathematically, you can find a maximum of 5 ancient debris in a single chunk. But for them to form a single vein, both veins must spawn adjacent to each other, which is extremely rare. If 8 different veins merge across 4 different chunks, you can find a single vein containing up to 20 ancient debris. But it's not possible to calculate the probability of this happening with full mathematical accuracy, because Mojang doesn't publicly explain the exact block placement probabilities within veins. However, based on the available numbers, the statistical probability is roughly 1 in a billion. So if you're the luckiest person in the world, you might find a 20-block ancient debris vein. None of these llamas are mods or resource packs. You can make all of these llamas in the game. So how? If you come across llamas, you can feed them hay bales to tame them. And if you pay attention, you'll notice that you can't put a saddle on them. But you can place 16 different carpets in this slot. This way, you can get llamas with Enderman, Creeper, or even Batman patterns. Also, if you right-click llamas while holding a chest, you'll get extra inventory slots. And the best part is, when you have more than 1 llama, you don't have to leash each one individually. If you leash just one, the others will follow. These are really good. A player named Nihilus manages to beat Minecraft in under a minute minute, and he does it using a set seed. What we call a set seed means you try the same Minecraft seed thousands of times, hoping for good results. At this point, he needs to get a bow and arrows by killing a skeleton, and when he enters the end, the dragon has to attack him right away. This could take 10 minutes or just 3 seconds. It all depends on luck. To kill the dragon, you place blocks in a specific formation and make the dragon pass through them. With perfect timing, you can then kill it with just a 1 arrow. But even that doesn't always work. It takes thousands of tries. So this world record might seem simple, but out of tons of possibilities, the skeleton has to drop a bow and arrows, the dragon has to come straight at you, and you have to kill it with just 1 arrow. When thousands of combinations combined, the actually impossible was achieved. Nidalis tried this for 53 days straight and finally succeeded.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm free! I'm free! I'm free! I'm free!
Another new update just came to Minecraft. While version 1.21.6 is still very new, Mojang released version 1.21.7 RC2, so it's the test version of 1.21.7. In this update, Mojang fixed some bugs and added the Lava Chicken music disc as a nice little memory for the game. In this music disc, they had a villager sing Lava Chicken to make it appeal to the new generation. Let's listen to it. Yeah, it's really bad. In 2018, Minecraft 2, also known as Hytale, was announced, and 2 years after it was announced, it was acquired by Riot Games. Since that day, we've been waiting as millions of players coming up with theories, saying this is the only game that could surpass Minecraft. It was supposed to release in 2021, but it was delayed. Then it was set to release in 2023, but it was delayed again. They said the game test would begin in June 2025, but unfortunately in June 2025, Hytale was canceled. An official statement was released, and Hytale is no longer in development. The game we've been waiting years for, Minecraft 2, developed by Hypixel Studios, also known as Hytale, is now never going to be released. I guess there will never be an alternative to Minecraft, and we have to accept that. Ace of Spades was never developed further after being bought by a company, and now nobody plays it anymore. Cube World didn't develop properly because the creators were more focused on making money, and now that Hytale has been canceled, I guess the only one who can release Minecraft 2 is the game's original developer, Mojang. But I really don't think they'll ever do something like that. The Minecraft speedrun record is 1 minute and 16 seconds even in set seed. So if we compare all the Minecraft versions ever released, what's the fastest time anyone has ever beaten the game? Exactly 6 seconds and 700 milliseconds. Of course, this speedrun uses glitches and tests snapshot versions of the game. First of all, the player is using a Linux operating system instead of Windows, which allows much faster and smoother switching between versions. At the start of the speedrun, the version they enter is beta 1.9 pre-release 3. In this version, since the end dimension was still in testing, you started the game with a set of items already in your inventory. When you place the pressure plate from your inventory, it would open an end portal. The player activates the end portal and then quits the game. The second version is 11W49 a snapshot. In this version, since survival mode doesn't exist, they continue the run in creative mode. They take an Eye of Ender from the creative menu and open another portal at their spawn location. At this point, they quit the game again and switch to version 192. This way, they instantly skip the game's ending animation and complete the speed run in 6 seconds and 700 milliseconds. My friend sent me this prison you see here and said it's impossible to escape from it. When I entered the prison, I came across something interesting. There was a pattern on the wall that looked like a creeper head and 2 stairs next to a TNT. On the opposite wall, there was a 1-block wide hole. When I opened my inventory, I had a bow, an arrow, and a fire charge. I think I figured out what I needed to do to escape from this prison. First, I had to light a fire using the fire charge, then shoot an arrow through the fire toward the TNT. That way, the TNT would ignite, blow up the stairs, and the water would carry them to me. I quickly lit the fire and shot the arrow toward the TNT. Just as I said it happened, and the stairs floated over to me. Then, I placed one of those stairs on top of the hole. I placed the other one right next to it to connect them. Thanks to the second stair, I placed the shape of the first stair changed. I immediately went under the stair and broke the second stair I had placed. This way, the first stair returned to its original shape and I went into crawl mode. And just like that, I managed to escape from this prison. You probably know that there are hidden advancements in Minecraft. One of these hidden advancements is the Arbalistic advancement. advancement. To earn this advancement, you have to kill 5 different mobs at the same time using a crossbow with the Piercing 4 enchantment. It's actually not a very easy advancement when you think about it, but a player named Agent managed to earn it just 42 seconds after starting the game. He starts the game on such a lucky seed that there's a ruined portal right next to him just waiting to be completed. First, the player goes to the Nether. He spawns inside a bastion in the Nether. He gets the Piercing 4 crossbow from the first chest. Then, he opens a second chest, takes a bone block, and returns to the overworld. He brings along a zombified piglin. As soon as he returns to the overworld, he grabs a seed and plants it. Using the bone block, he gets bone meal, grows the seed, and obtains wheat. With the wheat and seed, he lures a cow, chicken, and sheep along with him. With the zombified piglin right behind him, he shoots an arrow at all 4 at the same time. His luck doesn't end there. There's also a pig right behind these mobs. This way, he kills all 5 mobs at once and earns the achievement in just 42 seconds. If you place a sweet berry bush on top of a honeycomb block, you can get a very realistic pineapple. By using a slab, an item frame, an egg, and a horn coral fan, you can make yourself a very cute chicken coop. By using a loom, button, trapdoor, iron bars, banner, and campfire, you can make yourself an awesome barbecue. You can also make different versions of this. I think this barbecue looks much better. By using a sign, green carpet, and trapdoor, you can make a really nice looking pool table. By using a campfire, hanging sign, and trapdoor, you can make a hangout spot where you and your friends can sit and chat. With fence, stairs, a decorated pot, and a glass pane, you can make a fountain that looks very realistic. Building is really fun. Have you ever come across a video like this while browsing YouTube or another platform before? I was shocked when I saw this video, because if a mod like this really exists, I thought I absolutely need to use it. If you haven't seen it before, you'll probably come across it soon, because it's getting more and more popular every day. The videos are made by a guy named Baby Major 3D, and he's genuinely talented. The reason I say he's talented is because these videos actually have nothing to do with Minecraft. These videos are made with 3D modeling and animation software like Blender, and using these programs is definitely not easy. Creating videos like these is especially difficult. I think he deserves respect. There's a speedrun category in Minecraft where you have to kill all the arthropods. That means you have to kill silverfish, endermite, spider, and cave spider. And this player breaks the record with incredible luck. As soon as the player spawns into the world, he finds a gold axe and a fire charge in the nearby ruined portal. Then he starts running toward the Woodland Mansion's TNT trap room nearby. As soon as he enters the room, he lights up the TNT with the fire charge and grabs the 2 ender pearls from the chest. At this point, it's clear that he's extremely lucky, because when you throw an ender pearl, there's only a 5% chance for an endermite to spawn. First, he throws an ender pearl to spawn an endermite, and then he spawns a silverfish. This way, he kills both of them at the same time with the TNT. After teleporting with the ender pearl he threw, he jumps into the ravine. He quickly enters the mine shaft and heads toward the cave spider spawner. He's really lucky again because the cave spider runs straight toward him. He kills both spiders and manages to complete the speedrun in just 25 seconds. This is the Minecraft bed prison you're seeing. When I entered the prison, I was surrounded by bedrock. There was a hole and right across from it, a structure I didn't know what it was. When I opened my inventory, I came across something strange. There was 1 red dye, 3 different colored wool, 5 different type planks, and 1 crafting table. At first, I had no idea what I was going to do. I tried craft a trapdoor with the crafting table, but since the planks were of different types, I couldn't do it. Then I went next to the strange structure and switched to the F5 mode. I saw that there was an item frame at the end of the structure, but I couldn't reach it. I had to use one of my planks and managed to take the item from the item frame. A lapis came out of it. Now I understood what I needed to do to escape from this prison. I turned the lapis into blue dye and combined it with the red dye. This way I got 2 purple dyes. Thanks to these purple dyes, I turned the different colored wool I had into purple wool. You can't craft a bed with different colored wool, but you can craft a bed with different colored planks. I crafted a bed. I had 1 plank and 1 crafting table left. I placed the bed so that it would be at the bottom of the hole and put the blocks I had on top of the bed. I waited for night to come so I could sleep. When night came, I lay down on the bed and immediately got back up. This way, I switched to crawl mode and managed to escape from this prison. Every day, a new impossible seed shows up in Minecraft. If you enter the seed in Bedrock Edition, you'll spawn in the most ridiculous way, standing on just a single block. There's absolutely nothing around you and you're all alone in the sky. What you actually need to do is very simple. Just jump down. Once you die and respawn, you can continue playing without any problems. But what if this world was in hardcore mode? In hardcore hardcore mode, things get much harder because the world gets deleted when you die, so you need to escape from here without dying. It's impossible to jump to the nearest water source. Even though it looks really close, you can't reach that water source. There are a few other blocks around, but jumping to them is impossible too. You could wait for a horse or a wandering trader to spawn and do an MLG to escape, but the chance of that happening in your area is less than 0.1%. If you wait for 3 days without sleeping or dying, phantoms will appear. You can time it so the phantom hits you at just the right moment and jump into the water. But this is really incredibly difficult, and since you have to wait 60 minutes for each attempt, this option is practically impossible. The easiest way to escape from here is to play the game with a friend. Right at the moment you're about to jump, your friend can boost you, and you can easily reach the water. Then you can save them, and together you can survive in this seed. In Java, when you create a world, you spawn at the 0,0 coordinates. If there are no blocks at the 0,0 coordinates, like if it's an ocean, it will spawn you on the nearest land. But in Bedrock Edition, this works a little differently. In Bedrock, you also can't spawn in the middle of an ocean, but you can spawn in a lava pool. If you enter the game with this seed, you'll start by dying because it spawns you right above a lava pool. When you respawn, you'll spawn on top of the nearest piece of land. And escaping from here is not easy at all. First of all, there's no water source around that you can jump into. There are 4 blocks of dirt beneath you, and you have nothing else you can get. What you need to do here is break the dirt blocks. Then you need to start breaking the stone blocks beneath you. Even though you can't collect them, you need to break exactly 31 blocks. When you reach the diorite block, you need to make a bridge using the dirt blocks. The critical point here is that you need to take back one of the dirt blocks from this 4-block bridge. Although this depends on luck, taking back just one dirt block will be enough. You can extend the bridge by one more block, jump to the nearest area, and escape from here. Which one do you think is better? Minecraft Bedrock or Java? Here are some of the differences between them. Actually, there are many features in Bedrock. We can put water in cauldrons and dye it, or fill them with potions. With the fire aspect enchantment, we can ignite TNT and light campfires. You can stack cakes up to 64, bridge while sprinting, and even push your chests with pistons. But there are also some differences in Minecraft Java. We can create more detailed redstone systems and use more advanced commands. And most importantly, Java has hardcore mode. When it comes to multiplayer, while Java has tons of servers, it's much easier to play with your friends on Bedrock. But most importantly, on Java, we can freely upload any skin, any map, and any texture pack we want for free. On Bedrock, these are sold for real money. Besides these, there are millions of amazing mods available for the Java edition. I choose Java. You can also share your choice in the comments. Did you know that you can beat Minecraft Bedrock Edition in just 70 seconds and with only 3 beds? First of all, you need to know this. One of the things that is different in Bedrock compared to Java is the glitches in the end portal. And also, if a portal in a Java seed has 3 eyes, it will always spawn with 3 eyes, even if you recreate the world over and over again. However, in Bedrock, even if the seed is the same, the number of eyes in the portal changes every time you create the world. When you enter the game with this seed, there is a 5% chance that a bugged end portal like this will generate. When a player named Khalid starts the game, he breaks one piece of wood and takes the beds from the village. He quickly jumps into the stronghold and performs a bed clutch. At this point, he gets 3 iron from the stronghold and crafts a pickaxe. The reason for this is to mine faster. With a 5% chance the portal generates already open, so he ends up going to the end at just the 30-second mark. The Ender Dragon incredibly starts attacking him directly right away. He kills the Ender Dragon by exploding 3 beds and completes the speedrun in 70 seconds. Let's say you're like me, obsessed with symmetry, and you want to build a perfectly symmetrical house. And you have to count every block one by one to make sure everything is even. Or maybe you don't have to anymore. Just enable the mirror feature of this mod, and every block you place gets placed symmetrically. You can also instantly place your blocks either in a cube shape or as a wall if you want. But since I'm a terrible builder, my house still ended up looking like this. Let's say you accidentally crafted 9 diamond pickaxes. Instead of quitting the game and deleting it right away, just download this mod. This way, you can combine them all in a crafting table to make a diamond hammer. With this hammer, you'll be able to mine 9 blocks at once. Also, you can make not just a hammer, but a giant shovel too. That way, you can create a black hole in your world. Have you ever seen Minecraft videos like this before? It looks like they're breaking blocks incredibly fast. But actually, there's an extremely easy and useful way to do this. Of course, the people making these videos aren't bothering with taking a pickaxe or shovel and breaking that many blocks. The only thing they do is use a simple command. With this command, you see, you can destroy everything. The way the command works is very simple. They turn the blocks around you into a block called air. It would be more accurate to call it empty space. This way, you can destroy huge mountains, roads, seas, anything you can think of in a short time. To earn emeralds now, you no longer need massive machines, hours of searching in mines or mountains, or trading with villagers at high prices. Because with the trick I'm about to show you, you can earn hundreds of emeralds in just minutes. Here are the items you'll need. They're really cheap and cost-free items. First, place any block and then put a tripwire hook on top of it. Right next to it, place an armor stand. Next to the armor stand, dig a hole and let water flow into it. Then place an iron door facing the water and cover the top with 4 blocks. After that, place redstone on top of the blocks. Finally, place a piece of string under the armor stand. And there you have it. Your amazing emerald farm is ready. You might be wondering what this has to do with emeralds. We take a tripwire hook and place it under the door. When we place it due to a game glitch, our tripwire hook multiplies. If you enter the water and hold right-click while facing the door, you'll get hundreds of tripwire hooks in seconds. You can also trade these with a Fletcher villager to turn them into emeralds. That's how easy it is to earn emeralds. I'm going to show you an amazing game glitch. And with this glitch, instead of building massive systems for your farms, you'll now build them underground. Because you can collect your farms with a single touch without any effort. Seeds need light to grow, but it doesn't have to be sunlight. Also, they need to be planted in rows to grow faster. It's the same in real life. Then you place a redstone lamp on the ceiling and activate it. And when the farms grow, you turn off the light. When you break any farm, all the farms break at once due to the lack of light. Moreover, if you apply the Fortune 3 enchantment to your tool, you'll be able to do a lot of farming in a very small and hidden area. As you know, when you throw an ender pearl, there's a chance for an endermite to spawn. Since this endermite is the enemy of endermen, all the endermen will chase after it. As long as the endermite doesn't die, it will keep attracting all the endermen. And with a simple setup, you can create an ender pearl and XP farm. Most of you probably already know about this feature. But what you might not know is that there's also a turtle egg version of this feature. Just like the endermite, the turtle egg also has enemies. And those enemies are zombies, not just regular zombies. All zombie variants are enemies of these eggs. The ones that will be most useful to us are the zombified piglins. If you set up a system like this in the Nether and place a turtle egg in the center, you can make a gold farm just like an enderman farm. Imagine an island where almost every biome exists together. If you load into the world with this seed, you'll spawn on an island. But the interesting part is that this small island contains more than 10 biomes. In order: Pale Garden, Dark Forest, Forest, Old Growth Birch Forest, Old Growth Pine, Taiga, Birch Forest, Stony Shore, Beach, Deep Dark, and Frozen Peaks. There's also a ruined portal, a mine shaft, a trial chamber, and an ancient city on the island. On the coast of the island, there's a shipwreck, and very close by, there are 2 different ocean monuments. On top of that, there's even a mushroom fields right next to the island. This is the most beautiful island I've ever seen in Minecraft. Did you know that you can use silverfish while mining? Surprisingly, silverfish are much better at mining than a pickaxe. Silverfish can hide inside stone and infect the stones. But if another silverfish gets attacked, the silverfish inside the stone will break the block and come out to help. You might be wondering how to get enough silverfish for this tactic to work. If you throw an infestation potion at a mob, there is a chance for a silverfish to spawn every time it takes damage. So what you need to do is dig a small hole and trap an allay in water above the hole. Allays take damage from drowning, but they can heal their health quickly enough and never die. If you throw the infestation potion at this allay, it will automatically start spawning silverfish. If you then throw regeneration and poison potions at the silverfish, they will quickly destroy all the stone and leaving only the ores behind. The most important thing in Minecraft speedruns is beating the game as fast as possible. But if you start the game on a bad seed, things get really difficult. And since every second counts, starting on a good seed is extremely important. If you enter the game with this seed, you can find 4 different buried treasure chests very close to your spawn point. Once you collect all of them, you'll already be strong enough. If you reach the nearby lava pool and open a nether portal, you'll see just how good this seed really is. Because right where you spawn in the nether, there's a blaze spawner nearby. And after that, you already know what to do. Go to the end and defeat the dragon. This seed is amazing. If you didn't know, placing a creeper head on top of a note block and sending it a redstone signal will play a creeper sound effect. And I think this is absolutely an amazing trolling tool. First, what you need to do is secretly sneak into your friend's hardcore world. Then we're gonna set up a small contraption at the entrance of their house. The contraption we set up will be extremely simple and easy. Then, when your friend joins the game, they won't notice anything. But when they walk into their house, they'll have a mini heart attack and won't understand what just happened. Everyone gets excited when they find a village while playing Minecraft, because in villages you can find lots of food sources, wood sources, crafting tables, furnaces, and, if you're lucky, blacksmiths. Of course, the most important loot among these is the blacksmiths, because their chests usually contain valuable items. So, what if I showed you a village with 11 different blacksmiths? If you enter the game with this seed, a village will appear in front of you. First of all, since we are in the Bedrock edition, the blacksmiths look a bit strange here. The houses with 2 grindstones at the door are actually blacksmiths. There's also a shipwreck and a ruined portal in this village. In this village, as far as I could count, there are exactly 19 different chests and 11 different blacksmiths. This is what you get when you collect all the loot in the village. Starting the game like this is truly amazing. My friend sent me this prison you see here and said it was truly impossible for me to escape from it. First, when I entered the prison, there was nothing around. In this prison, completely covered with bedrock, I looked for a small hole but couldn't find anything. I guess escaping from this prison was really going to be a bit difficult. When I opened my inventory, I found 2 pistons, 2 TNT, 1 obsidian, 1 trapdoor, 1 cobblestone, and 1 lever. At first, I thought about what I could do with these items, but I couldn't figure out anything. I tried crafting something, but it still didn't work. Then I realized I had to use a brilliant game glitch to escape from here. To escape from here, I somehow had to break the bedrock. First, I placed 1 piston like this. I placed the obsidian and trapdoor next to it. I placed the cobblestone on top of the obsidian. I placed a TNT on top of the piston and another on top of the cobblestone and put the lever I had left like this. What I had to do now was simple, but I was a bit nervous since I only had 1 chance. I activated the lever and the TNTs ignited. Immediately, thanks to the trapdoor, I went into crawl mode and spammed right-click while looking at the obsidian. As soon as the TNT exploded, I placed the last piston I had next to the obsidian. I broke the piston and I had successfully broken the bedrock. This way, I managed to escape from the prison. There are an incredible number of bugs in Minecraft Bedrock Edition. It's gotten to the point where people don't even call it bedrock anymore. They call it bug rock. And in this version, it's also possible to come across very strange things in the seeds. If you enter the game with this seed and go to the stronghold, you'll see 2 different end portals stacked on top of each other. Honestly, I had never seen anything like this in my life before. If you enter the game with this seed, you'll see 7 different spawner rooms spawned inside each other. Here, you can build the best mob farm in the world. If you enter the game with this seed, you'll see 2 different woodland mansions spawned facing each other. Even though this is probably one of the rarest things in the game, in this seed, they've literally spawned as neighbors. Bedrock is really strange. Get ready to see the most broken Minecraft Bedrock Edition seed in the world. If you enter the game with this seed and go to these coordinates, you can see a desert mansion, a desert village, a desert temple, a pillager outpost, a ruined portal, and a trial chamber, all spawning inside each other. I don't know how so many structures end up overlapping like this, but Bugrock always manages to surprise me. If you enter the game with this seed and go to these coordinates, you can see a spawner generated on the surface. Additionally, there are 2 chests in this spawner room, and one of the chests contains an enchanted golden apple. I think this is the coolest spawner room I've ever seen. If you enter the game with this seed and go to these coordinates, you will end up in the worst village in the world. There is literally nothing in this village. There are only 2 bells and 1 iron golem. Honestly, I don't know how an iron golem spawns here when there are no villagers at all, but this is definitely the worst village in the world. I'm gonna show you why I call Minecraft Bedrock Edition Bugrock. If you load into the world with this seed on Bugrock, you'll spawn inside a mine shaft. At first, it doesn't look like there's anything strange, but the real problem is that this mine shaft has no end. Yes, you heard that right, this mine shaft goes on forever. I moved forward for about 10 minutes, but I still couldn't reach the end of the mine shaft. Because of a bug, the game probably can't calculate the end of the mine shaft, so it generates a mine shaft that stretches all the way to the world border. If you load into the world with this seed, you'll see everything underground repeating in the same way. For example, these amethyst geodes repeat all the way to the world border. Also, the trial chambers repeat in this seed. In short, this game is broken. I found another insanely weird seed in Minecraft Bugrock. If you load into the world with this seed, everything looks normal, and there's even a village right next to you. The weird part of this seed starts when you reach the stronghold. When you reach these coordinates, you'll see 2 different strongholds and 2 different trial chambers generated inside each other, and the portal rooms have generated in a completely messed up way. 2 different portals are side by side right in the middle of their trial chamber, and to activate these portals, you first need to clear the area around them. This game is getting more and more ridiculous. If you stack cake heads on top of each other, replace the bottom one with a regular cake, and then use a dispenser to shoot an armor stand followed by a cake head, you can make a 3-tier birthday cake. If you can set up a redstone system like this, you can create a beacon that glows in RGB colors and is visible from everywhere. It looks especially amazing at night. If you dig a 2-block deep hole under your bed and place a daylight detector, then cover it with a slab and use a dispenser to shoot an armor stand first and then a zombie head, you can make it look like there's a monster hiding under your bed. Using a respawn anchor, glowstone, and a trapdoor, you can create a magic cauldron for your witch. Building is actually really fun. Stop building your nether portals like this, because it's boring and way too outdated. With the help of stairs, you can embed your nether portal into a wall and make it look much better. You can make cute little ducks using just glass, slabs, and buttons. Using hay bales, fences, pumpkins, and carpets, you can make a scarecrow for your farm. Using fences, slabs, and signs, you can make a bird bath for your parrot. Building is really fun. With the new feature added to the game, we can now link mobs to each other. This way, you can connect two chickens together and make an electric pole. With very simple materials, you can make yourself a really nice looking bathtub. By using a bed, signs, and trapdoors, you can make different kinds of couches for your house. With a bookshelf, a slab, a pressure plate, and a few other materials, you can make yourself a simple computer desk. With a copper bulb, a lightning rod, an armor stand, and a piglin head, you can make yourself a very realistic looking night lamp. By placing coral on top of an oxidized copper trapdoor, you can create nice looking sea plants. Using a fence, chain, trapdoor, and lightning rod, you can make a realistic swing. If you place a candle on top of an end rod, you can get a nice candle holder. Using a slab, fence, and sign, you can make very cute cat houses. Using a coal block, slab, amethyst, dragon head, end rod, and candle, you can make a perfect dead dragon with a sword in its head. If you replace the water contacting parts of an oak log pillar with spruce log, it will look like it is wet and darkened. If you place water and slabs on your floor and then put coral on top, you can get a realistic carpet look. By placing campfires in a row and putting your food on top, you can make yourself a kitchen shelf. If you place a campfire under a smoker, you can get the appearance of smoke rising from the top. If you place a dragon head inside an item frame and then put a lightning rod in front of it, it will look like it's holding it in its mouth. If you place amethyst blocks and amethyst shards like this, you can easily make a disco ball. After placing quartz stairs both at the bottom and the top, place water on both the bottom and top stairs. Finally, place kelp right in the center and you'll get a stunning looking aquarium. Actually, building is really fun. Instead of placing your chests like this, you can combine them with barrels to make them look much nicer. By using slabs, stairs, and trapdoors, you can make beach loungers for your shoreline. You can also use trapdoors to make a shower area for your beach. Using this code, you can add a great Rubik's Cube decoration to your library. With banners, you can make it look like Netflix is playing on a TV. Actually, building is really fun. One of the best pets in Minecraft is the cat. If you tame a cat, it will scare away phantoms and creepers and protecting you. But cats have another feature as well. If you sleep with your tamed cat, it will come next to you and sleep with you, giving you a 70% chance to receive one of the gifts from this list. But if you have more than one cat, only one will sleep with you, and only the cat that sleeps with you will give a gift. But actually, there's an amazing game exploit for this. If you put your cats in boats, the cat sitting in the boats won't detect the cat sleeping with you and will run the same algorithm. In this case, with just one sleep, you'll receive gifts from all your cats at the same time. If you set up a system like this in your survival world, you'll receive a bunch of gifts every morning when you wake up. My friend threw me into this prison and told me I'd need to use my brain to escape. First, when I entered the prison, I came across some strange things. On one side, there were 3 ladders. On other side, there was a water source, and in the middle, there was a 1-block hole. But in the corridor where the hole was, there was a barrier, and right under it, there was a dripstone. When I opened my inventory, I had 1 dirt, 1 glass bottle, and 4 chains. I realized what I needed to do to escape this prison. If you didn't know, you can turn mud into clay using dripstone. First, we place the dirt and put a chain on top of it. As you can see right now, I can't fit between the 2 blocks, but when I turn the dirt into mud, I can. Then, we wait for the mud to turn into clay, which lets us enter crawl mode. I placed the remaining chains on the ground and the ladders above. I used this path in crawl mode and managed to escape from the prison. I'm going to show you something really interesting in the game. In Minecraft, mobs only become visible when they're within 64 blocks. So if you're farther than 64 blocks away, you won't be able to see the mobs. Also, this feature doesn't only apply to mobs, but to chests as well. And this is exactly what makes it interesting. If you completely cover a water source with chests, someone far away won't be able to see the chests and will naturally only see the water source. Using Optifine Zoom or a spyglass won't help at all. They will only be able to see the chest when they come within 64 blocks, and they won't be able to do anything. The strongest part of this trap is that you can't escape it with an MLG. To do an MLG, you need to right-click at the right time, but if you do that, the chest will open and you won't be able to perform the MLG. The only way to escape the trap is to press shift and do the MLG as soon as you see the chests. But since you have very little time once you see the chests, no one thinks of this and they can't escape the trap. I'm pretty sure you've never seen something like this in Minecraft before. If you enter the game with this seed and go to these coordinates, you'll come across a mountain. And actually, there's a world record hidden inside this mountain. Let me explain what I mean a bit. The Minecraft wiki states that the maximum size of a single coal ore vein is 37 blocks. But if multiple coal veins merge, this number can increase. But there's also a limit to how many ore veins can generate per chunk. Right in the middle of this mountain, there's a vein with exactly 142 coal ores. This mine you see was formed by the merging of at least 4 coal ore veins. I searched online, but I couldn't find an official source about this. However, this is the largest coal ore vein I could find, and unless a bigger one is found, this vein will go down in history as a world record. This is the Minecraft command block prison. When I entered the prison, there was nothing around except command blocks. My inventory was empty. Since I couldn't switch to creative mode, I wasn't able to change the functions of the command blocks. When I activated the first command block, it teleported me to a room with a crafting table inside. When I activated the command block inside the room, it teleported me back to the main point. When I activated the second command block, I was teleported to a room with a sponge inside. When I was teleported to the third room, there was a furnace inside. In the fourth room, there was a hole and nothing else. In the fifth room, there was an iron golem. And finally, in the sixth room, there was only water. Actually, I had figured out what I needed to do to escape from this prison. I immediately teleported to the room with the sponge and took the sponge. Then I teleported to the room with the iron golem and managed to kill the golem, though it was difficult. I took the iron it dropped and teleported to the crafting room to make myself a bucket. Then I took the crafting table with me. I teleported to the room with water, but I couldn't collect it with the bucket because I couldn't reach the source. I placed the sponge where the water was and then picked it back up. This way, the sponge in my hand turned into a wet sponge. I teleported to the room with the furnace and placed the wet sponge inside it. I used the crafting table as fuel, and while the sponge was heating up, I placed the bucket inside the furnace. This way, the wet sponge turned back into a normal sponge, and the empty bucket became a water bucket. Finally, I teleported to the room with the hole, and thanks to my water bucket, I managed to escape from this prison. I found an incredibly fun mod. With the Immersive Machinery mod, you can add super fun and useful construction machines to the game. With the Copper Fin, you can dive deep into the oceans and observe underwater creatures by pressing the H key. With the Tunnel Digger, you can dig perfectly straight tunnels. On top of that, you can move it both up and down, which makes it super useful. The Redstone Sheep Machine is an automated farmer that works for you. You can place this machine in your farm and let it work there forever. The game is definitely a lot more fun this way. Get ready to witness the coolest speedrun in Minecraft history. In this speedrun category, there isn't just one first place. There are exactly 1,454 players tied for first place. The goal of this category is to break dirt. In regular versions, breaking dirt takes a few seconds, but in Minecraft's earliest versions, Minecraft Classic, you can break everything instantly, just like in creative mode. And that means you can complete this speedrun in just 1 millisecond. Yes, there are tons of first place finishes in this category, but how many seconds did the last place player finish in? A player named Kai finished this speedrun in 3 hours and 33 seconds. And he broke this record in a really cool way because he breaks the dirt block exactly at the second we enter the year 2021 and says Happy New Year to everyone. It's truly a very creative and really cool speedrun. I found the best village in the world in Minecraft. In the village I'm about to show you, there's no blacksmith or any really good loot. The reason I call it the best village in the world is because it's the coolest one I've ever seen. If you enter the game with this seed, you spawn on a small floating island in the sky. There's even a village on this little island. This is the coolest village I was talking about because it has no connection to the ground at all. It's literally an amazing village floating in the sky. There are 4 houses in total, and even though it's a small village, it's incredibly cool. Minecraft's new update was released 2 days ago. Now changing depending on the biome, pigs, cows, and chickens are in the game. Now cactus can have flowers on top of them. Firefly bushes have been added to the game and they release small firefly particles around them. Also, all the spawn eggs in the game have changed. This way, we will be able to distinguish the egg we want much more easily. But the most important thing is that a new mob has been added. Now, if you see bone piles while exploring the Nether, make sure to take a closer look because you'll see a small figure there. This creature is actually still alive. It's just dehydrated and sleeping because of the hot air in the Nether. You need to take it with you, bring it to the overworld, and place it in the water. And after waiting for a while, you get a new pet. If you feed it with a snowball, it will eventually grow and become a happy ghast. Now you might say, what's the connection? As you bring ghasts into the overworld, you earn an achievement. The achievement description says, rescue the ghast from the Nether. This means that we now have a pet that fits the actual story of Minecraft. Moreover, you can craft a saddle for this pet and ride it. It can carry 4 people at the same time, and you can control it however you want while flying in the air. Yes, this is really a bit ridiculous. You've probably beaten Minecraft in creative mode before. The game is really easy when you can just open your inventory and take all the items. But what if we couldn't use the inventory? In this speedrun category, you play the game in creative mode, but using the inventory is forbidden. A player named Unsortiertes spawns next to a village when he starts the world. He enters one of the houses and takes a bed and a crafting table. Since using the inventory is forbidden, he has to find all the items in the world and pick them up into his hotbar with the mouse middle button. Then he takes obsidian from a ruined portal in the ocean and goes to the Nether. In the Nether, he finds an Enderman and middle clicks to get its spawn egg. Using the bed he took from the village, he collects ender pearls. In the same way, he finds a blaze and does the same, collecting blaze rod. Then he returns to the overworld, crafts an Eye of Ender, and locates the stronghold. He finds the location of the end portal and takes an end portal frame block. He fills the portal and goes to the end. In the end, he builds his own end portal and completes the speed run in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Did you know that you can get emeralds using dirt and water bottles? First, use a water bottle on your dirt blocks to turn them into mud. Then use dripstone to turn the mud into clay. The logic behind this is actually the dripstone's ability to drip fluids from the block above it. By using a water or lava source, you can create an infinite lava source with its dripping ability. If you use the same feature on mud, it will drip out the moisture inside and turn it into clay. You can collect these clays and trade them with a mason villager to get emeralds. I guess I have unlimited emeralds now. I'm going to show you something really strange. Normally, if you give a redstone signal to a big drip leaf, it gets powered and doesn't tilt. If you place a dragon egg on top of the drip leaf, it tilts and the egg can't stay in place. But if you do this while the redstone signal is active, the egg stays perfectly still. However, as you can see in the Bedrock edition, there's a visual bug and the egg keeps moving. If you quit the game and rejoin at this point, you'll have duplicated the egg. By setting up a system like this and repeatedly leaving and rejoining the game, you can get unlimited dragon eggs. Even though they don't have any real function, you can use them as decoration and brag to your friends like, yeah, I've killed the Ender Dragon 1,000,000 times. My friend sent me this prison you see and said it's almost impossible to escape from here. When I entered the prison, I saw that I was surrounded by bedrock. There was only one hole in the prison. When I opened my inventory, I had one bucket, one cauldron, and one pointed dripstone. I hadn't figured out what I needed to do to escape this prison. While I was still thinking in the prison, I noticed water leaking from a block in the ceiling. This means that right above this block, there's a water source. But it wasn't possible for me to reach that water source. But there's a feature you probably haven't thought of. If you place a pointed dripstone directly under a water or lava source, and then place a cauldron underneath it, you'll see the cauldron fill up after a while. I immediately placed the dripstone I had on the block where the water was leaking and put a cauldron directly underneath it. After a short while, the cauldron filled up. I took the water with my bucket, switched to crawl mode, and managed to escape from this prison. I'm going to show you the easiest XP farm in the world. First, you need to go to the end and kill the Ender Dragon. Yes, that was the only hard part. After that, we go 120 blocks out into the void. We use leaves because Endermen can't spawn on them. We build a 3x3 hopper platform and cover the hoppers with carpet. We build 14 layers like this with 2 block gaps between them. We prepare a platform on the 14th layer. The platform should be 13 blocks wide in every direction. And don't make it out of leaves because this is where the Enderman will spawn. Cover the 9-block hole with trapdoors. Place an iron bar in the middle gap and put a carpet on top of it. Prepare a small room and try to spawn an endermite in it. Then you need to give it a name tag and place it in a minecart. We put the minecart on top of the carpet, and there you have it. Our farm is ready. The only thing you need to do is hit the enderman once. This way you can reach level 30 and earn a lot of ender pearls in just 1 minute. We're playing a block guessing game in Minecraft, but I'll be showing you the blocks. Let's see if you can guess them correctly. Which block could this be? Correct answer. This is an enchanting table. So which block could this be? Of course, it's the block you can plant seeds on. That's farmland. Then which block is this? Of course, it's the jack-o'-lantern. The next question is a little bit easy. Of course, it's waxed cut copper stairs. So which block is this? Yes, you guessed it right. It's a fletching table. If you don't know the last block, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Correct. This is a oak planks. You all probably know how hard it is to get an elytra in Minecraft. First, you have to kill the ender dragon, then go through the end city portal that appears and find the floating ship where the elytra is located. There's a speedrun category about this, but it works a bit differently compared to the others, because you have to beat the game very quickly and get to the end city as fast as possible, which means you basically have to beat the game in a time very close to the world record. Skycrab, who is currently 4th in the world, was doing a speedrun trying to set a new world record. His goal was actually to match his record, but killing the ender dragon took him way too long. Just when it was about to turn into a failed speedrun, he suddenly shifted his route to the elytra instead. He went through the portal quickly, and he was so lucky that he spawned right next to the elytra ship. With 0 mistakes, he threw perfect ender pearls and got the elytra in 11 minutes and 22 seconds, breaking the world record. Before, have you ever gotten this too expensive message while enchanting in Minecraft? Since boots can have 8 different enchantments if you applied them in a random order, it's completely normal to get this message. Today, I'm going to teach teach you how to apply enchantments correctly, because I don't think anyone knows this enchantment cost formula. At first, since you can't apply these two enchantments at the same time, you need to choose which one to use. After that, apply one enchantment to your boots in a way that the order won't matter. Now combine two random enchanted books and apply this new book to your boots. There are 4 books left. Combine these books in pairs, and then combine those books again to create a 4 enchantment book. Once you apply this, you will have spent a total of 70 levels, and your boots will be fully max level enchanted. There are items in Minecraft that cannot be crafted and also cannot be obtained in survival mode. For example, items like end portal frame, spawner, and bedrock. Thanks to some game glitches, you can obtain many of these unobtainable items. The subject of one speedrun category is to obtain an end portal frame. In the early days of version 1.9, the end dimension was going to be added to the game. Of course, back then, the appearance and mechanics of the end portal were different from what they are now. The player doing the speedrun is not playing the game in the normal version, but in the version released by PC Gamer magazine. This version offered a 100-minute gameplay experience and then prompted the player to buy the game to continue playing on the current map. The reason the player chose this version was that it had a chest that gave you bonus items even if you didn't enable the bonus chest feature. As soon as the player enters the game, they get an iron axe, iron pickaxe, and flint and steel from the bonus chest. Then they get gunpowder from the buried treasure located under the chest. Then they quickly head towards the stronghold. Here's an interesting detail. The player finds the stronghold easily without using a pearl. The reason is that the game developers had added glass pillars on top of the stronghold for testing purposes, since they were newly implementing the end portal. After finding the glass pillar, start mining next to it and craft a TNT. Upon reaching the portal, they blow up the TNT and get the end portal frame in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Have you seen this photo before? This photo, which has been widely discussed over the past month and dismissed by many Minecraft players, is actually real. There isn't just one void in the end. As far as I can count, there are more than 10 voids in the end. If you don't know what the void is, when you reach around 370,720 blocks out in the end, the islands suddenly start getting cut off in a way that's different from how the game normally generates them. At first, you might think this is just a game glitch, but when a user on Reddit posted this image, I discovered something that matched it exactly. The islands actually start getting cut off in a perfect circular shape. The islands that get cut off at the 370,000th block start to reappear, still cut off around the 524,280th coordinate. So the void in the first circle in this image spans exactly 154,000 blocks. If you want to see all the voids one by one, which is impossible because we still don't know how many voids there are, crossing just one void with an elytra takes about 4 hours, and currently, there's no one who can do this without cheats. Do you know those fake MLG videos? Say you jump from a high place, grab an item from a chest in midair, and survive by pulling off an MLG. That actually looks a bit difficult, but all you have to do is slow down time in the game using a command. If you use this command, the game starts running much slower than its normal speed. Then, all you have to do is pull off the MLG and record it. After that, if you speed up the video with an editing program, everything looks completely natural. That's how fake MLG videos are made. If you didn't know, there's a speedrun category in Minecraft for dying as fast as possible. What you need to do in this category is very simple. You just have to die as soon as you start the game. Normally, you can't take any damage for the first 3 seconds after starting the game. You can think of this as a kind of protection in Minecraft, but this feature was removed from the game with version 121.4. So now you can take damage right after you start the game. If you enter the game with this seed, there's a chance an iron golem might spawn right in front of you. The player who broke the record joined this seed and hit the iron golem right after spawning, instantly dying. That way, he broke the usual 3-second world record just by keeping up with the updates and took the #1 spot. That's incredible. My friend sent me this prison you're seeing and told me that I had to use a game glitch to escape from it. First, when I entered the prison, I was surrounded by bedrock and there was a 2-block high platform in the middle. There was a crafting table under the platform. When I opened my inventory, I had 1 fishing rod, 1 stick, and 11 iron. At first, I couldn't think of anything to do with these. Since my friend told me I had to use a game glitch, I started thinking. There's an incredibly ridiculous game glitch that works in Minecraft 1.15. In this version, you could fly using a fishing rod and a minecart, but since the fishing rod broke very quickly, you couldn't fly very high. When I looked at the fishing rod in my inventory, I saw that it said unbreakable under its name. Normal items don't have such a label. I think I had found the game glitch I needed to use. I immediately crafted a rail and a minecart. Then I placed both of them on the platform. I broke the rail and I was now ready to fly. I changed the use item setting to a key in the game settings so I could spam the fishing rod just by holding the key. I got into the minecart and looked straight down in F5 mode. I started spamming the fishing rod, and when the minecart was suspended in the air, it began to fly thanks to the rod. This way, I easily managed to escape from this prison. I really love this game glitch. When you place a cat next to a creeper, everyone knows the creeper starts running away. But in Minecraft, there are actually many more mobs that are scared of each other. For example, skeletons start running away when they get close to wolves. Of course, since they're made of bones, it's pretty normal for wolves to attack skeletons, because in the same way they also attack rabbits and sheep to eat them. But if you put a llama next to a wolf, this time the one who runs away, even if it's not in danger, will be the wolf. From this, we can understand that there's a hidden food chain in Minecraft. Similarly, rabbits run away from foxes, and foxes run away from polar bears. But if small animals always run away from the bigger ones, could there be a different reason why creepers run from cats, unrelated to the food chain? If you've played Minecraft before, you probably know about frog lights, but chances are you've probably never used them before, because all they do is emit light, and the steps to obtain them are actually pretty weird. You probably know that a creeper killed by a skeleton drops a music disc. Since skeletons and creepers often spawn in the same environments, making this happen isn't all that difficult. However, to obtain a frog light, a frog has to kill a specific type of mob. But unlike skeleton and creeper, the other mob doesn't naturally spawn near the frog. In fact, they're not even the same dimension. What you need to do is take a frog to the nether and make it eat a magma cube. The inside of Happy Ghast looks ugly because of their tassels, and since they're small, you can't see the ground. The inside of normal Ghast looks much better, and you can see the ground too. This means we can actually build a Ghast house. You need to put the Ghast in a minecart and place it right in the center of the floor. This way you can go inside and access your items. But there's a big problem. The downside of this house is that the Ghast can get angry and blow everything up. If you don't want this to happen, you need to be in creative mode or on peaceful mode. But if you switch to peaceful mode, your house will disappear. Yeah, I guess it's not very useful. Escaping this prison is nearly impossible. This magnificent structure you're about looking at is the Minecraft Glacier Orb Prison. The cell where the prisoner is held is made of an obsidian cage surrounded by lava. Even if you can see the entrance of the cell, it's impossible to reach that height without any items. Trying to escape by breaking the walls of the cell wouldn't be a very smart idea either, because the only blocks you can break without dying in lava are the ones you're standing on. If you think you can escape by killing yourself, you're wrong, because when you die, you'll randomly respawn on one of these 2 bed traps and fall right back into your cell. Even if you somehow manage to break the bed trap, it won't change anything because the world's spawn point is located inside the cell. In addition, this prison has 3,000 perfectly positioned Elder Guardians, randomly placed creatures that prevent you from placing and sleeping in your own bed, and an alarm system that activates as soon as you attempt to escape. My friend sent me this prison and said it would be really easy for me to escape from it. Normally in prison videos, he would always say it was impossible for me to escape, but this time he said I could get escape easily. This really surprised me. First, there was a door in the prison, and behind the door, there was a hopper. Inside the hopper, there was a glass pane hidden. I took the door and the glass pane. There was a vent here. I think this is the hole I'll use to escape from the prison. I broke the iron bars and a hole appeared here. First, I placed the door like this, and then placed the glass pane so that it connected with the door. Then, I went between the 2 blocks, and when I closed the door, due to a game glitch, I ended up inside the blocks. I walked under the glass pane and switched to crawl mode. Then I opened and closed the door, using the same game glitch again, and ended up inside the door. This way, I managed to escape from the prison without ever leaving crawl mode. You all probably know Herobrine, one of the most mysterious legends in Minecraft. In the old days, there was a structure that allowed you to summon Herobrine into your world. If you built a totem like this, you could summon Herobrine into your world. Of course, this is just an urban legend. There's even a speedrun category for building the Herobrine totem as fast as possible. A player named Crimson creates the world, grabs 2 pieces of wood, and enters the nearby jungle temple. He quickly collects the redstone on the ground and the gold and iron from the chest. Then he crafts a crafting table, a gold block, a redstone torch, a pickaxe, and shears to move faster through the jungle. He's so lucky in this seed that there's a ruined portal right next to the temple. He takes obsidian and flint and steel from the ruined portal chest. He quickly completes the portal and goes to the nether. The reason he goes to the nether is that bastions in the nether have areas with a high concentration of gold blocks. In this area, he can easily build the Herobrine totem. He's so lucky that as soon as he enters the nether, he spawns right next to this area. He starts building the totem right in this area. However, since he keeps pausing the game during the run, he also gets time to think. This way, he manages to build the totem in just 37 seconds of in-game time. Did you know there's a hidden shader pack in Minecraft that you can never turn off? Actually, the water you see here isn't blue. Water blocks in the Minecraft world are actually colorless. What makes water look blue is a shader effect overlaid with biome colors. So basically, the color of the water changes depending on the biome you're in. In the swamp biome, it's a dirty green. In the desert biome, a light blue. And in the jungle biome, a slightly greenish color. Technically, if you look at the water block's texture file, it's a transparent gray tone. This texture is colored in-game based on the surrounding environment data. Similarly, grass blocks, leaves, sugar canes, and a few other blocks are also colored according to the biome you're in. This system is called the Minecraft Foliage Color System. You all probably know about the world border in Minecraft. After generating the world, if you go 30 million blocks away, you can see the world border. But actually, these world borders are completely fake. This barrier was added to the game by Mojang developers developer Dinnerbone so that people could play game modes like UHC. This blue barrier isn't actually a real boundary. It's a customizable boundary that you can move around and even adjust the speed of. But right behind these blue barriers at exactly the 30 millionth block, there is the real world border. This border is in the form of an invisible wall. By using this command, you can change the position of the blue barrier and move forward. When you go a bit further, you'll come across the invisible wall that's impossible to pass through. You can't pass through this invisible wall by throwing an ender pearl or using spectator mode. In fact, there's no way to get past this border. The world border in Minecraft isn't the blue world borders. It's made up of these invisible walls. There's a hidden world type in Minecraft that nobody knows about. You might think that the only world types in the game are default, super flat, large biomes, amplified, and single biome. But if you hold down the Alt key while changing the world types, you'll see a hidden world type called debug mode. If you create this world, you'll see tens of thousands of randomly placed blocks lined up next to each other. But if you try to break these blocks or place new ones, you'll notice that it doesn't work. The reason is that in this world, there's only one instance of each block type. For example, the nearly 1,000 redstone dust blocks here represent every possible direction and power level that redstone can have. This world type allows Mojang to check if any textures are broken before releasing an update. If you enter the game with this seed in Bedrock Edition, you'll spawn in a strange place. First of all, I have to say the view here is absolutely stunning. Starting a new world and being greeted with a view like this is honestly amazing. But we've got a small problem. You'll have to work a bit to get down from here. First, you need to keep breaking the blocks beneath you to move down to a lower layer. If you want to get down quickly from here, you can use the ice tower next to you. These towers have gaps between the blocks, so it's best to be a little careful. If you're careful enough, you can reach the ground safely after about 5 minutes of effort. Or you can just jump straight into the nearest water source as soon as you spawn. I think this method is much easier. I'm going to show you a cheat to become truly immortal in Minecraft. No, I'm not talking about using a totem. And this is completely legal because it's done without using any mod, plugin, data pack, or cheat software. Let's say you made a mistake in the end and started falling into the void. When you quickly take the fishing rod in your hand from your inventory and right-click, you will be saved instantly. So how did this happen? This is called the wireless fishing rod trick, and setting it up is really easy. First, we go to a chunk border. We dig 8 blocks down and place soul sand at the bottom, place water at the top, and put kelp from the bottom all the way up. Then we break the kelp, creating bubbles on the water surface like this. On the other side of the chunk, we place a pressure plate and a block, cover the water surface with a trapdoor, then open a nether portal in another chunk. Go through the portal, run at least 40 blocks, and open another portal. And here's our immortality trick ready. Using it is very simple. We take the fishing rod in our left hand and throw it onto the pressure plate. Then look at the water and throw an ender pearl. We go through the portal and walk to the second portal. Meanwhile, you can place the fishing rod anywhere in your inventory. You don't have to hold it in your hand. We return to the overworld, and whenever you take the fishing rod in your hand and right-click, it will save you no matter where you are. So, does this make you immortal? I think yes, it does. Did you know that you can be truly immortal in Minecraft? I'm not talking about a simple method like switching your game mode to creative. The method I'm going to explain allows you to take no damage at all, even in survival mode. If you've played Minecraft for a while, you've definitely seen a redstone machine. These machines can be as simple as a house door or as complex as a fully functional computer inside Minecraft. But the only function of this machine is to make nearby players immortal when activated. And what's interesting is that this machine was discovered entirely by chance. In one of Minecraft's oldest Anarchy servers, 2B2T, a group of people built this redstone machine you see. The main purpose of the machine was to cause lag on the server and make players flying with elytra fall. But soon they realized that anyone who approached the machine became immortal, because when you got close enough to the machine, the hitbox that allowed you to take damage completely disappeared. This way, you couldn't take any damage and were becoming immortal. There's actually a very easy way to find diamond, one of the most valuable ores in the game. As you know, diamonds are mostly found in large mines and at the deepest layers of the mines. If you can find a large mine and go all the way down, you can find lots of diamonds. But finding a large mine is difficult, and getting all the way down can be a bit challenging. But actually, there's an even easier way to do this. If you go to the nether and dig all the way down, you'll come across bedrock. Right here, if you open a nether portal, it will lead you underground in the overworld. However, nether portals cannot spawn inside blocks in the overworld. That's why it will spawn in the nearest large mine underground. When you go through the portal, you'll be teleported to the large mine and can find lots of diamonds. Also, by doing this repeatedly, you can conquer all the large underground mines in the overworld. In Minecraft, if you splash an invisibility potion on yourself or any other mob, it will turn invisible. But this effect doesn't work on certain mobs. For example, if you throw an invisibility potion at an Enderman, its whole body becomes invisible, but its eyes are still visible. And the same thing applies to spiders as well. They look just like ghosts, and honestly, they're a bit creepy. I don't know if this is a bug or something Mojang did on purpose, but you can use it to pull off a great prank on your friends. All you have to do is place an Enderman in front of your friend's house and throw an invisibility potion at it. And of course, don't forget to fill the inside of the house with invisible spiders. You can use this info to spook your friends a little. This time I found something truly incredible in Minecraft. If you enter the game with this seed, you'll see that everything looks normal. There's a village right next to you. There's nothing wrong with this village. It's a completely normal one. But if you go to these coordinates, you'll come across a really weird village. In this area where there are normally houses and villagers, there's absolutely nothing. It's like an invisible village. The reason for this is that the village has glitched and merged incorrectly with a ravine. The weird part is that no houses or structures spawned at all. The only things you can find directly under this village are 2 villagers, 1 iron golem, and a village well. On top of that, they're all stuck down in the mine, the weirdest village I've ever found. I'm going to show you a prank that is incredibly easy to make, yet just as fun. With this prank, you can give your friends a jump scare. The things you need are 1 piston, 1 armor stand, 1 carved pumpkin, 1 composter, and 1 skulk sensor. First, we dig a 2-block deep hole next to a path. Then we place the skulk sensor and the piston next to each other. We place the armor stand on top of the piston and then put the carved pumpkin on the armor stand. Then what you need to do is place a composter so that it fits inside the pumpkin. We do this with the help of pistons. To camouflage it, you can place another composter directly opposite the first one. And there you have it, our jump scare prank is ready. There are a lot of people doing speedruns in Minecraft Java Edition, and there are lots of different speedrun categories, but there aren't as many categories in the Bedrock Edition. The weirdest one of them all is being a McDonald's employee. Yes, you heard that right. The goal of this speedrun is to make a McDonald's Happy Meal. That is, to collect cooked steak, cooked chicken, baked potato, and bread. A player manages to do this in just 17 seconds. As soon as they enter the game, they spawn inside a village and open the chest in a house. They take a sapling, potato, and bread from the chest. The house right next to it doesn't have a roof because due to a game glitch, it merged with a ruined portal. This way, they can easily reach the smoker and start cooking the potato with the sapling. Then, they take a flint and steel from the ruined portal chest and use it to burn and kill the cow nearby. This way, they get cooked steak. They take the potato and use the same technique on a chicken, completing the speedrun. I found this prison while looking at maps online and it said escape was impossible. When I entered the prison, I was inside a bedrock box and couldn't see anything around. There was an obsidian block beneath me, and breaking it by punching would take exactly 4 minutes and 10 seconds. I guess I had no other chance to escape from this prison. I kept breaking the obsidian for 4 minutes and finally did it. When I looked up, I saw a chest that contained a piston, a slime block, a ladder, and an iron trap door. When I took the items and broke the chest, I realized it was actually a trapped chest, and I knew what I had to do. I immediately placed the trap door beneath me and put the chest on top of it. When I opened the chest, it sent the signal, and I switched to crawl mode to escape from there. I tried to climb to the top of the prison using the ladder. I struggled a bit, but I succeeded. I placed the piston beneath me and put the slime block on top of it. I placed the chest next to the piston, and when I opened the chest, the piston activated. This way, it launched me upwards. I only had 1 ladder left, and I had to do an MLG to escape from here. I had only 1 chance. I successfully pulled off the MLG and managed to escape from here. Mobs in Minecraft behave a bit strangely. If there's a water source in front of a mob, they'll try to go around it instead of walking through it. Even if you cover the water with slabs, they still try to go around it. And thanks to this behavior, you can build an amazing mob trap for yourself. First, you need to set up a mechanism made of water and slabs in front of your house door. Then leave 1 corner open and dig a 24-block deep hole below it. Place a trapdoor in the hole you dug. Mobs see these trapdoors as walkable blocks. This way, mobs will choose the other path instead of walking over the water and end up dying. Then you can easily go down and collect all the items. Also, thanks to this system, you can get a hidden infinite water source. Quite useful. This is the Minecraft Netherrack prison you see. When I entered the prison, I came across something strange. Right in the middle, there was a wall 2 blocks high. In the corner of the area I was in, there was a fire burning constantly. There was netherrack under the fire, but I didn't have the equipment to mine it. In my inventory, I only had 2 slabs. I had to use one of the slabs in this section and the other in the second section. If I used both of them here, I wouldn't have a block left to help me escape in the second section. And since these slabs were stone slabs, I couldn't break them with my fist to take them back. First, I placed one of the slabs next to the wall. By itself, this wasn't enough for me to get over the wall. I went on top of the fire and burned, and while burning, I jumped on the slab. I time timed the jump perfectly with the damage from the fire and managed to get to the second section with perfect timing. The second section was very different because I had no source of fire or anything to deal damage to me. First, I placed the last slab next to the hole. Then, I opened the F3 menu and positioned myself right at the base of the wall at a 180-degree angle. Then, I stepped back 1 tick and lowered my angle by 0.1 degrees. I stepped forward 1 tick, and now due to a game glitch, my hitbox had gone inside the wall. With perfect timing, I jumped and managed to jump 1.5 blocks high. This way, I managed to escape from this prison. I'm going to show you an incredibly easy duplication glitch in Minecraft Bedrock. First of all, these are the only things you need. It's really very cheap. First, we put the item you want to duplicate inside a bundle. We place 1 piston and 2 hoppers. You need to break one of the hoppers and place them so that both hoppers are facing each other. Then we leave a 1-block gap and place the second piston. We place redstone repeaters facing the pistons and click each repeater once. Then, we connect these repeaters to each other with redstone. We place a redstone comparator right in the middle and click it once as well. Finally, we place 1 piece of redstone next to the comparator and a lever in front of it. And that's it. Our duplication system is ready. Make sure the screen animations option is enabled in the video settings for this system to work. We place the bundle into the hopper and start the system. While the system is running, all you need to do is spam right-click on the hoppers. After a while, you will see the bundles duplicate. This way, it's possible to duplicate any item you want. If you try to mine obsidian with the strongest pickaxe in the game, you can break it in 8 seconds. By enchanting the pickaxe with efficiency and using a beacon, you can reduce the time to 1.5 seconds. Have you ever thought about how to break obsidian more slowly? If you mine obsidian with a wooden pickaxe, it will take 2 minutes. If you mine it by punching, it will take 4 minutes and 10 seconds. If you give yourself the mining fatigue effect using an Elder Guardian, this time will be exactly 25 hours and 43 minutes. This time is really long, but it's not even close to the slowest time. If you mine underwater with the mining fatigue effect, it takes 5 times longer, meaning 5.5 days. If you try to mine while swimming in water, the time also increases 5-fold and takes 27.5 days. This is the longest mining time you can achieve without cheats. However, if you give yourself mining fatigue 255, using commands in mine while swimming underwater, it increases 5-fold again and takes 137.5 days. I guess you could subscribe to my channel in that time. I'm pretty sure all of you have seen this map before. This map is called Parkour Spiral, and it's the most popular parkour map in Minecraft. Finishing this map isn't as easy as people think, and it takes a lot of practice. You need to memorize every part of the map and move through it without making mistakes. A player named Calculus spent an insane amount of time on this map and tried to speedrun it. He started playing the map and recorded the whole thing. He managed to finish the map in exactly 7 minutes and 46 seconds with almost no mistakes. My first attempt took 15 minutes, and I hadn't even made it halfway through the map. So, have you ever tried breaking a record? You all probably know this meme. Since people started making funk edits of everything, it became funny and turned into a meme. A Twitter user shared this video and asked if a mod like this could exist, a mod that freezes the game and plays a random funk music. Then another user said they actually turned it into a mod, one that freezes the game and plays funk music when you press a key. This tweet got an incredible amount of attention, and people are asking for the mod to be released. I guess a mod like this will be released soon, and you'll be able to make your own funk edits anytime you want. Actually, this is really funny. Have you ever seen anything like this in Minecraft before? This is a pig spawner, and you can find it in your survival world without using any cheats. When you go to this seed and these coordinates, you'll see there are exactly 5 pig spawners underground. Even though this can happen in Minecraft, the chances of it occurring are incredibly low. For this to happen, the chest and the spawner have to generate in the exact same spot when the world is created. When this happens, the game doesn't know what to do and resets the spawner's data. That way, the spawner with no data turns into a pig spawner. You might be wondering why pigs? That's because the default spawner block in Minecraft is a pig spawner. Even though the pig spawners in this seed look like they're working, they don't actually spawn any pigs. That's because pigs can only naturally spawn on grass blocks. If you surround it with grass blocks, you can create the world's best pig farm. Mojang fixed this issue in newer versions, and now the default spawner block comes empty. Normally, trading with a piglin takes exactly 6 seconds. They examine the gold for 6 seconds, then take it and give you one of the items from this list. But in the Bedrock edition, this is a bit different. If you break a gold gold block next to a piglin, it immediately finishes the trade and tries to take the gold block. So constantly breaking gold blocks next to a piglin while it's trading will make your trades much faster. But when piglins take a gold block, they just put it in their inventory and don't give you anything back. In fact, you don't even need to break the gold block here. Just moving its position makes piglins think it's been broken, and they instantly finish the trade. However, since there isn't actually any gold block on the ground, they just continue trading with the gold ingots. If you set up a system like this, you can perform thousands of trades per second and turn your gold into much better items. If you dig a lake-shaped pit, fill the bottom layer with torches, place green carpet on top, and then fill the rest with green glass, while leaving a 1-block gap each time, you can create a poisonous-looking lake effect. And don't forget to decorate around the lake to make it look rotten. You can make the glass and carpets black to make it look like a bottomless pit, or you can make them red to create the look of a bloody lake. My favorite is definitely the red one, and other colors look just as beautiful too. For example, purple or yellow. You can customize this lake however you like. A perfect decoration for your survival world. What happens if you enter the End and Nether portals at the same time in Minecraft? Building both portals in the same block is impossible because the End portal blocks the Nether portal. But thanks to your character's hitbox, you can stand between the two blocks and interact with both portals at the same time. Also, while you can enter the End portal instantly, you have to wait a few seconds to enter the Nether portal. So technically, if you enter both portals at the same time, you'll always go into the End because it activates faster. And yes, that's technically correct, but if you switch to creative mode and load the Nether once, you can instantly enter there from then on. And since your character's hitbox is 10 pixels wide, if you move about 2/10 blocks, roughly 3 2/10 pixels from the center, you'll interact with the End portal. And if you move 0.175 blocks from the corner, you'll interact with the Nether portal. So there's a shared area where you can interact with both portals. If you teleport exactly to the middle of the interaction zones of the two portals using a command, the End portal will win. That's exactly the performance my geometry teacher expects from me. There's an extremely rare block in Minecraft that only a few people know about, and it exists because of a game glitch. If you place snow on top of a grass block, its texture changes and it turns into a snowy grass block. If you do the same thing with mycelium, you'll get the same result. If you break the snow and tap the block with a debug stick, you'll get this glitched snowy grass block you see here. In fact, this block doesn't actually exist in the game. If an Enderman picks up a normal snowy grass block and then places it back down, there's a very small chance you can actually obtain this block. However, if you enter the game with this seed, you can find these blocks in this area for some unknown reason. Don't try to break these blocks because if you do, they'll turn into dirt blocks. My friend sent me this prison and told me I'd really have to use my brain to escape from it. When I entered the prison, I was surrounded by iron doors and rooms on all sides. I only had one lever in my inventory. I started using the lever to enter the rooms one by one. The first room I entered had a chest, but it was empty. I figured I'd probably need to use the chest as a block, so I broke it. There was actually a hidden light gray glass pane inside the chest. When I entered the second room, there was an ender chest, and inside it were 1 cobblestone and 1 stick. In the third room, I found a hidden hopper with a single sand block inside. And finally, I entered the fourth room, but I couldn't find anything. This room was the only one different from the others, having a greater height. I think this was the room I was meant to escape from the prison. First, I crafted another lever using the cobblestone and stick in my inventory. Then, I searched the room for a hidden redstone contraption. I tried placing the lever on every block one by one and activating it. I tried this throughout the entire prison, and after about 5 minutes, this happened. The bedrocks here suddenly turned into cobbled deep slate. I broke them and a small hole appeared. I placed the glass pane under me and used the room's height to put the sand block on top of me. This way, I switched to crawl mode and managed to escape from the prison. My friend threw me into this prison you see here and told me that I only need 1 piece of sand to escape. When I entered the prison, I was in a very small room and there was only 1 hole in it. When I opened my inventory, I found the sand I needed, but I had no idea what to do with it. I started searching the room, but I couldn't find anything. When I opened my inventory again, I noticed there was 1 more hidden block. Using that glass pane and the sand, I immediately went into crawl mode and managed to get into the hole. Before going through the hole, I picked the sand back up. In the second room, there was a bell. Using the same technique with the bell, I got into the hole again and picked the sand back up. And in the same way, the third room had a lightning rod. I used the same technique again and moved on to the fourth room. Here, there was a grindstone. You'll be surprised, but I used the same technique again. I was now in the last room, but there was something different here. There were a total of 6 planks and 1 crafting table. I placed the crafting table and crafted a door. I placed the door right next to the hole and used the crafting table to go into crawl mode. I was actually inside the door here, but I needed to go 1 block down. I quickly opened and closed the door and went through the hole, and that's how I managed to escape the prison. There are many different types of chests in Minecraft. Minecart chest, trapped chest, ender chest, and a few other types I haven't even mentioned yet. But what if I told you about a chest called the locked chest? This chest isn't in the creative menu. It can't be obtained through normal means and can't be crafted. To open this chest, chest, it has to match a specific player name, meaning only its owner can open it. This chest was added to the game in Minecraft Beta 1.4, released on April 1, 2011. If you tried to open this chest, a menu like this would appear. You had to go to the Minecraft store and buy the key for this chest. When you click the Go to Store button, a website like this would open. And as you can see, the prices were really ridiculous. You'd see very expensive items and things you'd never seen in the game being sold here. Actually, this website was part of an April Fool's joke, and when you tried to buy something, the site would break. This was Notch's nod to Valve's game Team Fortress 2, and it was removed completely shortly afterward. Naturally, the locked chest was completely removed from the game as well. Even though 14 years have passed since this event, the idea of a locked chest that only its owner can open isn't bad at all. Now I'm gonna tell you something I just learned, and you probably didn't know this either. Just like every other mob in Minecraft, wolves also have a specific health level. If their health is full, their tails stick straight up. But if a wolf's health drops, its tail points downward. So you can tell your wolf's health just by looking at its tail. This feature has been in the game ever since wolves were added, but I only just learned about it. Also, since wolves can't die due to hunger, they don't get the hunger effect from rotten flesh. This makes rotten flesh a viable healing item if you're in a pinch. There's now an incredibly strange item duplication glitch in Minecraft, and it's not a bug anymore. To craft a shulker box, one of the best items in the game, you normally need to kill a shulker. And since the end cities in your world are technically limited, shulkers are also limited in number, because unlike regular mobs, shulkers only spawn when the world is generated. In the case of finding all the shulkers in the 30 million by 30 million end dimension, Mojang has found a different solution so that shulkers don't go extinct. When hit by another shulker or by its own attack, shulkers can duplicate themselves, but this only happens with a 75% chance when the attacked shulker's health is below 50%. Additionally, the chance of duplication decreases by 20% for each shulker within an 8-block radius. So before you can create your own shulker army, they stop duplicating with this method. What you're looking at is a Minecraft shulker prison. When I entered the prison, I saw a hole. In the first room, there was a shulker, and on the ceiling of the room, there were 4 item frames. At first, the item frames looked empty, but thanks to the shulker when I went up, I saw that the frames contained glass panes. I collected all the glass panes and set up a nice little contraption. I went between the shulker and the glass panes. The shulker put me into crawl mode, and thanks to the setup I made, I escaped the first room. In the second room, there was a shulker, a trapdoor, and a lava path. I understood what I needed to do. Thanks to the trapdoor, I switched to crawl mode and waited for the shulker to hit me. Thanks to the shulker, I got the levitation effect again and was able to move along the lava path without touching it, and that's how I easily escaped from the prison. I'm going to show you the smallest cherry grove biome in the world. This cherry tree you see here represents an entire biome on its own. In this seed, there are only 2 blocks of cherry grove biome, while the rest of the blocks are from the plains biome. A tree generating on just 2 blocks makes it look like it's not natural. So, do you see a mushroom island here? Yeah, I don't see it either. But when we look at the F3 menu, we can see that this place is actually a mushroom fields biome. This is the smallest mushroom fields biome in the world because it has no blocks at all. If you enter the same seed on bedrock, you can see that the water looks murky, matching the mushroom fields biome. But of course, there's no island or anything like that. In Minecraft, villages usually cover an area of around 150 by 150 blocks. On flat and open terrain, they can sometimes expand up to 200 blocks wide. In that case, a village can have around 20 to 40 structures and about 10 to 30 villagers. But what if I told you I found the smallest village in the world? First, if you enter the seed in Minecraft version 1.8, you'll come across an unbelievably tiny village. In this village, a single cleric villager lives alone with just 1 well and 1 small farm. An incredibly tiny village made up of just 1 villager. But this isn't even close to being the smallest village in the world. To find the world's smallest village, you first need to enter one of Minecraft's earliest versions and travel for hours. The purpose of doing this is to create as much lag as possible in the game. After a while, the game will start to lag and freeze a lot, and the world will stop generating. After that, part of the world won't generate, just like in this image, and this spot will end up being exactly where the village is. This way, you can find a village with only a single structure, and this becomes the smallest village in the world. My friend sent me this prison you see here and told me I'd have to act like a snake to escape from it. When I entered the prison, I was surrounded by bedrock and there was a small hole. In front of the hole, there was a 2-block lava pool. When I opened the chest inside the prison, it had 1 conduit, 1 crafting table, 1 eye of ender, 1 end portal frame, and 1 dirt block. I remembered that I had to act like a snake to escape from this prison, and I actually knew how to escape. First, I picked up everything inside the chest, and I also picked up the chest. Then, I placed the end portal frame block next to the lava pool. I have only 1 chance to escape from here, because I can't break and take the end portal frame again. So this tactic has to work. I placed the crafting table on top of the portal frame and put the conduit on top of that. I broke the crafting table and placed it next to the portal frame. Then I entered the space between the 2 blocks. When I placed the Eye of Ender on the portal metal frame, my character switched to crawl mode. I placed the chest and the dirt block in the empty space above me. I crawled up to the very last pixel of the crafting table and broke the dirt above me. I placed the dirt in the last empty space beneath me and managed to escape from here. My friend sent me this prison and said it's almost impossible to escape from it. When I entered the prison, I found a crafting table and a hole. When I opened my inventory, I had 7 sticks and 16 snowballs. I couldn't figure out what I was supposed to do to escape the prison. Snowballs could only be crafted into snow blocks, but at this point, the block itself was completely useless to me. But you could turn snow blocks back into snow. I immediately turned the snowballs into snow blocks and crafted snow. Then I used the sticks to craft a ladder. This is the stage where I was going to use a weird glitch that most people don't even know about. I placed the ladder at the bottom of the hole and put my last snow block right above the hole. To perform the glitch, I needed a trapdoor-sized block, and I built it using the snow. I stood on the snow, then spammed the space and shift keys. It may sound strange, but if you try for a bit, you can enter crawl mode this way. This way, I managed to escape from the prison. As you know, spears have been added to the game, and along with these spears, a new enchantment called Lunge has also been added to the game. You can apply this enchantment to spears. With this enchantment, you can launch yourself forward just like when using a trident. If you jump into the air first and then use the spear, you can launch yourself much farther. Also, crafting a spear is really easy, but there's a big problem. Spears used with the Lunge 3 enchantment have a major durability problem. For example, if you use the Lunge enchantment with a wooden spear, your weapon will break instantly. If you use it twice with a stone spear, it breaks. Similarly, copper and iron spears also only last for 2 uses. The golden spear, just like the wooden spear, breaks after a single use. You can use a diamond spear 15 times and a netherite spear 20 times. Also, you cannot apply the mending enchantment to spears that have the Lunge enchantment. To repair spears, you either need to use materials, which is very expensive, or combine them with another spear. Also, if you combine it with another spear, the Lunge enchantment will disappear. This isn't practical at all and is really ridiculous. My friend sent me this 2-story staircase prison you see, and said it was impossible for me to escape from here. When I entered the prison, I was surrounded by bedrock and there wasn't much around. There was a hole and on top of it, an iron trapdoor. When I opened my inventory, I found a skulk sensor. With this sensor, I had to somehow activate the trapdoor, enter crawl mode, and pass through this hole. I had to place the sensor in the right spot because I only had 1 chance. If you don't know, when you place a skulk sensor, you can't break it with your fist to take it back. This rule also applies to the iron trapdoor. I placed the sensor on the block above the trapdoor. This way, when I made a sound, the sensor detected it and activated the trapdoor. I quietly moved in front of the trapdoor and made a sound. This way, I switched to crawl mode and went through the hole. When I went down through the hole, I found a door and a set of stairs. There was also another 2-block hole. I took the blocks and went next to the hole. I placed the stairs like this and put the door next to them. When I went into the gap of the stairs and closed the door on myself, due to a game glitch, I ended up inside the blocks. Right at this part, I left the game and joined back in. This way, because of another game glitch, I ended up inside the stairs as well. I jumped once and now I was between the blocks. When I broke the door, I was going to enter crawl mode for a second. I timed it right and managed to get into the hole. This way, I escaped from the prison. A common mistake when building a sugarcane farm is looking for sand, because people believe that sugarcane grows faster on sand. But not only is this information false, we actually make the biggest mistake by growing sugarcane on sand, because unlike other blocks, sand needs an extra block to stay in the air. Actually, the best block for a sugarcane farm is mud. You might be asking if such a block even exists in the game, but there's even a biome like that in the game. The reason mud is the best block for farming is that it can transfer items to hoppers without even needing a minecart to collect them. Save this video, you'll need it later. Today, I'm going to show you something you've probably never seen in the game before. Normally, spawner rooms generate underground and deep inside caves. We know that sometimes spawner rooms generate weird because of game glitches, but what I'm about to show you is absolutely ridiculous and will actually be super useful. If you enter the game with this seed and head to these coordinates, you'll find a village. Up to this point, everything seems normal. This village is quite small compared to the others, consisting of only 4 houses. If you look under this house, you'll come across a spawner room. Yes, a spawner room on the surface. This is really ridiculous, and I've never seen anything like it before. Get ready to see the longest speedrun in Minecraft history. There's a YouTube channel called One Thing Every Day. On this channel, a player does only one thing in Minecraft every day. By one thing, we mean something like placing a block or breaking a block. For example, on the first day, the player breaks 1 piece of wood. On the second and third days, he breaks wood in the same way. On the 6th day, he places the crafting table he crafted. By the 23rd day, the player goes down into the mine and starts mining coal. From day 51 to day 58, he gathers hay bales one by one as a food source. Yes, he does only that for an entire week. On the 109th day, he enters the nether through the nether portal he finally completed. From day 111 to day 145, he spends a whole month collecting blaze rods. From day 176 to day 286, he spends a full 110 days trying to collect ender pearls. On the 397th day, he manages to open the end portal. The other day, it was the 423rd day, and he ate one piece of bread to fill his health bar. I guess he will try to defeat the Ender Dragon over the next 3 months. This is truly incredible. Did you know that you can make a time bomb in Minecraft? You can make a TNT explode after any delay you want, and it's really easy to do. First, we set up a contraption like this. Next, we need to smelt something in a furnace. While the items are smelting in the furnace, we activate one of the levers and break the other. As you can see, the redstone system is currently active, but the TNT isn't exploding because it's not updating itself right now. For it to update, one of the blocks next to it needs to be updated, and we do that using the furnace. When the furnace finishes smelting and the fire goes out, the blocks update, triggering the TNT to ignite and explode. Looking at this list, the lava bucket is the longest lasting fuel in the game. If you put a lava bucket here and smelt something, the TNT will explode exactly after 1,000 seconds. You can set how many seconds you want your time bomb to explode by checking this list. I think it's an awesome trap. I'm going to show you an amazing trick. All you need is a wooden spear with the knockback 2 enchantment. With this spear, you can knock lit TNT forward, and it's very easy to use. The reason this trick is so powerful is that a lit TNT can kill even someone wearing a full netherite set. Moreover, by using a dispenser and an observer, you can easily build a simple TNT cannon. Especially if you master using the spear, this trick will be extremely useful. I don't know if this feature will introduce a new PvP mechanic to the game, but I'm sure people will use it. Obtaining a Totem of Undying is one of the hardest things you can do in the game, but a player managed to obtain this item just 755 milliseconds after generating a world on a random seed. The goal of this speedrun is to obtain the Post-Mortal achievement, meaning they will also need to use the totem. A player named Guzo Arbuzo spawned in a seed where both the extremely rare woodland mansion and a village generated together due to a game glitch. The real highlight here is that the evoker, which you need to kill to get the totem, and the iron golem protecting the village have spawned side by side. The player doesn't move after generating the world, which prevents the timer from progressing. He waits for the iron golem to kill the evoker. As soon as the totem hits the ground, he runs to pick it up and hits the golem at the same time, and this way he activates the totem and earns the achievement in exactly 755 milliseconds. My friend sent me this prison and told me that I had to use my trading skills to escape from here. When I entered the prison, I came across something interesting. In the prison, there was one mason villager, one wandering trader, a dripstone setup, and a 1-block hole. When I opened my inventory, I had 4 dirt, 4 water bottles, and 1 bone meal. Actually, I had already figured out what I needed to do to escape from this prison. First, I turned the dirt into mud using the water bottles. Then I turned 3 of the mud into clay using the dripstone setup. I traded these clays with the mason villager for 1 emerald. I traded the emerald I obtained for 2 moss blocks at the wandering trader. I placed the moss block over the hole. I placed my last remaining mud right next to it. If you didn't know, mud is a block that is slightly shorter than other blocks, and if you use bone meal on a moss block, it turns the surrounding blocks into moss blocks. While standing on the mud, I used bone meal on the moss block, and thanks to a game glitch, I entered crawl mode. Thanks to this, I managed to escape from this prison. If you give a redstone signal to a dragon head, it will start opening and closing its mouth with an animation. The same thing also applies to the piglin head. They really look so cute. Just like with cows, you can get unlimited milk from goats using a bucket. You can shear off a snow golem's head, and in this state, they look really funny. Endermen can't see you through glass. If you use a fishing rod while facing lava, you can light candles. In the same way you can ignite TNT. You can do the same thing using a snowball, and you can also do it with an egg. If you hit a dripstone with a trident, you can knock it off. But if you shoot it with a bow, it doesn't fall. That's a bit weird. If you enchant your bow with Flame and Infinity, you can make unlimited cooked food without using a furnace. Today, I'm going to tell you about a Minecraft version that you've probably never heard of and that very few people know about. The version is called Minecraft 4K. Don't be fooled by the 4K in the name. It's not about the resolution, it's about the size of the game. This version appeared in 2010 during the Java 4K game programming contest, where the goal was to make Minecraft in just 4 kilobytes. What came out resembled the early versions of Minecraft quite a lot. The world size wasn't unlimited. It was limited to just 64 by 64 blocks. There were only 16 different block types, and none of them had animations. You could break blocks instantly and place them instantly as well. The graphics quality is probably terrible right now, I'm sorry about that, but the game doesn't open in full screen mode. Now you know about the Minecraft version that no one else knows. Killing the warden is one of the hardest things in the game, but one player managed to do it only 1 minute and 3 seconds after creating the world. A player named Flawless Diamond begins his speedrun in this seed. This seed gives birth to him in an ancient city. Player goes straight from the city to collect woods and takes care to make noise. He walks on the stones to make noise once more while collecting woods. After collecting the 3 pieces of wood needed to kill the warden, he makes the final sound to summon the warden. And he's crafting a trapdoor. You might be wondering, how will he kill the warden with a trapdoor? The player gains height with water flowing from above and collects drip dripstones on the ground. Meanwhile, since he makes noise, the warden comes right under him. Once he has collected enough dripstone, he uses this trapdoor system to drop it before the warden can attack, dealing a lot of damage. And he completes this task in 1 minute and 3 seconds. If you've ever tried to build a pool and fill it with water in Minecraft, you've probably noticed that doing it without commands is unnecessarily difficult. But actually, it's not that difficult. If you want all the blocks to be water sources, meaning you don't want the water to flow around, all you need to do is place water diagonally in the pool. This will form an infinite water source on its own and fill the entire pool. But if you're saying my pool isn't 1 block deep, there's still a very easy method. This time, you'll need to collect some ice from somewhere. Then, if you fill the edges of the pool with ice leaving 1 block gaps, and then break them, the pool will be completely filled with water again. No matter how high you fall in Minecraft, a single block of water where you land will save you. This is actually a bit strange. I'm going to show you something even stranger. If you set up a contraption like this, it will look as if there's no water here, but you can actually access the water from here. This means that if you fall here from a high place, you won't take any damage as if you had fallen into water. This also applies to some other MLG blocks. If you try this with sweet berries, you still won't take any damage. Powder snow, hay bale, slime block. You can use this mechanic with all of these. The reason for this is actually that chests are not a full block. Because they take up less space than a full block, even by just 1 pixel, you can interact with the block behind chests. That's really a strange mechanic. If you set up a contraption like this, you can get a fully automatic and amazing cactus farm. And this farm is truly impressive. If you're wondering what to do with all these cacti, you can automatically turn them into bone meal using a composter, hopper, and chest. If you're wondering what to do with all that bone meal, you can set up a simple contraption like this to turn it into wheat and seeds. If you're wondering what to do with all that wheat, you can turn it into bread. If you're wondering what to do with all that bread, to be honest, I have no idea. Let me introduce you to the best item in Minecraft, the boat. When you start the game, you can craft yourself a boat within seconds, and throughout the game, it serves countless purposes. Falling from a high place? You can use your boat. Are you killing an Enderman? It's much easier with a boat. You want to take the villagers to your home? Villager smuggling has never been this easy. Also, if you're skilled in the game, there are many more things you can do. With good timing, you can use boats to cross lava lakes and feel like Dream. Also, instead of building bridges to get to the places you want to go in the Nether, you can just keep getting in and out of your boat. You can use this item in every way. It's truly a perfect item, and it can be obtained with just 5 planks. But the best feature of this item by far is that you can drift. I think I might have found the biggest prison in Minecraft history. If you didn't know, the smallest prison in Minecraft is just this setup made of 2 blocks. When you step inside, you can't move and you're stuck there forever. So what's the biggest prison ever built in Minecraft? Technically, you could call it a prison if you build walls out of millions of obsidian blocks and place a tiny cell right in the middle. But considering how unbelievably huge the Minecraft world is, building the biggest prison this way would take you years. In this case, even if you use commands, you can only place a few blocks before your computer crashes. But you don't need to do any of that to make the biggest prison anyway. In fact, the funny thing is, you all already know what this prison is. Every direction is 30 million blocks wide, occupying trillions of blocks, and no matter how far you go, you'll never escape from this massive prison. This is the Minecraft world itself. This prison is almost impossible to escape from. This is the Minecraft Gaia prison you see. The cell where the prisoner is held consists of a small trick-based room. What makes this cell both tricky and powerful are the end crystals inside. Since these crystals were created using a game glitch, there's no way to break or explode them. The entire cell is packed with these crystals, so attempting to break the walls would be useless. Even if you somehow manage to escape from the cell, leaving the prison is still incredibly hard, because as soon as you step onto the outer layer of this prison, there is a machine that bans you from the server. The mechanism of this ban machine is quite simple. When you write thousands of hard-to-detect characters into a book and then place hundreds of them into a shulker box, the game does not load this much information and kicks you out of the game. When you try to rejoin the game, crashes and closes, so in a way, you are banned. Apart from that, this prison has secure walls with chorus fruits, systems preventing the placement of withers, and an outer wall that is 10 blocks wide. That's why. What was the first mob in Minecraft? When thinking of the oldest Minecraft mobs, you might think of zombies, skeletons, or creepers. But the first mob added to the game is something you've probably never seen before. There is only one version of the game where no mobs exist, and that is the very first version of the game. But exactly 2 hours and 41 minutes after the first version of the game was released, Notch decided to add the first mob to the game, and this first mob was the human. I'm not talking about your character. Randomly roaming Steve-skinned characters were added to the game. When Notch later wanted to use the Steve skin for the player as well, he removed this mob from the game, and it still hasn't been added back. He slightly modified the skin and reintroduced it to the game as a zombie. What would your reaction be if I told you that this image was created by the original Minecraft without using any mods or even any redstone systems? Normally, there are 3 different dimensions in the game. These are the overworld, nether, and end. Mojang added an infinite number of new dimensions to the game. With the 20 W14 Infinite Update. First, you need a book and quill. Then, if you build a nether portal and throw this randomly filled book into it, you will open a portal to a different dimension. These dimensions constantly change depending on the contents of the book, so you can create an infinite number of different dimensions. In this dimension, you can find different colored blocks, items, and mobs that are not in the game, and structures you've never seen before. If you write red in the book and throw it into the portal, your game will turn completely red. If you write ant and throw it in, you can teleport to a flat dimension that looks like an old television screen filled with static. Write chess, you will see your entire world turn into chess patterns. Write library, you will teleport to an infinite library. Be careful while playing this version because your skin can suddenly turn into something horrifying. What is the largest diamond vein you can find in Minecraft? Nothing else can match the excitement of counting up to 8 while mining the diamonds you found. But 8 isn't even close to the largest vein you can find. In older versions, a single vein could contain a maximum of 8 diamonds. But if multiple veins generated on chunk borders, you could find 10 or even more diamonds. But after the cave update, up to 23 diamonds can now be found in a single chunk. And these veins can also merge at chunk borders, forming larger veins. The largest diamond vein that can be formed by merging all the diamonds in the chunks consists of exactly 850 trillion diamond ores. Of course, the chances of finding this in the game are practically zero, so if you find more than 8 diamonds in a single vein, consider yourself lucky. This prison you see here is the most brutal prison in Minecraft. To escape this prison filled with water, all you need to do is break this obsidian. Under normal conditions, you can break this obsidian with your hand in 4 minutes and escape. But it's not that easy. The inside of the prison is completely filled with water, and as we know, breaking blocks underwater takes longer. But even that's not all. Right next to this prison, there's an Elder Guardian, and this gives you Mining Fatigue 5 effect. When we combine all of this, you would need to try breaking the obsidian for a total of 21 days to escape this prison. I think it's easy. While fishing or looting chests and pyramids in Minecraft, you've probably come across the Curse of Binding enchantment. But what most people don't know is that this enchantment can be one of the worst things that can happen to you in Minecraft. When you wear an armor with the Curse of Binding enchantment, you can't take it off. You might think, if my armor is good, I wouldn't take it off anyway, or I'll just wait for it to break by taking damage from a cactus when needed. That's true, but it is possible to cast this enchantment in an armor that cannot be broken. If you apply this enchantment to a carved pumpkin and accidentally wear it, your vision will be ruined forever. So whatever you do, don't put it in a dispenser, cover it with a pressure plate, and place it under the entrance of your friend's house in Hardcore World. Minecraft has a lot of different mobs, but some of them are completely useless. So what's the most useless mob in the game? Killing a rabbit gives you either rabbit hide or rabbit meat, but both of these items are useless because there are better ones. If you kill a panda, it drops at most 2 bamboo, but since pandas already spawn in bamboo biomes, killing pandas is so unnecessary. The most useless mob in the game is definitely the silverfish. It is very rare, yet it doesn't drop any items. But if we try to find the most useful mob in the game, the mushroom will catch our eye. Both its meat and leather are quite useful. Also, with a bowl, we can make unlimited mushroom stews. But there are much more useful items in the game. Zombified piglins can drop gold, and with gold, we can craft a lot of useful items. But this isn't the most useful mob either. The most useful mob in the game is actually the iron golem, because with iron, we can craft a lot more useful items. Also, creating an iron golem farm is quite easy. There's a farm for every item in Minecraft. Iron farms, emerald, and totem farms, or gold farms might be among the best ones you've built in the game. Well, if there's a farm for every item in the game, which one is the most useless? If you didn't know, when turtles are struck by lightning, they drop a bowl. So using these overly complex hopper systems and lightning rods, you can actually build yourself a bowl farm. But even this farm still gives you an actual item. So let me show you a farm that gives you absolutely no item and is probably built with the most complicated redstone systems you'll ever see in your life. Here is the bat farm. This farm doesn't drop any items because it separates bats from other mobs, and bats are the only mob in the game that don't drop any items or XP. So with this farm, you can increase your bat kill count on your statistics page. Once again, I found something really insane in Minecraft. There are dozens of different places where you can find chests in Minecraft. For example, shipwrecks or villages. Also, if you're lucky, you can find valuable items like diamonds or enchanted golden apples in these chests. But in this seed, there's a chest so unique that I'm sure you've never seen anything like it before. First, enter the game with this seed and take a very, very short walk of about 2 million blocks to find this ancient city and reach this chest, because what's inside this chest is truly unbelievable. When you open the chest, you'll find exactly 14 enchanted golden apples inside. Yes, it's not a joke. Just one chest with 14 enchanted golden apples. While it's hard for us to find even one, this chest contains exactly 14 enchanted golden apples. This prison made of only 6 bedrock blocks may seem quite small and impossible to escape from at first glance, but but the reality is very different. As you might expect, it's impossible to escape by breaking bedrock, but you can simply get out of here using a water bucket or a boat. Even if you make things harder by cover yourself in with bedrock, you can still escape using an ender pearl or a chorus fruit. So can we build a prison that is smaller than 6 blocks and truly impossible to escape from? You might think this is impossible, but there is a prison made of just 2.5 blocks, and escaping from it is even harder than from bedrock. This structure you see is made up of just an end crystal, a composter, and a carpet. But since this end crystal was obtained using a game glitch, it cannot be broken or exploded in any way. So while you're stuck inside the composter, you can't move. And since the end crystal prevents you from breaking the composter, you're stuck here forever. Have you ever wondered how deep the void is in Minecraft? Actually, moving through the void isn't as easy as you might think, because even in creative mode, you can only survive in the void for a few seconds. That's why we need to find another way to move forward. If you fill your entire inventory with enchanted golden apples, you can fall 150,000 blocks in the void before running out of apples. But this distance is very small compared to the true size of the void. Instead, using the teleport command allows you to go down 20 million blocks. Normally, this would be the farthest distance you can teleport, but there is a way to go even further down from here. If you go into the game's code and remove the maximum teleportation distance, you'll encounter something very strange. When you go this deep, the game will completely lose its meaning, and you'll start seeing the sky again in a blue-purple mix. At this point, you won't be able to fall any further, even if you wanted to, and you'll have reached the end of the void. Last night, while I was falling asleep, I wondered what the worst texture pack in the world might be, and I found a pretty interesting one. Everyone is Steve Texture Pack. In this texture pack, pigs look like this, chickens look like this, and sheep look like this. Actually, every mob in the game looks like Steve. Endermen look a bit disgusting. The interesting thing is that all the particles in the game also look like Steve's head. The ocean floor looks like this, and it's disgusting. And here comes the moment everyone's been waiting for. Let's see what the end dimension looks like. Oh my god, this is the most beautiful ender dragon I've ever seen. If I asked you how many golems there are in Minecraft, you'd probably say 2, snow and iron golem. But actually, there's a hidden golem in the game's code. The name of this friend, which you can only get in the Bedrock edition, is Agent. But since you can't spawn it using normal methods, most of us don't even know that the agent exists. You can think of the agent as a creature that can do everything you can do. It can easily do things like attacking, placing, and breaking blocks, moving, and farming. It even has its own inventory. The reason the agent was added to the game is that it serves as a tool to teach you coding in Minecraft's Education Edition. But interestingly, you can use it even if you don't activate the Education Edition. This makes the agent one of the rarest creatures in Minecraft's code. When I get bored while playing Minecraft, I usually download a parkour map and start playing it. But this time while playing the parkour map, something came to my mind. What was the first parkour map ever made in Minecraft? I immediately started researching and went to Minecraft's oldest forum, minecraftforum.net. When I found the oldest thread here, there was a map called The Giant Tree by a user named LeMayoBoat. The map was posted on July 8th, 2009, just 2 months after Minecraft was released, but I wasn't able to download the map. One comment on the thread caught my attention. In the comment, someone had actually shared a link to what might be the oldest parkour map. On June 17th, 2009, just 1 month after Minecraft was released, a user named Rosetta shared a parkour map called Water Climb. The parkour consisted only of water and lava. This video you're watching is of Minecraft's very first parkour map in history. In the old versions of Minecraft, if you wanted to change your texture pack, a small Minecraft landscape would appear. A group of people suggested that the mountain in this image could be found in a real Minecraft world, and that Mojang always used in-game locations for these types of images. But they had an almost impossible task ahead of them. They needed to find a single point among Minecraft's seemingly infinite worlds. This meant they had to explore billions of different worlds for each version. Moreover, since they didn't know which version the image was added in, this task was extremely difficult. A special algorithm was developed. Hundreds of volunteers' computers ran continuously for months. Every second, thousands of worlds were being created, analyzed, and discarded. After months of work on July 18th, 2020, the seed of the world from the pack PNG image was discovered. Mojang also immortalized this moment from years ago and added this painting to the game for the 15th anniversary. If you load beta 1.3 and use this seed while generating a world, you can find the world where the legendary pack PNG was captured. First of all, if you're playing on Bedrock Edition and you hate spiders, this trick is perfect for you. You should build your wall using magma blocks because spiders can't climb on magma blocks. But if you say, I prefer Java Edition and want to play on Java, I've got some bad news for you. In this version, spiders can climb magma blocks, but if you extend your wall 1 block outward on each side, spiders won't be able to reach the top. Since Minecraft was released, thousands of mods have been created and published. Among them, there have been mods that were downloaded countless times and became incredibly popular. But But have you ever wondered how the very first mod in history came to be? According to my research, in November 2010, exactly 1 year after Minecraft was released, a mod package called HMod was published. This mod became an essential option for Minecraft servers because it allowed you to give players VIP features. At the same time, you could ban players from the server and teleport. Even though these features exist in the original version of Minecraft today, back then they didn't, and you could only do them thanks to HMod. Later, different mods of this kind were developed, eventually evolving into what we now know as Bukkit plugins. Most active servers today use Bukkit plugins. So basically, the oldest mod in history is still being used today. I'm going to show you the most interesting version of Minecraft, Minecraft version 15W14A. This is a version made for April Fool's Day. The world name is There Can Only Be One, and you can't change it. The game mode is Existence. In this version, all cheats are considered superpowers. Also, you can't take any damage or die in any way. Every time you take damage, your hearts increase. So much so that even if you use the kill command, you still won't die. All the clouds are pink and heart-shaped. Creepers smile, and when they explode, they drop roses for you. You can't harm any living creature. On the contrary, when you try to deal damage, the creature's hearts increase. When you craft a sword, you actually craft a heart sword. Arrows are heart-shaped and increase the health of the mob you shoot. Also in this version, you can make boats out of obsidian, but this boat is useless because it's so heavy it constantly sinks. If you want to beat the game in this version, you need to have a total of 184 hearts. When you reach this number, the Minesweeper game appears, or rather Screeper. If you win this game, you'll have beaten the game. A very interesting version. Even though Minecraft is a very old game, it still has a lot of optimization issues. Especially in the Java edition, getting high FPS is really difficult. Today, I'm going to show you a mod that hardly anyone knows about, and it can seriously boost your FPS. You're probably using either Optifine or Sodium to get higher FPS. Right now, I'm getting 440 FPS on this map with Optifine. With the same map and same settings using the Sodium mod, I'm getting 685 FPS. These are actually decent numbers for playing Minecraft, but with the mod I'm about to show you, you can get even better results. Vulkan mod. This mod is really barely known compared to the others. Right now, I'm on the same world with the same settings, and as you can see, I've hit 1,200 FPS. I guess Optifine will never be used again because it's the worst among them all. You can keep using Sodium, but I'm going with Vulkan mod. There is a secret banner in Minecraft. Normally, when you add a banner and die to a loom, this secret design does not appear. To obtain it, you need to add a banner pattern to this slot in the loom. To obtain the banner pattern, you need to combine a piece of paper with an enchanted golden apple. This way, you can obtain the Mojang banner. But finding the enchanted golden apple, which is one of the most valuable items in the game, is not that easy. However, a player named Unsortiertes managed to make this banner in 20 seconds and break the world record. First, he takes gold items from the ruined portal chest at his spawn. After collecting a few poppies for red dye and cutting some wood, he heads toward a desert pyramid. He picks up 3 sugarcane along the way. He quickly loots the pyramid and finds the enchanted golden apple there as well. First of all, this might be the fastest item crafting I have ever seen in my life. He crafts so fast that he manages to make the banner in just 20 seconds. I think Mojang is being ridiculous. A few days ago, I made a video showing how absurd the spears and lunge enchantments in Minecraft are. People reacted quite strongly to it, and Mojang didn't ignore the situation. Previously, the spears we used with the lunge enchantment had a massive durability problem and would break almost instantly. On top of that, they couldn't be used together with the mending enchantment. Now, this has been adjusted. Instead of losing durability, your character's hunger decreases. You can also now use the lunge and mending enchantments together. Each time you use it, your hunger bar decreases a bit, and after a few uses, it drops to the point where you can't even sprint anymore. In that case, the lunge enchantment stops working. You'll need to eat to use it again. People see this as an obvious nerf because if you want to travel with spears, you now need to carry a huge amount of food. I think they could have added a cooldown instead, just like with weapons. What do you think? Mojang watched my video. In a video I made about 2 months ago, I talked about saddles and said that this item should actually be craftable. I think a few people from Mojang might have watched my video and thought it actually made sense. In the latest update to the game, a new recipe was added to craft the saddle. Finding a saddle in Minecraft wasn't all that hard before either. You could get this item in villages, fortresses, dungeons, pyramids, while fishing, or by killing a ravager. But all these methods I mentioned either required some luck or were hard to do when you were just starting out in the game. That's why even if you picked up every saddle you found, it was usually an item that didn't get used very much. But now that it's craftable, we'll be able to use a horse even at the very beginning of the game, and this will significantly reduce the value of the item. This is a good thing for overall gameplay, but if Mojang Mojang is adding a crafting recipe to an item that hasn't changed in 13 years? What could be the reason behind it? Yes, I explained the reason. They watched my video. Most of you know this Minecraft painting. Apart from being the most beautiful painting in the game, this painting has a secret feature. If you look closely, you can see that there is actually a Minecraft world behind the painting. It is even more obvious if we look at the original painting in high resolution. So, can we find the seed behind this table? A group of people set out to answer this very question. At first, they sent an email to the artist who made this painting and found the original screenshot. They then arranged all the blocks in the same way as in the picture, creating a copy of the world. And they loaded this copy into a seed finder software that compared it against all the seeds, one by one. This copy was quite slow as there were a few shortcomings, but eventually they managed to find this mysterious seed. And here's the mysterious skull on fire seed. When your diamond sword's durability hits 0, it should normally break. But if you're playing in an old version of Minecraft, it was possible to come across a sword like this. In version 1.15, when you killed a mob that could drop items, the dropped item's durability could very rarely be 0. On top of that, using commands, you could even set the item's durability to a negative value. In fact, once you reached a negative value, the durability bar would start showing again. But normally the bar extends to the right, but with this glitch, it stretched to the left as durability decreased. And since there was no limit to this, the bar could eventually cover your entire screen. You might be thinking, since the durability decreases negatively every time I use it, I can use it infinitely forever. But it doesn't work as you think. It would break on the first use. Have you ever seen a block like this in Minecraft before? If you've never seen this block before, that's completely normal because it was removed after staying in the game for a few months. This block is called Cog, and it actually has no function. Notch added this block to the game in the 2010 in-dev version so we could build large redstone circuits. Back then, you could even place these blocks on walls. The name of this block back then wasn't redstone, but Cog. After a while, Notch thought it was silly and removed the Cog block in the next update, and all Cog blocks and inventories were turned into redstone. So we can actually say that the first version of redstone was Cog. Useless copper finally has a use now. Normally they had no use other than making lightning rods, but now they do. In Minecraft's 2025 third update, copper golems were added to the game. First of all, we can craft armor from copper, and it's somewhere between leather and gold in terms of strength. If you place a carved pumpkin on top of a copper block like you're building an iron golem, you'll get both a copper chest and a copper golem. You can also make its oxidized version. These golems have item organizing tasks. If you don't want to come back from the mine and organize your items one by one, you put them all into this copper chest. And the golem takes the items from the copper chest and organizes them according to which chest each item was previously stored in. Actually, this feature is really useful. If you set up a simple system like this, the golem will keep working forever. I don't know why I did something like this. The Minecraft speedrun world record, which hadn't been broken for about a year, was finally beaten a few days ago. Until now, thousands of players tried to get under 7 minutes, but none of them succeeded. A player named Loki worked on this for a year and a half and finally did it. He started by looting the underwater shipwreck as soon as he entered the game. Then he crafts a shears with the iron and collects leaves. He quickly finds a ravine in the ocean and goes to the nether. Loki was so lucky that he found a bastion and a fortress right next to each other. He hurriedly starts trading with the piglins. While waiting for the piglins, he throws an ender pearl to the fortress and immediately returns to the piglins. As soon as he returns, he lowers the render distance. Because chunks don't load, the ender pearl thrown to the fortress becomes ineffective. After finishing the trade, he presses F3A to reload chunks, and the ender pearl in the fortress becomes active. He collects blaze rods incredibly quickly and luckily then returns to the overworld. He crafts beds, finds the stronghold coordinates, and goes back to the nether. Although he makes the nether portal wrong out of excitement, he somehow manages to fix it and returns to the overworld at the desired coordinates. His luck here is that the nether portal, which should generate on the surface in the overworld, spawns exactly inside the stronghold. He quickly finds the portal's location and goes to the end. So, at the 6th minute of the speedrun, he starts fighting the Ender Dragon. He quickly climbs up and manages to kill the Ender Dragon using the tactic called Zero Cycle, and he becomes the new world record holder with a time of 6 minutes and 50 seconds. Finally, something useful has been added to Minecraft. Here it is, shelves, and they're really cool. The crafting recipe is super simple, and they're really cheap to craft. They basically work like item frames, but you can place 3 different items on them, and you can place stacked items on them and use them as storage space. If you send a redstone signal, their appearance changes. These shelves let you easily swap out items from your hotbar. If you set up a contraption like this, you can swap your entire hotbar with a single click. It's actually a great block even just for decoration. You can build a casino with these blocks and even make a a slot machine. They're really cool, but don't gamble. In Minecraft, it can take hours of wandering just to find a small village, and that's really boring. But thanks to this mod, you see, that problem is gone. This mod creates a pathway in your world, and when you follow the path, it leads you to a structure. The paths also change their appearance depending on the biome they're in. That way, it never ruins the natural look. Thanks to this mod, you always have something to do and new places to explore, so you never get bored in the game. We all know that finding diamonds in Minecraft isn't exactly easy. First, you need to get into the game and craft yourself some gear. After making some progress, you can head into a cave and start looking for diamonds. And if you're lucky, you can find diamonds easily. What if I told you that you could find diamonds without doing anything? This is the world record leaderboard for the fastest obtained diamond speedruns you've ever seen. There are people who find diamonds in 0 seconds, so to speak, without doing anything. Actually, it's very simple to do this. The only thing you need to do is enter the game with this seed. When you enter the game, you don't need to do anything because you start with diamonds in your inventory. Along with the diamonds, there's some bread and a few torches. So, how does this happen? The reason for this is that the village you spawn in is actually generated inside a mine shaft. Due to a game glitch, a minecart with a chest has spawned next to the cactus. When you spawn in the game, you appear next to the cactus, and at that exact moment, the cactus breaks the minecart and all the items are automatically added to your inventory. This way, you find diamonds without even moving. We all know that obtaining netherite is quite difficult. The only way to obtain netherite is to go to the nether, because this rare ore is found only there. Why level 16 is the level where ancient debris is found the most. You need to smelt the ancient debris you find in a furnace and turn it into netherite scrap. When you combine netherite scrap with gold ingots, you can obtain a netherite ingot. Additionally, netherite ingots can rarely be found in chests and bastions. So, how would you react if I told you that you could obtain this mineral, which is so difficult to get in just 6 seconds? First of all, you need to enter the game with this seed. You spawn next to a ruined portal, and thanks to the items in the chest, you can quickly go to the nether. You spawn inside a bastion in the nether, and by jumping down and opening the first chest, you can obtain netherite. And if you are fast enough, you can obtain netherite in 6 seconds and break the world record. Many items in Minecraft are designed so that they can be made in real life. You can make a pickaxe using sticks and stones. You can craft a bow with string and stick. You can make an armor using leathers. These can all be done sensibly in the real life, and there are craft recipes in the game as well. But there is an item that can be crafted by hand in real life but cannot be crafted in the game: saddles. The saddle is actually an item that can be easily made using leather and iron buckles, but there's no way to craft it in Minecraft. Instead, you have to either search for it in dungeons, or trade with villagers, or buy it from piglins. And why? Perhaps Mojang wants to encourage players to explore. Perhaps every found saddle has a secret past. Whatever the outcome, it may be a mistake to expect everything to make sense in the world of Minecraft, because this world will always be a bit mysterious. In Minecraft, there is a secret way to wear diamond pants on your head instead of a helmet, or even any item you want. If you open your inventory and try dragging a random item onto your head, you'll see that it doesn't work. What you actually need to do is open the chat or a command block. Then, by typing this command, you can place any block or item on your head. Normally, blocks cover your whole head, while items rest on top of it. But there are a few specific items that behave differently. If you try this command with a bone, the bone will come to your mouth. If you try any fence gate, they also appear like glasses. If you wear a lead, it also looks like a monocle. Lastly, if you wear an end rod on your head, you can even transform into a unicorn. This Minecraft speedrun pulls off something impossible. The goal of this speedrun is to place water in the nether. The Minecraft unobtained speedrun category aims to do things that normally can't be done in survival mode. Finding a barrier block, obtaining an end portal frame, and placing water in the nether are just a few of them. Bugs that let you place water in the nether have been around since the nether was added to the game. But since Mojang patched these bugs very quickly, it's extremely rare for us to encounter this. In this version, a new way to place water in the nether was discovered. A player named Tilda Justin generates the world using this seed and takes 2 pieces of iron from the buried treasure right below. Then he jumps into the sea and crafts shears with the iron he gathered. He uses shears to collect the glow lichen underwater. Then he completes the ruined portal and goes to the nether. As soon as he enters the nether, he places the glow lichen next to lava, and thanks to a bug, it turns into water. And he finishes the speedrun in 19 seconds. Did you know you can play Minecraft inside Minecraft? What you're seeing right now is a computer with a screen. You can play Minecraft on this computer. This computer has 8 kilobytes of RAM. It also has 256 bytes of extra RAM and hardware acceleration units. It has 6 kilobytes of video memory and a graphics processor they named Amogus. These components are powerful enough to run Minecraft on a 96 by 64 pixel screen. The only problem is that Minecraft can run at just 20 TPS. That's why the game runs extremely slowly. There's a big gamepad in the middle. Thanks to this gamepad, you can select your items, break blocks, and craft. But since the game is extremely extremely slow. Even selecting a simple item takes minutes. Yes, this is a gameplay clip, but it's sped up 2 million times because the game is very slow. Even the game's creator can't play it properly, but when sped up 2 million times, it looks like this. As you can see, there are only two different colors on the screen. One is the lit state of the redstone lamp, and the other is the unlit state. If colored redstone lights are added to the game in the future, which I believe they will, we could see much more interesting things. For example, watching a football match inside Minecraft? Why not? In an official version of Minecraft, have you ever heard of the game cursing at people? For those who don't know, the Java edition has a lot of language options. Instead of having translators do these language translations, Mojang uses a platform called Crowdin. On this platform, there is a translation project for each language. Volunteer players translate the English words and sentences here into their own languages and submit them for community voting. Mojang uploads all the words in the game to this platform, and whichever translation the community likes the most gets added to the game. So most of the translations we see in languages like Spanish, French, and Japanese are voted on by community members who speak that language and deemed correct. Nowadays, there are many translators and people using this platform, but in 2012, when language support was first added, there weren't that many people doing translations. That's why a group of malicious people went onto this platform and, by approving translations as they pleased, managed to add their own text to the official version of the game. If you enter the snapshot 12W04A version, which you normally can't because this version was completely removed, if you somehow manage to enter this version, you need to change the language to Afrikaans. When you return to main menu, you'll see a very harsh and racist insult where it should normally say single player. Since this sentence was in English, people thought Mojang did it on purpose and started a huge backlash campaign at the time. Seeing this, Mojang spokesperson Jens, also known as Jeb, noticed the mistake and apologized to players on Twitter, stating that the mistake would be fixed and the person responsible would be punished. After this incident, this version was completely removed from both the official Minecraft launcher and Mojang's official websites. Have you ever seen this in Minecraft before? If you start a game with this seed, you won't see anything strange at your spawn point. But if we look at this world from above, we can actually see that it closely resembles the African continent. This map even includes Madagascar. Even though the biome is savanna instead of desert, it's truly hard to believe that the entire continent is made up of almost a single biome. Also, if you enter the game with this seed, you'll see another region that looks quite similar to Europe. Even though it's not as close as Africa, it's still quite similar. I guess seeds in this game aren't completely random after all, and we're only just discovering this now. I recently talked about some of the weird seeds in Bedrock, and now some new ones have been added to the list. If you enter the game with this seed, you'll see two different end portals generated side by side at these coordinates. And if you enter the game with this seed, you'll come across something even stranger. A stronghold and a desert pyramid have spawned inside each other, and since the pyramid destroys one of the end portal frames, you can't activate this portal no matter what you do. Yeah, this is really ridiculous. If you go to these coordinates in this seed, you can see an igloo underneath the frozen lake. When you enter the igloo, you'll see that the floor is covered with water. When you go down into the igloo's secret room, things get even weirder because the floor of this igloo has disappeared due to the world border. And naturally, the zombie and zombie villager here have fallen down as well. This is really just ridiculous. You've all probably seen those build videos where people build thousands of blocks layer by layer in Minecraft. Actually, making these videos is much easier than you think. Of course, they're not placing each block one by one to build it. First of all, there are a few mods being used. The first of these mods is the replay mod. With this mod, you can record cinematic shots inside the game. The other important mod is the Axiom mod. By using the animated rebuild feature of this mod, you can make a structure appear as if it's being rebuilt layer by layer, and that's actually all there is to it. Heavy and light pressure plates have a secret feature in Minecraft. All other pressure plates in the game are named after the material they're made of, except for these two, because these pressure plates have a unique feature. They emit a redstone signal strength based on the number of entities on top of them. This feature is actually quite useful because pressure plates also count the items you throw as entities. That's why stepping on it only produces a signal strength of 1. But when you throw more items onto it, you get a stronger signal. So if you place these pressure plates in front of your door, other players will just think they're used to open it. But if you use a bit of redstone, you can design a door that opens to a hidden room when you place a specific number of items on the pressure plate. The enchanted golden apple is one of the best things in Minecraft, and it has a hidden use that most people don't know about. You all know that eating an enchanted golden apple gives you really powerful effects, and if you have enough of them, they can make you almost invincible even when falling into the void. It's so valuable that you can only find it in the chests of rare structures. In the past, we could craft it ourselves, but since players were building gold farms to make unlimited enchanted apples, the recipe was removed and the enchanted apple became much rarer. Since you can only find a few while playing, it makes more sense to save them for when you really need them. But there's actually one more thing you can do. Instead of eating the enchanted golden apple, you can actually use it to make a banner pattern. Because it looks really really cool. There is a speedrun category in Minecraft called Stack of Lime Wool. As you can guess, the goal of the speedrun is to obtain 1 stack of lime wool. At first glance, it might seem like a very easy speedrun, but it's not that easy. To obtain lime dye, you need to combine green dye from cacti with white dye from bone meal. A player named Malans heads straight to loot the desert temple right next to him as soon as the speedrun starts. He needs to play the entire speedrun perfectly and also be quite lucky. When he loots the desert temple using TNT, he ends up with 29 bones, 14 coal, and 1.5 stacks of cobblestone. He quickly collects the cacti by placing TNT next to them. He crafts 8 furnaces at the crafting table in the village. He quickly places the furnaces and starts smelting the cacti one by one. While waiting for the cacti to smelt, he turns the bones into white dye and crafts A of shears. He quickly combines the dyes to make lime dye. At this point, he has obtained 16 lime dye. Using shears, you can obtain 1 to 3 wool from a sheep. This means that with 16 lime dye, you can obtain up to 48 lime wool. This is where the luck factor comes into play. He first dyes all the sheep lime and then uses shears to collect their wool, but he only manages to obtain 40 lime wool. Sheep without wool have a 1 in 1,000 chance to regrow their wool by eating grass every 2 game ticks. So this means that the probability of obtaining 64 or more wool from 26 different sheep is 0.253%, or roughly 1 in 400 attempts. Because Malans is incredibly lucky, the sheep quickly eat grass and regrow their lime wool. Thanks to this, the speedrun is completed in 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Is it possible to start in the end and beat the game in Minecraft? And in hardcore mode? Yes, it's possible. First, you'll need to gather some chorus fruit. These will cover your food needs. Then, you need to find an end city and loot the chests without being seen by the shulkers. Since there's no wood source in the end, we can't craft anything. You can find a diamond pickaxe in the end cities and mine the obsidian. This way you can build a nether portal, go to the nether, and gather the wood there. But you can't build a nether portal in the end? Yes, I just learned that too. Actually, there's no need for that at all. After gathering the necessary equipment, you need to collect some ender pearls. Then you need to go to the coordinates 00. This location is where the ender dragon is found. After destroying the end crystals, we can easily kill the dragon. It's that simple. I've previously shown you that it's possible to start in the end dimension and beat the game. Now I'm going to try starting in the nether and beating the game. Since there are plenty of wood sources in the nether, we don't have any shortage of wood. We can solve the food problem by collecting the mushrooms around us. The most important thing in this dimension is actually gold. So we gather as much gold as we can and trade with the piglins. Using the stone we get from trading, we craft stone tools and keep collecting gold. Thanks to the piglins, we obtain important items like obsidian, ender pearls, and fire resistance potions. Then, by looting a bastion, we can get useful diamond items. If you're as lucky as I am, you might even find an enchanted golden apple. We head to a fortress and collect blaze rods. There's only one problem at this point. It's returning to the overworld to locate the stronghold. After returning to the overworld, I use a tactic that speedrunners use to calculate the stronghold's location and then head back to the nether. I open a nether portal at the coordinates I calculated and I spawn right inside the stronghold. You all know what happens next. Is that simple. If you start the game with this seed, the first thing you should do is complete the ruined portal right next to you and head into the nether. Then break the tree in front of you to go down and loot the bastion chest room right ahead. You can quickly break the chest to collect everything. After collecting the chests here, you'll see another bastion chest room right in front of you. Of course, you'll need to collect the chests there as well. After doing all that, we open our inventory. And did you notice something? First, you need to craft a crafting table and then a smithing table. And this way, you can start the game with a full netherite set. Don't forget there are still tons of unopened chests and loot waiting to be collected here. This was exactly the survival world seed I was looking for. Enchanted arrows in Minecraft are incredibly useless, but out of all of them, the best one might be the instant damage arrow. The enchantment effect of an instant damage 2 arrow alone deals 6 hearts of damage. And since the damage type of this arrow is considered magic damage, you cannot benefit from the damage reduction you would normally get from armor. So you can instantly kill someone in full netherite armor with just 2 not fully charged arrows. Of course, if you have the resistance effect or protection enchantments on your armor, you can reduce this damage. This arrow also heals undead mobs, while dealing 85% less damage to witches. And strangely, while you can damage the ender dragon with this arrow yourself, if you put the arrow in a dispenser, it doesn't deal damage. Get ready to see the best elevator in Minecraft. The reason I call this the best elevator is because it's both incredibly cheap and incredibly practical. What you need is 1 soul sand, some water, and a powder snow bucket. First, place the soul sand at the spot where you're going to build the elevator. Then you need to place water on every single block inside the elevator. This part is important. You need to place water on every block one by one. As you can see, thanks to the soul sand, bubbles rise up through the water. Then starting from the bottom, we place powder snow on every block where we put water. When you place the last powder snow at the top, the water flow will stop. We pour water one last time on top of the powder snow, then shut it off. And our elevator is ready. There's no water, but the bubbles keep rising. You can use your elevator as if you're climbing up water. You can go up using this elevator, but you can't go down. If you make the same elevator using a magma block instead of soul sand, you can use it to go down. This way, you can use one to go up and the other to go down. The only downside of this elevator is that it only works in Bedrock Edition. If you want to build an invisible trap for your friend, this video is just for you. First, you need to dig a hole that's 2 blocks deep and 4 blocks wide, and you'll need to do this with a Silk Touch enchantment because later we're going to hide the trap. First, place a powered rail. Next, place a minecart with TNT. You can place as many minecarts with TNT as you want, there's no limit, but you'd better not overdo it, or your friend's computer might crash. To make sure no other mob sets off the trap, you need to kill all the nearby mobs. Next, we'll place the skulk sensor, but since it also detects block placement sounds, we first cover the top of the trap. Next, I place the skulk sensor next to the TNTs, and you need to use wool to avoid making noise when leaving. Placing wool or jumping on it prevents you from making any sound. Be careful when placing the last block. If you place the grass block while looking at other grass blocks, it makes a sound, but if you place it while looking at the wool, it doesn't. Next, we quietly move away from here without making any noise. And there you have it. Our hidden trap is ready. When anyone walks over it, no matter how strong their armor is, they probably won't survive this trap. I've been trying to find the best Minecraft seed for days. My goal is to find a seed where all the structures are in one single area, and I think I did it. In this seed, there's a village right in front of where you spawn. Right behind it, there's a massive woodland mansion, and on top of that, this mansion is located inside the newly added Pale Garden biome. As you walk a bit further to see what else there is, you'll find a ruined portal, and right next to it, a pillager outpost. So what's underground? We come across a trial chamber. Right next to it, there is a spider spawner, and beneath it, an ancient city. It's not over yet. If we go a bit further, we come across another village. Even better, right below this village, there is a stronghold. Next to the stronghold, there is a mine shaft and spawners. The good news is this seed works both on Java and Bedrock editions. The bad news is that in Java edition, there isn't just a stronghold. The best seed I've found so far. I noticed that one of the most useful items in the game is actually never used by most people. Observer. Observers are perhaps the most useful and functional item in the game, yet people almost never use them in their survival worlds. It can be crafted with just 6 cobblestones, 2 redstone, and 1 nether quartz. And with this block, you can set up amazing traps for your friends. For example, if you go right under a tree and place an observer facing the tree, then place a powered rail and a minecart with TNT directly under the observer, you'll have set up an incredibly powerful and almost impossible to predict trap. We use the powered rail to make the TNT explode instantly. There's no limit to how many minecarts with TNT you can place. However, placing 20 of them will be enough to kill a player wearing a full protection 4 enchanted netherite set. This way, you'll have created an incredibly useful trap that's impossible to predict. What is the largest build ever made in Minecraft history? I'm not talking about big castles or the randomly placed blocks on 2B2T. In March 2020, a community asked, why don't we build not just a city, but the entire world? This led to the start of the Build the Earth project. Build the Earth is a massive project aiming to recreate the real world in Minecraft at a 1 block equals 1 meter scale. More than 100,000 volunteers joined. Hundreds of teams were formed. Cities, villages, and roads were built block by block as close to real life as possible. It is estimated that hundreds of millions of blocks have been placed. Satellite data and maps were used. Each country builds its own region. The project has been ongoing for over 5 years. Anyone can even build their own neighborhood if they want. When you search Build the Earth on Google, it even shows a knowledge panel. If you want, you can visit their website and join the server. Here is the biggest and most realistic build in Minecraft history. What is the biggest farm ever made in Minecraft? As you know, almost every item has a farm, and some of them are really massive. For example, this massive iron farm can only produce 40,000 items per hour. But what if I told you there's a farm that works about 150 times faster than the others and produces over 6 million items per hour? Some of you probably already know this farm. It's called End of Light. There are only a few people and a few YouTubers in the world who have successfully built this farm. To build it, you have to break the game's update mechanics. Normally in a chunk, mobs spawn in limited amounts at specific intervals, but with the mechanisms you build, it's possible to completely remove these limits. But building this farm is not easy at all because you need to clear hundreds of thousands of layers of bedrock, create a massive pit, and spend an incredible amount of time. And if you're like me and don't understand redstone systems, building this farm is almost impossible. I came across a video online claiming to have found the biggest village in the world, and I decided to try it. When I entered the game using the seed from the video, there was no village around at all. But in the video, there was a village that looked like it had truly generated naturally, as if it hadn't been built by hand. There is actually an incredibly easy way to do this. This is the command you need to use. Every time you use this command, you can generate a village at your current location. By repeatedly using this command next to each other, you can build the world's largest village in seconds. Additionally, by changing the part at the end of the command, you can build whichever village type you want, such as desert, savanna, or snowy. And that's how the world's largest village is built. One of the biggest mysteries in Minecraft is the Farlands region in older versions. This region was caused by a bug in the world creation system in Beta 1.7.3 and earlier versions of the game. Although the world of Minecraft seems endless, it actually has a limit. Nowadays, this boundary is protected by a wall called the world border, and players cannot cross this limit. If you try to cross the border, the game will kill you. But in the old versions, there was no such limit. Moreover, since there was no chat, there was no teleport command. So, if you wanted to get to the Farlands, you had to walk the full 12,550,821 blocks. There was no sprinting in older versions. Since there was no hunger system, you could walk at a constant speed without eating. Normal walking speed is 4.3 blocks per second. Let's imagine that you start at point 0 and walk without stopping. To travel this distance, you need a total of 2,918,793 seconds. This is roughly 810 hours, which equals exactly 34 days. But in the real world, there is no such straight path. You will have to overcome obstacles, move through water, and avoid mobs at night. If we take these into account, how many days do you think it would have taken to reach the Farlands? Now, I'm going to show you the coolest Minecraft village in the world. This village has a feature that makes it completely different from the others. First, you need to load into the world with this seed on bedrock. Then, when you reach these coordinates, you'll come across a village. And amazingly, this village has taken over an entire huge cave. They weren't afraid of any mobs and built the entire village and all the houses inside the cave. These villagers might honestly be the bravest villagers I've ever seen, but the situation is actually a bit different. Since bedrock is full of bugs and weird generation issues, it generated this village inside the cave. So the villagers aren't really brave at all. I'm sorry, dude. The end dimension in Minecraft has a big mystery. When you enter the end, you have to kill the dragon to be able to return. But strangely, the name of this achievement is Free the End. But who are we actually freeing? To understand this, we need to take a look at the end cities. We know that all the structures in the game were built by ancient players. So there were once people who came to this dimension. These people began hunting dragons with their flying ships to conquer the dimension, and they placed their heads on the ships as decorations. But the last remaining dragon, using the power of all the end crystals, closed the portal and turned all the humans into Endermen. When we kill the dragon and open the portal, we are freeing all the humans who had turned into Endermen. But how we will turn them back into humans is still a mystery. In recent years, a genetic trait was added to horses in Minecraft. This way, when you breed fast horses with other fast horses, you can get even faster horses. Horses have 3 different attributes. The first is that depending on luck, their health can be high or low. The second is that again, depending on luck, their speed can be high or slow. The third is their jumping strength. A horse's maximum health can be 15. Its maximum speed can be 14.57 blocks per second. And its maximum jump strength can be 5.29 blocks. Of course, these are values you can reach without cheating or using mods. With this breeding and golden carrot rapid growth tactic, you can find the fastest horse, the horse with the most health, and the horse that jumps the highest. But creating a horse with all maxed out attributes isn't really possible in a survival world. But of course, with commands, it's possible to create the best horse in the world. Also, if you give this horse a speed 2 potion, its speed can reach 20.4 blocks per second, almost faster than an elytra. The slowest mob in Minecraft is the panda. Pandas can't even move 1 block per second. Even turtles are faster since their speed increases in water. So what is the fastest mob in Minecraft? When villagers get scared, they can run at 8 blocks per second, which is even faster than regular players. You might think it's the Ender Dragon, but there are many mobs that are even faster than it. Enderman can teleport up to 32 blocks per second. If you spawn a magma cube at maximum size, you'll see it can move 500 blocks per second. But none of these matter, because the 3 mobs I'm about to mention are tied for the title of the fastest creatures in the game. Since parrots, wolves, and cats can all teleport to the player, they can technically move an infinite number of blocks per second. What is the fastest way to find netherite in Minecraft? First, we need to go to the nether and descend to Y15, because netherite is most frequently found at this level. You may want to do strip mining at this level, but since you'll encounter lava and mine only a small area, this method is actually very slow. You can try a faster method by flying in the nether and looting bastions, which is also more fun. This way, you'll also find smithing templates. But there's an even faster method than this. By using beds or TNT in this way, you can expand strip mining to a larger area and find much more netherite. But there is one final mining method that is even faster than this. All you need is a fire resistance potion and a grindstone. By placing the grindstone sideways on top of the lava and entering underneath it, you'll be able to see the entire bottom of the lava lake like X-ray. This way, you can collect all the netherite underneath the lake at once. Stop using ladders, because it's the slowest way up in the game. If you want to get where you want to go faster, use the stairway. fire blocks, but it's still too slow. If you have a long distance to cover, you can make a water ladder with soul sand and go up 11 blocks per second. If you have a horse with you, you can make a cake staircase like this and go up as fast as 20 blocks per second. There's a much easier way to go up faster without spending so much material. If you build a minecart elevator like this and right-click at full speed, you can go up almost 100 blocks per second. But this elevator depends entirely on your click speed. There's a much faster way up than even that. If you build a small soul sand elevator and cover it with an iron trapdoor, and if you throw ender pearl into it, you can instantly get the distance you want with a redstone system. On August 3, 2010, Minecraft Alpha 1015 was released, introducing the game's first SMP version, so the multiplayer feature. Just 1 hour after this feature was released, a player named Slow Riot launched a server called MinecraftOnline.com. On Wikipedia pages, it's written that this server is considered the first server in Minecraft history. This server was actually just a simple SMP server. It was a server where you could build structures around and play together with your friends. The server has been played by more than 318,000 players so far and is still active today. The interesting part is that even though it's the first server of the game, almost no one knows about it compared to other popular servers. There's hardly any empty land left to build on the server, and since it's played on an older version, the world no longer grows. The server no longer receives updates, but a few people are still playing. The reason this server hasn't been updated might be that Slow Riot is now 39 years old and doesn't have time to play the game anymore. But still, even after 15 years since it was launched, keeping the server running at his own expense is something I think deserves respect. Have you ever wondered what the very first Minecraft speedrun was? Actually, speedrunning culture emerged in Asia alongside the game Super Mario. The oldest video I could find is a Minecraft speedrun video that was uploaded on January 25th, 2012 on an interesting Japanese website. This could be the very first Minecraft speedrun. It's claimed to have taken around 4 hours, but the video itself is only 5 minutes long. Therefore, it's not possible to consider this a real run. The first English speedrun video was uploaded on March 28th, 2012 by a very old YouTuber named Pseudo Sorcerer. So much so that at the beginning of the video, he even explains what a speedrun is and lays out the speedrun rules for us. The speedrun lasts 1 hour and 26 minutes. But there's a problem. Before going to the end, the player puts a pumpkin on his head to protect himself from Enderman. But because of the texture pack he's using, he doesn't suffer from the pumpkin's vision restriction. This is actually considered a cheat and goes against speedrun rules. But since back then we didn't even really know what speedrunning meant, I don't see this as a rule violation. Therefore, the first speedrun video in history was made by Pseudo Sorcerer. I think he deserves respect. A lot of people play Minecraft with resource packs or shader packs. This might make the game much more beautiful and playable. But have you ever thought about the very first resource pack in history? 1.5 years after the game was released in November 2010, the Alpha 122 version was released. In this version, they announced that they added the texture pack feature to the game. Back then, the common name wasn't resource pack, it was texture pack. Logically, when we think about the first texture pack, we can consider the game's default textures, the ones made by Notch himself, as a texture pack. But the first community-made and popular pack was a texture pack called Metalcraft. This texture pack was released on July 12, 2010, so the texture pack feature hadn't even been added to the game yet. A user named The Fool realized that he could modify the game's textures however he wanted from the game files and released a pack. He had changed the grass blocks, trees, torches, cobblestones, almost everything you can think of using Photoshop. This was incredible at the time because you couldn't install mods in the game and couldn't make any changes to it. It basically created a revolutionary change. Exactly 4 months after this texture pack was released and loved by people, Notch added the texture pack feature to the game, allowing people to modify their game much more easily. You might think that the hardest jump in Minecraft is a 4 or 5 block jump, but in fact, there is a jump that is much harder than these. This jump is so difficult that only 9 players have ever managed to complete it in the game. This jump is called Flat Momentum Head-to-Head Neo. This jump is so difficult that the first person to complete it spent 50 hours trying. What makes this jump extremely difficult is having to stop your movement in one direction while running diagonally. To stop, the timing of the turn and the pressing of the button must be perfect. In addition, to overcome this wall, you need to perfectly change your perspective 4 times in mid-air within 1/20th of a second. And that's why this is considered the hardest jump in Minecraft. As you know, many of the mobs in Minecraft have baby versions. Baby villagers, cows, sheep, chickens, and even zombies. In general, for all baby mobs, the growth time is 20 minutes, which equals 1 full in-game Minecraft day. But there are 2 mobs that are different from the others: baby zombies and baby piglins. These two baby mobs never grow up, no matter how many days pass, and they stay small forever. They also have different traits compared to their adult versions. Baby zombies can fit through 1-block gaps, run much faster, and the strangest part is that they have the same health as normal zombies. Baby piglins will take your gold as if to trade, but then suddenly run away without giving anything back. So when trading, you really need to watch out for these little scammers. Also, baby piglins can befriend baby hoglins and even ride on top of them, and by stacking on top of each other, they can form a tower. No other mob in the game has this feature. Even though this feature is useless, but it looks really funny. In the early versions of Minecraft, PvP was very simple. PvP started to become more popular around version 1.7 and gained interest from players. Back then, there weren't many game modes, and people used to play the survival games mode a lot. In PvP, players used swords, flint and steel, fishing rods, and bows. Later on, modes like Sky Wars and Bed Wars became incredibly popular, and almost everyone was playing PvP modes. First servers like Hypixel, Mineplex, and MCSG created the legends of PvP. YouTubers like Technoblade and Huawei started to become known during this time. Whoever could left-click the fastest would win the PvP. The use of hacks and auto-clickers was incredibly high. Technoblade's legendary video where he mocked hackers was released right around this time. Minecraft version 1.8 is considered the golden age of PvP and is still being played today. With the 1.9 update, the combat update came, and attack cooldown was added to the game. Swords became slower, entering a cooldown after one hit, and you couldn't strike rapidly like before. Axes started to be used instead of swords. This was an incredibly big change, and Mojang did it to prevent hackers. People didn't like this at all, and for the first time, the PvP community split into two during this period. In 2020, during quarantine, PvP in Minecraft came back into the spotlight and started to become popular again. But this was very different. End crystals, enchanted golden apples, elytra, and most importantly, totems that now prevented you from dying in the game were being used. This was called modern PvP, and people started fighting like this from then on. Especially on anarchy servers like 2B2T and popular SMP servers, PvP is fought this way. Compared to the old days, it looks much more complicated and much stranger. So, which PvP do you prefer? Wearing armor in Minecraft provides protection against mobs and other types of damage. As the game received updates, the best armor in Minecraft changed over time. Here's a brief history of the best Minecraft armor. In 2009, the first armor plate armor was added to the game. 1 year later, the 4 main armor types we all know were added to the game. Diamond armor remained the strongest armor among them for a long time. In 2011, enchantments were added, and the power of armor increased even further. With the 1.9 update, elytra was added, and the diamond chestplate lost its functionality. Also, with the mending enchantment, the issue of armor breaking was also eliminated. In the 1.13 update, the turtle shell was added to the game. With the 1.16 update, netherite armors was added. These became the strongest armors, but the strongest set in the game isn't the full netherite set. This set you see here will be much more useful to you because each piece has a different function. For underwater exploration, the turtle helmet; for flying, the elytra; for preventing piglins from attacking you in the nether, the golden pants; and for not sinking in powdered snow, the leather boots will be more useful for you. I previously made a video about the largest diamond vein you could find. In that video, I explained that by 2 diamond veins merging across different chunks, you could find very large diamond veins. But this was really something extremely luck-based. Normally, a single chunk can contain up to 23 diamonds, and that means if 2 different chunks merge, you can find up to 46 diamonds generated together. But as I said, this is something incredibly hard to find. But if you enter the game with this seed and run for about 22 million blocks, you can find a vein consisting of 44 diamonds. This was formed by the merging of 2 different chunks. This is the largest diamond vein ever found. Well, what happens if 4 chunks merge at the same time? A vein containing 92 diamonds would appear. But this is the largest diamond vein found so far. We all know the goal of speedruns, a race to complete a task as fast as possible, which means that speedruns have to be really short, since everyone's goal is to complete the given task as quickly as possible. But today, I'm going to show you one of the longest speedruns in the world. In fact, even if the person who set the record had finished an hour later, they still wouldn't have lost their first place, because only one person has ever successfully completed this speedrun. The category's objective is to beat the game in 17 different versions, from version 1.0 to 1.17. A player named Max kept doing this for 21 hours and 19 minutes straight. On his Twitch stream, he starts from version 1.0 and beats the game all the way up to 1.17, finishing the speedrun successfully after completing the game 17 times in a row. The interesting part isn't that the speedrun took 21 hours to complete, it's that no one else has ever even attempted it besides Max. Maybe there are some who tried, but didn't succeed. You have to keep doing the same thing for almost a whole day without sleeping or taking a break. It's a really difficult speedrun, but maybe after this video, other people who can complete the speedrun will appear too. In Minecraft, we constantly talk about the word worst, hardest, or impossible to beat seeds. But what if we talk about the luckiest seeds instead? If you enter the game with this seed and take a short walk of about 25,830,869 blocks, you'll come across something like this. I guess this looks like a spawner room. Let's see what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There are 6 spawners here in total, 3 zombie and 3 skeleton, and they're all lined up side by side in a straight row. It looks like someone went into creative mode and placed them there. But this actually happened because of a game glitch. You can come to this seed and coordinates and build the best mob farm in the world here. I guess farming XP is a lot easier now. You all know one of Minecraft's oldest mysteries, the Farlands. It's the name given to the glitched terrain that players discovered 12 million blocks away while testing how far they could go in an infinite world. Imagine trying to reach the Farlands that's 12 million blocks away by walking only, in a version where sprinting didn't even exist for 14 years straight. A player named Kurt J. Mack has been doing exactly that since March 7th, 2011, and on October 6th, 2025, he finally reached the end of his journey. The other day, he started a stream and said that he has now reached the end of his journey, and he finally reached what he's been chasing for years, the Farlands.
Oh! That's a very big ocean.
He was a young man when he decided to start walking. Now he's bald, he's aged, but after 14 years, he finally managed to reach the Farlands. You can go to Kurt's channel and see his reactions. Respect. Many people play Minecraft with various mods installed, but have you ever wondered what the most downloaded Minecraft mod of all time is? To answer this question, we need to look at CurseForge, the largest and most open source Minecraft mod download platform. As of July 2025, the most downloaded mod is Just Enough Items, with 455 million downloads. Many of you probably know this mod. This mod, which lets you easily access the recipes for all craftable items in the game, appears to be by far the most downloaded mod. However, there's actually another mod that isn't on this platform but is known and used at least once by every Minecraft player, Optifine. Optifine does not have an official download count. Just Enough Items was released in late 2015, around the time version 1.8 was newly released, but Optifine was released exactly 4 years earlier in the summer of 2011, and you need to download Optifine separately for every version, snapshot, and beta release. Many players download this mod again with every major release. An average player might download Optifine 5 to 8 times throughout their lifetime. At this point, I got help from ChatGPT and learned that it has been downloaded an estimated 900 million times. In that case, Optifine is by far the most downloaded mod in the world. Get ready to see the most emotional mod in Minecraft. Let's say your dog accidentally died, but an invisible entity will still attack the enemies around you on your behalf, and you can still hear barking sounds around you. If you smelt a piece of soul sand, you get soul glass. If you hold the glass in your hand, you'll start to see the spirit of your dead dog. Your dog fights enemies for you and never takes any damage. If you right-click your dog with a piece of paper, an amazing farewell scene begins. Your dog asks you, "Was I a good boy?" And you answer, "No, you were the best." Take care of your dogs. We don't deserve them. I think I just found the most interesting village in Minecraft history. This village is located right in the middle of a huge ocean, and at first it might seem normal to you. Right next to the village, there's a ruined portal, and here's where things start to get weird. When you turn your head to the side, you'll see a shipwreck right in the middle of the island, and right next to it, you can see the stronghold libraries. Normally, when you enter the blacksmith in a village, you'll find a chest inside, but in this village, you'll find an end portal instead. On this island, a game glitch caused a stronghold and a village to spawn together. The oddities on this island don't end there. On this island, you can also find half doors, half beds, floating sugar canes and sand, a villager trapped in a prison, and a zombie villager wandering near an igloo, the most interesting village in Minecraft history. Have you ever seen this mob before? Your answer will probably be no, because this mob has never been part of Minecraft's history. On June 7th, 2017, Minecraft's 1.12 update was announced, and a mob named the Illusioner was added to the game. These mobs appear during raids. Just like pillagers, they can hold bows, and they were much stronger than other pillagers. During raids, these Illusioners would clone themselves and attack villagers, iron golems, and players. When all the villagers were killed or their beds were destroyed, they would celebrate by jumping. They could emit strange and terrifying sounds and become invisible at once, and they could also throw blindness spells at their enemies. Although these mobs were added to the game in 2017, they were never used for 2 years. In 2019, Mojang brought the Illusioners back as a mob that could be used during raids, but they were never activated. Because this mob was powerful enough to disrupt the balance of the game, Mojang, instead of adding them to the game, simply left them to be forgotten within the codes. A lot of people play Minecraft not in single player, but in multiplayer, spending their time on servers. On these servers, there are so many different modes and so many different games you can play that it can feel like you're playing a completely different game rather than Minecraft. But what if I told you that a Minecraft server set a Guinness World Record? What would you say? Mineplex, one of the most popular servers that gained huge momentum thanks to YouTuber Captain Sparkles' videos, held an event on January 28, 2015. In this event, they asked all their players to join the server at the same time. Exactly 34,434 concurrent players joined the server at the same time, setting a Guinness World Record. Later on, they stopped developing the server. In contrast to Mineplex, the Hypixel server was developing incredibly fast. Almost every day, the Hypixel team was adding a new feature to the server. By the time we entered 2018, Hypixel had started working on a new game which would be called Hytale. Riot Games liked this project a lot and became a partner in it with a large investment. This created incredible excitement, and Hypixel's popularity nearly doubled. During a special Skyblock event held on April 16 in 2021, Hypixel reached 216,000 concurrent players, breaking Mineplex's record and once again putting a Minecraft server in the Guinness World Records. In a news report from July 2025, it was announced that Hypixel had been visited by 38.7 million unique players over the past 13 years and is still growing. This makes Hypixel the most popular Minecraft server of all time. Would you want to transform Minecraft from this to this? First, you need to install this mod. Thanks to this mod, the ocean moves and waves more realistically. Mobs don't disappear when they die, they fall to the ground. The particles look much better, snow is way more realistic, smoke effects are cooler, and dropped items look much more real. Also, when you press the F6 key, the buttons in the menu are affected by gravity like this. Secondly, of course, you need to choose a shader pack. I think I'll choose this one. Our next mod is, of course, ambient sounds. Thanks to this mod, you can hear crickets while walking in the jungle. Also, when you get close to the beach, you can hear the sound of the ocean waves. And finally, the Distant Horizons mod, which I think is the most important one. This mod lets you see many more chunks. The game looks much more realistic like this now. But we have a small problem. I think I need to buy a new computer. If you enter the game with this seed on Bedrock, honestly, you'll come across something really weird.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way,
There's a village right where you spawn. Right next to the village, there's a strangely placed pillager outpost. And weirdly enough, there's even a ruined portal. In the trench in the middle of the ocean, there's something else that I can't quite figure out. And up in the sky, there's something weird again that I have no idea what it is. There's also a trial chamber right beneath the surface. And right below that, there's an ancient city. Also, there's another village right next to the spawn area. I just discovered that. The most ridiculous bug rock seed. If you still don't know what some of the enchantments in Minecraft do, you can use this mod to read their descriptions. If you don't want to place shulkers one by one and open them to see what's inside, you can use this awesome mod. With this mod, you can make the very complex and hard to read F3 menu much simpler and more readable. With this mod, you can light up all dark areas without using torches. By using this mod, you can see the mobs in the loaded chunks, see the dropped items, explore the caves, and act accordingly. You can also see the last place you died and place a marker for your home on the map. Minecraft is a much better game this way. Last night, while checking my channel, I saw that this video had been viewed 15 million times. Even though I really liked that, I started wondering how many views the most watched Minecraft video in the world has. And I was really surprised by the answer I found. There are actually a few answers to this question. If we're talking about a video that actually features Minecraft gameplay, then the record belongs to Dream's Manhunt video with 137 million views. Considering it's only a 4-year-old video, that's honestly a really impressive achievement. But if we're talking about any video that includes Minecraft, of course, Minecraft parodies have definitely been watched more. At the very top of those is Captain Sparkles' now legendary song, Revenge. But overall, the most watched Minecraft video is a compilation of Alan Becker's animation versus shorts animation videos. That one has exactly 462 million views. If you like this video, maybe one day we can see numbers like these too. If you take the pure fire and place it just like you would when crafting other armor, you can indeed craft chain armor. You might not know this recipe, but there is one thing you know. You cannot get fire in your inventory in any way, even in creative mode. The only way to get fire in your inventory and thus in your hand is by using mods or inventory editors. Then why does such a recipe even exist if it will never be used? After this recipe was leaked, Notch released a statement on Twitter in 2020 in response to the reactions. The chainmail came from the same game program prototype a lot of the other early sprites came from. To explain this sentence, the game he is referring to is Legend of the Chambered. You'll understand if you look at the inventory, but didn't fit into the progression of Minecraft. Instead of skipping over it, I temporarily assigned it an inaccessible material for crafting. Notch says inaccessible material here, but in versions before 1.8, the game's code worked a bit differently, because back then fire could be obtained as an independent block and you could add it to your inventory with code. But with version 1.8, the fire block's ID was removed from the game and chain armor remained the only type of armor without a crafting recipe. There's a big mystery behind the creaking mob in Minecraft. If you've been following the updates, you probably know that the creaking is a mob that moves when you're not looking at it. But the creaking mob has one more hidden feature that isn't mentioned in the patch notes. If you summon any pillager near this mob, you'll see that they get scared and run away. But the really strange thing is that this mob only spawns in the Pale Garden biome. This biome, however, has to be located next to the Dark Forest biome, where pillagers build their base. This means that the creaking and the Pale Garden were the result of a failed experiment by the pillagers, and now even they are afraid of the creature they created. Minecraft golems have a great mystery. You have probably seen iron golems many times in villages. So how do these golems come to life and why do they protect the villagers? To understand this, we need to look at how we create golems. By placing iron blocks in a specific pattern and adding a pumpkin on top, we can create a golem. The golems you create protect you and fight for you, and when these golems die, they drop fewer materials than we used to create them. So most of the materials we use are spent to give life to these blocks. The pumpkin serves to start this process. We can see that pillagers also grow pumpkins in their mansions and try to create their own golems, but there is no aggressive golem in the game yet. Mojang has been offering us a golem option in the mob vote for a few years. That's why we might see aggressive golems made from different blocks in the future. If Mojang adds new golems made from different materials in the future, we might see new soldiers capable of fighting the strongest bosses in the game. Pillagers are more human in behavior than villagers. You might have found what I said strange, but the biggest proof of this is that villagers can sleep in the Nether. Because when we try to sleep in the Nether, we die. And we are humans. But if we put this feature aside and take a look at the pillagers live, we can see that they build statues, read books, and take hostages. They also have their own watchtowers. Even though they are at war with villages, we know that pillagers collect saplings and have hidden rooms. In other words, pillagers act in a smarter way than villagers. Also in their hidden rooms, they also have items with enchantments that shouldn't be in the game. So if the pillagers are human, what are the villagers? Have you ever wondered how the Nether dimension was added to Minecraft? In 2010, when Minecraft was still a very new game, Halloween was approaching. Notch, inspired by a book he was reading, decided to add a dimension from the book into the game. He added this dimension to the game and named it the Nether. The name Nether actually comes from a portal in the book. Notch then asked his followers a question. He asked them for new ideas to add to the game. One of his followers said he was really inspired by a series he watched and suggested adding zombified creatures to the game. The series his follower watched was The Walking Dead, which was new and very popular at the time. Notch really liked this idea and added zombie pigmen to the game, and sharing a preview of the character. We see a burned zombie pigman from the Nether with visible blood on it. But the problem was, he couldn't add such violent images if he wanted everyone to play the game. So instead of the bloody look he posted on his forum, Notch added a censored version to the game. The zombie pigmen stayed like this in the game for years, but in the 1.16 Nether update, with the arrival of piglins, they transformed into zombified piglins. This way, new noses and ears were added, and as if they were deceased members of the piglins all along, they continued the game's story. Stone stairs in Minecraft are a better block than we think. When you look at a stone stair from behind, it has the same appearance as a stone block, but unlike a stone block, we can place water inside the stair. This also leads to its very hidden feature. If you place a stone stair backwards on a wall, it's completely unnoticeable, and you can also place water in this stair. If you connect this to an observer, and then wire that observer to any redstone system you want, you're basically creating a very secret button. This way, only you can access places that no one else will ever be able to reach. Which is the rarest biome in Minecraft? Probably everyone thought of the mushroom fields, and that's true. There are other rare biomes in the Minecraft world, but mushroom islands correspond to the lowest continentalness values. This causes the biome to generate far away from large landmasses, usually appearing only as isolated little islands in the middle of the ocean. Naturally, this is the rarest biome. Biomes usually generate within 100 different chunks at random rates, and the spawn rate of the mushroom island biome is the lowest compared to the others. So, how would you react if I showed you the largest mushroom island ever found in the world? If you enter the game with this seed, a massive mushroom island biome will appear in front of you. This biome was formed by the merging of shared point chunks from 8 different biome cells, and currently there is no computer or software that can calculate its spawn rate. A group of Minecraft players searched millions of Minecraft worlds for over 1,000 hours using seed finding software and discovered this seed. Normally, mushroom islands consist of 100,000 to 500,000 blocks depending on luck, but the mushroom island in this seed consists of exactly exactly 6,258,579 blocks. If you're looking for a large mushroom island, you won't find a bigger one than the one in this seed. Without changing the game's data pack or using any mods, the largest and rarest naturally generated biome you can find is this mushroom island. When you kill a Ravager, there is a 100% chance it will drop a saddle. And what is the least likely item to drop from any creature in Minecraft? If you kill an Enderman, a 50% chance of getting an Ender Pearl. So if you're a little lucky while speedrunning, you can find the Ender Pearls you need right away. When you stop speedrunning and kill a rabbit, there is a 10% chance its foot will drop. But compared to the rarest item on this list, it's quite common. In the Java version of the game, when you kill a pufferfish, the chance of getting bone meal is only 5%. In contrast, the chance of dropping a wither skeleton's head is twice as rare, at 2.5%. When you kill a normal guardian or an elder guardian, there is a 2% chance of it dropping a tropical fish. Although these are quite rare, there is still one last item that is even rarer than these, because under normal circumstances, a Vex has a 0% chance of dropping its sword. But if you apply looting 1 to your own weapon, this chance will increase to 1%, and making it the rarest item to obtain in the game. You might have heard that Minecraft's rarest ore is emerald, or more specifically deep slate emerald. This is because emeralds only generate in mountain biomes, and their chance drops rapidly as the elevation decreases. So what is the deepest deep slate emerald ore in Minecraft? You might have come across this block around Y level -1 before, because it generates the most at this level. But if we look at the ore distribution chart updated in 1.18, we can see that emeralds can still generate even though their chance decreases all the way down to Y-16. That's why an emerald ore at Y-16 is 10 times rarer than emeralds at higher elevations. But even that isn't the deepest deep slate emerald ore, because if emeralds rarely form as ore veins at this height, this block can actually form at level Y-18, which is 300 times rarer than the already rare deep slate emerald ores. The probability of this happening according to Wikipedia is 1 in 100 million. Have you ever seen anything like this in Minecraft before? Probably not, because this cactus you're looking at is exactly 23 blocks tall. If you enter this seed in version 1.14 and go to these coordinates, you'll find this giant cactus. Normally, cactuses grow up to 3 blocks tall and don't grow any taller. However, in some rare cases, decorations generated within the same chunk can overlap, causing 2 separate 3-block cactus groups to stack on top of each other. This results in 6-block-tall cacti. So, how did this 23-block-tall cactus form? Although Minecraft's natural generation mechanics usually limit cacti to 3 blocks tall, they can rarely grow taller due to chunk overlap glitches. Minecraft's world generation is chunk-based. The overlapping decoration blocks have crossed boundaries, causing cactus spawns from neighboring chunks to overlap. This way, different cacti affected by the generator gradually end up stacked on top of each other in the same area. So basically, these cacti are unnatural formations caused by chunk overlaps, but they are a byproduct of the world generation process. Also in this version, there are different cacti that are 20 and 22 blocks tall. There has been no official statement from Mojang about this, and the chunk overlap issue has since been fixed. So this cactus you're seeing might actually be one of the rarest things in the Minecraft world. Get ready to see the rarest seed in Minecraft history. The seed you're seeing right now might be the rarest thing you can ever experience in Minecraft. As soon as you start the game, you earn the I Spy achievement, because in this world, you spawn right next to a stronghold, and this is something that has only happened once in Minecraft's 16-year history. The reason is that when you create a new world, Minecraft spawns you at the 0,0 coordinates, and we know that strongholds generate thousands of blocks away from the 0,0 coordinates. Also, it's not possible to start the game underground in Minecraft. So how is it that in this seed we spawn directly in the stronghold? If the 0,0 point is in a location without blocks like an ocean, or in places like Mushroom Islands, Minecraft will spawn you in the nearest area other than these. This is exactly what happened in the seed. But how are we spawning underground? The reason for this is that in the seed, the stronghold has generated a bit higher up and right in the middle of a valley exposed to the surface. And all these possibilities combined create the rarest seed in Minecraft history. What is the rarest structure in Minecraft? You may think of it as Stronghold, but there are 128 of them in the entire game world. Perhaps they are mansions that many people have not come across. No, that's not it either. Then it could be the end cities in the end. No, none of these are the rarest. Many years ago, on 27 February 2010, Minecraft's world limit was made infinite. In previous versions, you were stuck between 50 by 50, 100 by 100 blocks. The version was called Minecraft Infinity, and this version adds a huge pyramid. Imagine a pyramid made of bricks and extending to the limit of the world. At that time, bricks were not even added to the game, and your only source of bricks were these pyramids. Million blocks from the beginning of the world, these pyramids were so strange that some even thought Herobrine had built them. In fact, Notch, the first producer of Minecraft, added this pyramid to the game because he was going to add mountains to the game. The pyramid was as big as a mountain. Let's see how it affected the game. How is performance being affected? The real question on his mind was the game's optimization. The probability of seeing finding a pink-colored baby sheep in your world is 1 in 12,195. So, what is the rarest event you can encounter in Minecraft? The probability of a naturally spawned zombie wearing full diamond armor is only 1 in 552,000. So, if you see the zombie, you might want to put it in your museum instead of killing it. After building your zombie museum, you might want to wait for a storm to happen, because the probability of a lightning strike hitting you directly during a thunderstorm is 1 in 25 million per tick. In addition, the probability of finding a fully completed end portal is 40,000 times rarer, meaning it's only 1 in a trillion. But still, there are 2 even rarer events that surpass all of these probabilities. On the world generation screen, the probability of 2 randomly selected different worlds having the same seed is 1 in 18 quintillion. But by far, the rarest thing you will ever see in Minecraft: a zombie with the rarest of all traits appearing in your world. This zombie is so rare that if every atom in the universe were a Minecraft zombie, you would still need to travel through 100 trillion different universes to find this guy. One of the least known features in Minecraft is skeleton horse traps. Aside from being the only way to get a skeleton horse, it's also one of the rarest things in the game, because there's only a 1% chance for these traps to happen when lightning strikes, and if the player doesn't approach these horses within 15 minutes, they disappear. If you kill the skeletons on the horses after approaching them, you can actually ride the horses, and they have some pretty interesting features. To start with, they have only half the health of regular horses, because they're made entirely of bones. Because they're skeletons, damage potions don't work on them, and the wither doesn't attack these horses. Also, compared to regular horses, one of their best features is that they can travel underwater without drowning. Because of these features, they're highly valuable mobs on Anarchy servers like 2B2T. What's the rarest tree in Minecraft? At first, you might think of trees like acacia, jungle, or spruce, but these are actually quite common in the world. But if you think a bit more, you might remember the mushroom trees that generate in the extremely rare Mushroom Island and jungle biomes. While these are the rarest tree types in the overworld, there's an even rarer kind of tree in the nether. In nether wart and warped wart trees, there's a small chance that a shroomlight block will generate instead of leaves. So the chance that the leaves of the largest mushroom tree, made up of 200 blocks, are entirely made of shroomlights is exactly this number. Because the chance of this tree generating is lower than the number of atoms in the universe, it is the rarest tree in the game. Which is the rarest zombie that can spawn in Minecraft? For this, we first need a baby villager zombie that has spawned in a forest biome and is riding a chicken. Then we need to turn this zombie into a villager, wait for it to grow, and then turn it back into a zombie. This step is important because by doing this, you will have grown the zombie on the chicken. Now we can move on to the complex part. Because we want this zombie to become a leader zombie, be able to break doors, pick up items from the ground, use both hands, have the largest player follow distance, and lastly have 100 health. But if we add an enchanted iron sword and diamond armor that the zombie can wear, things will get out of control. The game calculates which enchantments will be on the armor and sword by referencing a level 22 enchantment table. The rarest enchantments you can find here, when added to the sword, boots, pants, and chestplate, will drastically reduce the probability. But as you may have noticed, I didn't mention the enchanted diamond helmet just now. Lastly, on top of all of these, if you also add the enchanted pumpkin lantern, which can only be formed on 1 day of the year, you will have found the rarest zombie in the game. The saddest moment Minecraft history happened 3 days ago. I'm not talking about simple things like a creeper blowing up your dog or losing your items in your survival world. Imagine something you spent years working on slipping away from you in just seconds, because that's exactly what happened to a speedrunner named Skycrab. In a newly created world, he started his speedrun by finding a looting 3 sword, and within a minute, he had gathered all the necessary items and entered the nether. After finding a bastion and trading with piglins for ender pearls, he found a fortress and started killing blazes, all within the 3rd minute of the game. For those who aren't familiar with Minecraft speedruns, this is an insanely fast start, because he's moving almost a minute faster than the current world record. Thanks to looting 3, he quickly collects blaze rods and, although nervously, manages to open the portal to the stronghold after finding its location. Then, he enters the end in the 5th minute of the game. Just to remind you, the current world record is 7 minutes and 1 second. Now, the only thing Skycrab has to do is use the tactic called Zero Cycle to kill the dragon mid-air by using beds. And after successfully doing this, he throws an ender pearl into the portal with half a heart left and starts celebrating. He absolutely obliterated the old world record with 6 minutes and 17 seconds. But unfortunately, when he first entered the end, he accidentally looked at an enderman 50 blocks away for half a second. That enderman sneaked up behind the celebrating Skycrab and took away the world record he had been chasing for 2 years. You can check out his channel to see his reaction and show your support. Ender pearls have an incredibly powerful feature that no one knows about. With the update that arrived on November 9th, 2024, a new feature was added to ender pearls alongside their teleportation feature. One of the best things about Minecraft is that you can farm almost anything, but the problem is when you leave your house to go mining, your farm automatically stops working. That's why players built this complex machine called a chunk loader to keep certain farms running spawning continuously. But now, instead of this machine, a few ender pearls will be enough. Because now, when ender pearls are thrown, they start loading the 2 chunks around them. So, if you build a simple mechanism to keep the pearl suspended in the air near your farm and throw an ender pearl into it, the farm will run forever. Also, even if you exit and rejoin the game, the ender pearl will continue floating in place. Now that you know this, you can make farms for everything and become rich. There's something you don't know about mushroom fields in Minecraft. As you know, mushroom fields are extremely rare biomes, and you can use the cows here to get unlimited food. But what you probably didn't know is that hostile mobs can't spawn on this island. You can settle here by taking advantage of this feature, and thanks to that, you can walk around without lighting anything up. But the problem is, since mobs can't spawn on the mushroom island, they start spawning at the nearest place, in the sea. This eventually causes a huge accumulation of drowned in the water, and since drowned can spawn holding tridents, leaving the island can be pretty difficult. I think I found the world's smallest stronghold. First, we need to keep in mind that Minecraft's world generation system has become much more advanced compared to the old versions. Now, structures rarely generate with bugs. When you go to this seed and these coordinates, you'll find the smallest stronghold you can get in the newer versions. In this stronghold, there's nothing except one chest in the portal room. You won't find a stronghold smaller than this in the newer versions. But if you go back 12 years to 2013, there's a much smaller stronghold in version 1.4.7. First of all, you can't normally play version 1.4.7 anymore because the Java and Windows editions are no longer compatible or supported. Once you manage to get into the game, you should enter Darkside in the seed section. Then when you go to these coordinates, you'll encounter a stronghold that's incredibly close to the surface. And this stronghold is the smallest stronghold in the world. It's made up of only the portal room and nothing else. Also, since it's so close to the ground, you can even build a bridge from your house to this room. But I highly doubt you'd want to play this version. You probably know that when a red mushroom is struck by lightning in Minecraft, it turns into a brown mushroom. But what you might not know is that brown mushrooms have a really useful feature. When you milk this cow with a bowl, it gives you mushroom stew. This also applies to red mushrooms. But if you give a brown mushroom a flour before milking it, it gives you suspicious stew instead of mushroom stew. The effect of the suspicious stew depends on the type of flour you give to the cow. All you have to do is get a lot of bone meal and use it to get a lot of dandelion flowers. Then, when you feed the cows dandelion flowers, they will give you a suspicious stew that provides the saturation effect and keeps your hunger bar full for a long time. Most people play a pirated version of Minecraft. So, what was the first pirated version of Minecraft? Minecraftforfree.com was a website from around 2011 to 2012 that allowed you to play Minecraft for free online. But one day, the website was shut down in a way no one expected. One night, the game's creator, Notch, noticed the site and told the owner, Dylan, that he would take legal action if he didn't shut it down. But before shutting down the site, Dylan had one last response for Notch. He wrote to Notch via email that he would shut down the site, but first wanted to challenge Mojang's best players in the Quake 3 game for a Minecraft cape. Notch immediately accepted the offer and they started playing the match. The Mojang team won the match and the legendary MinecraftForFree.com site was shut down. The strongest mob in Minecraft is actually the llama. At first glance, you might think this information is complete nonsense. After all, the Wither, Charged Creeper, or Elder Guardian all seem way stronger than a llama. But all of these mobs have one single weakness. When you switch the game mode to peaceful, all of these mobs instantly disappear. But there are some mobs that do not disappear with this. Wolves, polar bears, iron golems, bees, goats, and llamas. But none of these mobs can attack you while the game mode is set to peaceful. Then what makes llamas different from those mobs? Although llamas cannot attack players, they can attack nearby wolves. And if you stand in front of the wolf during this, the llamas can damage you. Even though this only deals half a heart of damage and your health will refill within seconds, technically llamas are the only mobs that can kill you in peaceful mode. Which is the worst food in Minecraft? You might think it's rotten flesh since it gives you the hunger effect, but when you really need it, you can eat it to restore your health. I've hated beetroots ever since they were added to the game because they only restore half a hunger bar. Eating tropical fish also restores only half a hunger bar. And on top of that, it gives very little saturation. By saturation, I mean an invisible stat that goes down when you jump or run. But the absolute worst edible food in the game is a pufferfish. It has the same stats as a tropical fish, but also gives you nausea, hunger 3, and poison 2 effects. Unless you have a milk farm, I don't recommend eating a pufferfish. In Minecraft, I've always shown you either the coolest seeds or the most interesting ones. So, are you ready to see the worst seed? If you load into the world with this seed, you spawn on an incredibly tiny island in the middle of the ocean. First of all, there's no source of wood on this island. The worst part is, since there's no wood source, you can't craft tools and you can't go underground. The closest land to the island is 600 blocks away, if you head in the right direction, of course. Reaching the nearest land without crafting a boat isn't that easy. To reach the nearest land, you first need to find a shipwreck. From here, you can collect wood and craft yourself a boat. And from these shipwrecks, you can find iron ingots to craft tools and go underground. Because in this seed, there's no other way to survive. In 2019, Mojang released a new version of Minecraft, but it was a bit strange. The version was called 3D shareware, version 1.34. When you launched the game, an intro similar to the old Windows startup screen would appear, then a Mojang intro, and finally the game would start. The game's sounds felt as if it were a Mario game. In fact, this version was released on April 1, 2019 as an April Fool's joke. In this version, Mojang made fun of games from the 90s. The menus were pixelated, the text was in neon style, and there was a constant demo warning. While playing the game, you would constantly get an insufficient CD disk space error. It kept saying that this was the demo version of the game and there was no way to get rid of it. Just like in the old GTA games, you could open the chat and type cheat codes. When you typed all these codes you see here, you became extremely powerful and almost invincible in the game. Your hotbar in the game looked like this. Mobs and all other living creatures appeared 2D instead of 3D. The colors and graphics were so disturbing that I struggled a lot even while making this video. Playing this version for just an hour would probably cause a headache and nausea. Definitely the worst version of the game. If you type this command in Minecraft, you'll get an item called Petrified Oak Slab in your inventory, and it looks exactly the same as an oak slab. Let me say this up front, this isn't a bug. Then why are there two versions of this item? To answer that, we're going back to 2009. When the slab block was first added to the game in 2009, the only one that existed was the smooth stone slab. Later in the beta 1.3 update, oak and sandstone slabs were added alongside it. But these newly added slabs were actually coded as smooth stone slabs with different textures. That's why they had to be broken with a pickaxe and had higher blast resistance. Later in 2012, with the 1.3 update, when slabs for different wood types were added to the game, Mojang wanted these new wooden slabs to be flammable and breakable with an axe. So they recoded the new slabs from scratch and kept the old slabs in the game under the name Petrified Slab. Even though you can no longer craft these items, if you crafted a wooden slab a long time ago, you might still find a petrified oak slab in your chests. There are so many things people get wrong about Minecraft, and now it's time to fix them. The most believed Minecraft myth might be that sugarcane grows faster on sand, but this has never been true in any version. Sugarcane grows at the same speed on all of these blocks you see, so don't bother building your farm on sand. Similarly, many players might think that breaking leaves by hand or letting them decay naturally gives more apples or saplings. But actually, since both methods give exactly the same amount of apples, if you're playing Skyblock, break the leaves and prevent items from falling down. The last myth is that if you explode enough TNT, you can even break obsidian or bedrock. Although it's possible to break these blocks with a stronger explosion, TNT's blast power is only 4, and no matter how much TNT you place, it only increases the explosion size, not the blast power. So only a fireball summoned by commands can break these blocks. There's a secret way to fly forever with Elytra in Minecraft without using rockets. I'm not talking about something ridiculous like shooting yourself with an arrow or building a TNT launcher. All you need to fly forever is an Elytra and a bit of math. First, you need to get to a high place and start gliding. So either build a tower or use just one rocket. Once you're high enough, all you have to do is look down at a 40-degree angle to gain speed. You can find this number in the F3 menu right here. When you get close to the ground and gently look up to minus 40 degrees, a rounding error in Minecraft's code causes you to gain a bit of height compared to where you first started falling. Now, by using this 40 minus 40 trick, you can fly forever without rockets. Minecraft has some accounts that cannot be banned. So how does this happen? Are these accounts owned by the developers of Minecraft? The answer is no. You can even ban the game developers on your own server if you want. But there are some accounts that you cannot ban from your server. First of all, if you want to create a Minecraft account, we have 3 rules. It must contain at least 3 and at most 16 characters. But there are accounts that don't follow this rule. No special characters can be used except for the underscore. But there are accounts that ignore this rule too. And most importantly, there can be no spaces between characters. Of course, this only applies to Java. But there are accounts with spaces in Java. So how did these accounts come to be? If Minecraft doesn't allow the creation of these accounts, how were they created? The reason for this is that these accounts were created many years ago. These accounts are from the early versions of Minecraft. So back then, these rules and restrictions didn't exist. Minecraft didn't want to cause inconvenience to users by randomly changing these account nicknames. So the account nicknames stayed as they were. You cannot ban these accounts on any server in any way. You all probably know that when a creeper is killed by a skeleton, it can drop a music disc randomly. But doing this isn't very easy, so getting a music disc is pretty difficult. But with a really simple method, you can actually get unlimited music discs. First, you need to trap a skeleton and dig a pit in front of it, then fill it with creepers. Then you need to place a TNT on top of the pit. If you burn the block in front of the skeleton, it can shoot a flaming arrow at you. You need to stand in front of the TNT and use your shield while the skeleton shoots a flaming arrow at you. This way, the flaming arrow will bounce off your shield and hit the TNT. The TNT TNT will ignite and kill the creepers. The game counts the creepers as killed by the skeleton's arrow, not by the TNT. And this way you can get unlimited music discs. As you know, finding slimes in Minecraft isn't that easy. Slimes spawn in swamp biomes and in deep underground areas, and they're actually pretty rare mobs. So to get slime balls, you usually have to search for slimes for hours. But with the trick I'm about to show you, you'll be able to get unlimited slime balls in just a few minutes. What we need is one infestation potion and one oozing potion. First, we prepare a pit and bring our trained dog over. Make sure the floor of the pit is a dirt block. Then we throw the infestation potion at the dog and start damaging it. As the dog's health gets low, we feed it so it regenerates. This way you can keep spawning silverfish until the potion's duration ends. Then, we throw the oozing potion on the silverfish and start killing them. As you can see, a bunch of slimes are spawning, and after clearing everything, we get a ton of slime balls. Plus, you can earn a lot of XP using this trick. If you think Minecraft villagers are intentionally running away from you, you're mistaken. Many of us think that villagers try to escape when they're locked up, or that they try to climb to higher ground when they're near a mountain edge. But actually, villagers have a very simple schedule that they follow throughout the day. Villagers wake up at 6 and spend 2 hours wandering around. What I mean by wandering here is that every 5 to 10 seconds, the villager picks a random nearby block and tries to walk toward it. Also, if you're playing on the Bedrock edition, they also enjoy walking over these blocks while wandering around. Then, if the villager has a job, they start working for 4 hours. If not, they keep wandering around. Yes, villagers only work 4 hours a day. After that, they gather around the center of the village and spend 2 hours talking to each other and trading. Finally, since working for 4 hours is too tiring for them, after an hour of wandering, they return to their homes at 6 o'clock to sleep. And every day, without exception, they sleep for 12 hours. That's exactly the lifestyle I've been looking for. What is the best skin in Minecraft? Most people either create their own skin or find one online. If you're playing single player, skins don't really matter much. But if you're playing multiplayer, some skins can give you a big advantage. If you just started survival, the best skin for you is one with armor drawn on it. That way, when others see you from a distance, they won't want to mess with you. If you're playing on the Bedrock version, there's an even better tactic. By placing just one pixel on your model, you can create an invisible appearance for yourself. This way, you'll be almost impossible to notice. Unfortunately, this doesn't work if you're playing the Java version. In this case, the most effective skin you can use is a camouflage texture that blends with the surroundings, because skins like stone, sand, or water are great for hiding. But the best one is the skin of those who liked this video. You're all enchanting your armor wrong. Most people just use a full protection 4 set and think they have the best armors. But this is completely wrong. That's why these are the enchantments that will make you the strongest. First, you need to apply unbreaking, mending, and all the enchantments that are exclusive to a single armor piece like feather falling to all your armor pieces. Since these enchantments do not interfere with the other ones on your armor, applying them won't cause any issues. Now let's move on to the important details. Thorns. This enchantment deals damage back to the creatures that hit you, but it also causes your armor to break much faster. Trust me, the half heart of damage you'll deal to the zombie won't be worth the breakage of your netherite armor. That's why you should avoid this enchantment. Lastly, there are the protection enchantments. Among these, only the regular protection enchantments effects can be stacked. It would be great to use regular protection on your chest plate and pants. For a creeper that comes up behind you, having blast protection only on your boots will already provide you with maximum safety. For your helmet, if you're using elytra, you can apply fire protection. But if you're using a chest plate, it will be very hard to die by fire. That's why you can still apply regular protection. What is the hardest achievement in Minecraft? You might think of the achievement, How Did We Get Here?, which many YouTubers have accomplished before. Yes, this is truly the hardest achievement, but there's an even more difficult one. But how can there be something harder than the hardest achievement? For this, we need to look at the 20WD-14 Infinite Snapshot, which was released as an April Fool's joke in 2020. This version is the Infinity Snapshot. The game generates absurd dimensions in millions of different combinations using nether portals. If you travel to 1 million different dimensions in this version, you earn an achievement called Almost There. The time to enter the portal is 4 seconds, and the time to exit is also 4 seconds. It takes a total of 8 seconds. If you multiply 8 seconds by 1 million, it would take approximately 93 days of continuous portal entering and exiting to earn the achievement. By the way, we haven't accounted for the time spent building the portals. You'd probably be able to earn this achievement if you tried for a whole year without sleeping. There is no one on Earth who has earned this achievement, and most likely, no one ever will. If you fall from a height of 24 blocks in Minecraft, you will take exactly 10 hearts of damage and die. So using the game's features, how many blocks can we fall from without dying? First, if we fall from 23 blocks, we will take 9.5 hearts damage and survive with half a heart. If we use a netherite armor set, it will provide us with an 80% damage reduction. If we eat an enchanted gapple, we gain an extra 8 hearts, allowing us to fall from a height of 47 blocks without dying. But it's not over yet. The maximum duration of a potion we can craft in the game is the 4-minute slow falling potion. If we use this potion, we will fall at a rate of 0.6 blocks per second, and in 4 minutes, we will fall exactly 144 blocks. We will enchant our boots with Feather Falling 4, which will reduce our fall damage by 80%. Enchanting all of our armor with Protection 4, we will gain an additional 64% damage reduction. In this case, without the potions, we can fall from a height of exactly 223 blocks. Use the potion, eat an enchanted gapple, and wear this armors. You can fall from a height of exactly 2,137 blocks and you won't die. That's the performance my math teacher expects from me. What's the longest jump in Minecraft? While most people think the maximum jump distance is 4 blocks, some have proven that even a 5-block jump is possible. Without a potion effect, you can only jump up to 1.25 block high. And by using a jump boost potion, you can double this number. If you add a speed potion, you can make a 6-block jump. But these are still not even close to the maximum block jump limit. If you add a slow falling potion alongside the jump boost and speed effects and run on soul sand with boots enchanted with soul speed, you can make an 11-block jump. There are many different MLGs in Minecraft, so which one is the hardest? Eating a chorus fruit while falling is the easiest MLG in the game, because this doesn't require any skill. The Totem of Undying is the same way. At the next level, there are MLGs using these blocks that prevent you from taking damage. One level above these, there are ladder MLGs that require not only timing, but also positioning. These aren't that easy to do, but at the highest level, there are definitely MLGs where you have to craft items in mid-air. Crafting a boat MLG like Dream did, even though it's really hard, but there's an even harder MLG than that. Since the ladder crafting recipe is harder, crafting a ladder MLG in mid-air is one of the toughest MLGs you can do in the game. And if you also have to activate the wall you're holding onto with a crossbow, you'd have pulled off the hardest MLG in the game. Have you ever wondered who the first player to beat Minecraft was? Actually, you all know the answer to this question, but you're not aware of it. When Minecraft was still in its alpha version, the end island that allows you to finish the game hadn't been added yet. That's why, when Minecraft first came out, the only thing you had to do to beat the game was to find a diamond. Since there was no boss to defeat in the game, finding a diamond was the hardest challenge you could complete. So, the first person to beat Minecraft was actually the one who found the first diamond. Well, who was the player that found the first diamond in Minecraft, the one we all know? This person, who also had the same name as the game's main character, was Steve. Steve was a graphic designer who had also worked on Mojang's games before Minecraft. Notch, a few months after coding Minecraft, sent the game to Steve and asked him to test it. Even before the game was officially released, Steve had found a diamond in Minecraft and became the first player to beat Minecraft. No matter how good your computer is, even if you have the best computer in the world, you can't explode too many TNTs at once in Minecraft, because setting off that much TNT at once will most likely crash the game or even crash your computer. So, with technology this advanced, why does Minecraft still lag so much? The reason isn't actually the game's optimization, but the fact that the game engine Java has very limited capabilities and is no longer being improved. When one TNT explodes, the game calculates the state of all the blocks around it for that single explosion. This includes which blocks the explosion will destroy, which gravity-affected blocks like sand or gravel will fall, and how nearby entities will be affected. When multiple TNTs explode at the same time or in quick succession, each explosion starts its own calculation cycle. If hundreds or thousands of TNTs are exploding, these calculations stack up and put a huge load on the processor. The destruction or displacement of blocks after an explosion requires the game to update the world state. Each block change triggers checks on the surrounding blocks as well, such as water or lava flow. This creates a situation called a block update cascade, especially during large explosions. As a result, both Java and your computer's processor can't handle it, causing the game to crash or even forcing your computer to shut down. Oh my god. One of my followers sent me this prison you see over Discord and told me that it was impossible to escape from here. I found myself in a bedrock box and I could see nothing around me to help me escape. I pressed F5 and found a popped chorus fruit and a chest. Bending down, I opened the chest and inside was an ender pearl. I used this ender pearl to get out of the box. Then I broke the chest upstairs and got the chorus fruit. There was a 1-block gap in the rest of the room for me to escape, but it was too high for me to reach. I looked further into the room and found a hopper hidden in the wall. Inside the hopper was a blaze rod, a piston, and a trapped chest. I crafted 4 end rod for myself using the blaze stick and the chorus fruit. I went up using the end rods and put the normal chest underneath me. With the help of a piston, put the trapped chest next to me, and I put the piston on top of it, and I was ready to run. I opened the chest to signal the piston, and that's how I escaped from this prison. We've reached the end of all the videos. If you've watched this far, don't forget to subscribe because I want to reach 1 million subscribers. Here's your gift.